Xiao Mingyu, today you must donate blood to your cousin. Nurse, draw her blood. She is negative, the rare panda blood type. Drowsily, Xiao Mingyu stirred awake, her vision clouded and disoriented. But as the familiar scene unfolded before her eyes, realization struck like a sharp, cold wind. She had been reborn. A month before the apocalypse began, her cousin had suffered a massive hemorrhage during childbirth. Xiao Mingyu, sharing the same rare blood type, had been dragged to the hospital by her grandmother and uncle. They had forced her to donate blood. In her previous life, their coercion half threats, half play should wrung milliliters from her veins. If not for the nurse's repeated insistence that this was the maximum allowed, they might have drained her dry to save her cousin. Her body, already frail, had never recovered. The blood donation left her with a lingering heart condition, a constant fluttering weakness in her chest. She couldn't lift heavy objects, couldn't exert herself without consequence. When the apocalypse came, she barely survived 3 harrowing years before succumbing to the brutal cold of an endless winter night. I won't donate blood. Her voice was cold, stripped of warmth, and resolute. Her grandmother froze, stunned into silence. Then, disbelief twisted her features. She's your cousin. Yuan Zhuan is dying in the delivery room, and you heartless little wretch, you're just going to stand by and watch. Are you even human? The old woman, used to her granddaughter's meek compliance, could hardly believe her ears. Her uncle's face darkened, rage simmering beneath his skin. He slammed his hand down on the table, the sound reverberating like a judge's gavel. My daughter needs blood, and you'll give it whether you want to or not. If you refuse, you can forget about being part of this family. Xiao Mingyu's gaze turned icy, her expression devoid of emotion. She stared at her uncle, unyielding, her silence unnerving enough to send a faint shiver down his spine. Her grandmother, ever partial to her eldest son, had long treated her younger son's family as expendable. Under her indulgent gaze, her uncle had leeched off them for years, draining them dry. Xiao Mingyu remembered it all. The excuses he made to borrow their newly purchased home for her cousin's wedding. The 20,000 yuan he demanded for her cousin's dowry. The countless ways her family had been blowed dry, their generosity twisted into obligation. And when the apocalypse came, the leeching turned violent. Her uncle's family had stormed their home, stealing every last grain of food. Left with nothing, Xiao Mingyu had been reduced to eating insects and drinking filthy water to survive. Her aunt, ever the actress, now smiled sweetly, her voice a sectarian balm meant to soothe the tension. Husband, why are you so harsh? Mingyu's just a timid girl, don't frighten her. Turning her gaze to Xiao Mingyu, she softened her tone, her words dripping with false affection. Mingyu, this is the time to be stubborn. Please, I'm begging you. Save your sister. The baby in her belly is your nephew, your own flesh and blood, we're family. If you don't save Yuan Zhuan, I don't think I can go on living. Her sobs were theatrical, her hands fluttering delicately to her face as if to shield her grief. But her eyes, sharp and calculating, darted to Xiao Mingyu, guiding her reaction. Xiao Mingyu watched her coldly, unmoved. This woman, this aunt, was the most insidious of them all. Beneath her gentle facade lay a heart of stone, her cruelty wrapped in layers of false kindness. In her past life, it was this aunt who had whispered poison into her uncle's ear, urging him to take her food. She is sickly, the woman had said. She won't last long anyway, better to put the food to good use. And why was she sickly? Because of the blood she had donated to save this very woman's daughter. Her dear cousin had stood over her as they ransacked her home, her voice dripping with disdain. Hurry up and move out, leave nothing behind, not even a grain of rice. In the second year of the apocalypse, the nephew she had saved with her blood had thrown a bag of leeches and worms at her, calling her a worthless bastard. The memory burned like acid in her veins. Xiao Mingyu clenched her fists, her hatred sharp and unrelenting. Where are my parents? She asked, her tone cutting through the room like a blade. I'll only listen to them. She reached for an orange on the bedside table, peeling it slowly, deliberately. The sharp, citrusy scent filled the air, a vivid contrast to the suffocating tension. As she slipped a segment into her mouth, its sweet tang burst across her tongue. She savored it, closing her eyes briefly. It had been 3 long years since she had last tasted an orange. In the apocalypse, the first year had brought scorching heat waves and relentless sandstorms. Crops withered, prices soared. A single wilted spinach leaf had cost 1,000 yuan. Fruits. They were a distant memory, a luxury as unattainable as the moon. Her uncle's expression flickered, a shadow of unease crossing his face. He exchanged a glance with her grandmother, their eyes darting nervously. "Your parents are traveling in Europe," he said, his voice strained. "They won't be back until next month. If you don't done it blood now, and something happens to your sister, don't expect me to consider you family anymore." Xiao Mingyu caught the flicker of guilt in his eyes, the way his words faltered ever so slightly. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. Her cousin's due date had been approaching, and her parents, knowing her frailty, would never have agreed to her donating blood. So her uncle had orchestrated their absence, sending them on a month-long European tour. But they would never return. In her past life, Europe had been the first to fall, engulfed by sandstorms that grounded flights and severed communication. Her parents had vanished in the chaos, lost to a foreign land. And after indirectly causing their deaths, these vultures had turned their sights on her, leaving her to fend for herself in a world that had already taken everything. But now she had a month. A month to change everything. Her cousin, too, had the rare negative blood type. The doctor had warned her against a second pregnancy, citing the risks. But she had insisted, reckless and entitled. And now they had planned it all, her parents' absence, her presence, her blood. Xiao Mingyu's gaze swept over their faces, her voice ablaze onto precision. "Perfect. A venomous old hag like you does deserve to be my grandmother." Her grandmother's mouth fell open, words failing her. She stared at Xiao Mingyu as if seeing her for the first time, her shock rendering her momentarily mute. Her uncle, however, erupted in fury. "You ungrateful brat! How dare you insult your elders? I'll teach you a lesson your father should have taught you long ago." Her aunt stepped back, clearing a path for him, her cowardice as predictable as it was infuriating. But Xiao Mingyu was ready. As her uncle's hand swung toward her, she moved swiftly, raising the medical scissors she had hidden by her side. The blade pierced his palm with a sickening crunch. Blood gushed from the wound, his screams filling the room. His body convulsed, the pain rendering him helpless. "Son. Husband." Her grandmother and aunt rushed to his side, their panic chaotic and frenzied. Xiao Mingyu did wait. She darted to the door, her hand gripping the handle. "Let whoever wants to done it blood do it," she spat, her voice laced with venom. "If she dies, so be it. She brought this on herself. 1 corpse, 2 corpses, it doesn't matter to me. I'll even light incense for her at the funeral." Her words were a knife, cutting deep. "You little bastard," her grandmother shrieked, her curses venomous. "How dare you stab your uncle and curse your cousin? If I'd known you'd turn out like this, I'd have drowned you in a bucket when you were born." Xiao Mingyu smirked, her defiance unyielding. "Go ahead, call my dad. Let's see what he has to say about all this." Her uncle's rage boiled over, his threats incoherent through the pain. Her hand, her mask slipping, revealed the cold malice beneath. But Xiao Mingyu was already gone, the bag of oranges clutched tightly in her hand. Outside, the sun bathed her in warmth, its light a promise of new beginnings. She inhaled deeply, the air filling her lungs, grounding her. She had been reborn. Heaven had finally opened its eyes. Although her uncle was injured, Xiao Mingyu, fearing they might catch up, hailed a taxi and headed straight home. In the back seat, her hands trembled as she dialed an international call to her father, determined to preempt any false accusations from her pursuers. "Dad, Mom, please come back quickly. Uncle and his family, they're trying to kill me," she blurted out the moment the line connected, her voice cracking under the weight of her panic. Her father's voice, steady but laced with rising fury, came through the receiver after she recounted everything that had just transpired. "Don't worry, Mingyu. Your mother and I will be on the next flight back. I should have known something was off when your uncle insisted on arranging that group tour for us. And of all people, suddenly generous. Turns out he only wanted us out of the way so he could bully my daughter. Her mother's voice, trembling with anger and fear, broken. Bully. They wanted her life. Such wickedness, such cruelty. My poor Mingyu, with her weak constitution to begin with, Xiao Kaingshen, this is the last straw. I can't live like this anymore. Xiao Mingyu's eyes burnt, her throat tightening as she fought back tears. I managed to escape Dad. When Uncle hit me, I fought back. But I'm scared. Please, come back soon. The taxi driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his voice gruff, but oddly comforting. Don't cry, young lady. Relatives like that aren't worth keeping. If it were me, I'd cut ties with them for good. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Mingyu steadied her breathing, her mind racing. Yes, she murmured to herself, her voice low but resolute. Cut ties, completely. And it would pay. Her grandmother had borne 5 children, though 2 had died young, leaving 3, her oldest uncle, her father, and her aunt. Her aunt, fed up with her grandmother's blatant favoritism, had married far away and never returned, not even once. Her grandmother, in her bitterness, often cursed her aunt as an ungrateful wretch, but Xiao Mingyu saw her differently, clear-eyed and decisive. Unlike her father, who had always been soft-hearted, allowing his mother and elder brother's family to exploit him without end. But not this time. This time, her father wouldn't be a pushover. Second son, what kind of monster have you raised? That ungrateful wretch stabbed your brother's hand clean through with a pair of scissors. And now Yuan's still in the maternity ward, waiting on blood. Get that little beast back here immediately. Grandmother's voice roared through the phone, her words venomous. Near B, Xiao Mingyu's uncle sat with his hand heavily bandaged, his eyes smoldering with malice. You and Big Brother have gone too far this time, Xiao Mingyu's father replied, his tone devoid of any warmth. If he had attacked Mingyu first, why would she have fought back? You know full well how frail she's been since childhood. Yet you forced her to give blood. Were you trying to kill her, or drive me to despair? He took a deep breath, his voice steady but edged with finality. I used to think my younger sister was too cold-hearted. But now I see she was the smart one. It's me who's been foolish. My wife and I are returning immediately. If any of you so much as lay a finger on my daughter before we arrive, I swear it'll risk everything. Before his mother could respond, he ended the call, his decision unshakable. That unfilial son, he dared hang up on me. Grandmother stared at the phone in disbelief. She re-yelled, only to be met with a disconnected tone. He had blocked her number. Cursing under her breath, she muttered about ungrateful children and betrayal, conveniently forgetting that her daily expenses had been funded by her second son for years. Hohan Community. Xiao Mingyu rushed upstairs the moment she got home, heading straight to the 2nd floor. This was their new house, a small villa in the southern suburbs, purchased not long ago. The villa, part of a gated community, had a spacious yard in the front. Previously, her father had bought her a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center, fully paid and registered under her name. But when her uncle's family found out, they demanded it be given to her cousin as a wedding home. Her grandmother threw tantrums, threatening to end her life, while her uncle insisted it was only temporary. Her father, worn down, reluctantly agreed. Her mother, however, had had enough. After a heated argument, she demanded they move far away from that family or she'd file for divorce. Left with no choice, her father sold their old home, scraped together what little savings remained, and bought this villa on the outskirts. The area was remote, lacking even a subway line, which kept property prices low. But in the 2nd year after the apocalypse began, torrential rains and floods submerged half the world's landmass. The entire Panjing city became a vast expanse of water, except for the elevated southern districts, which turned into a refuge for over 10 million people. The hills behind the community were crowded with makeshift shelters, while Hohan itself became so densely packed that a tossed brick could hit 3 people. Its underground parking lots housed dozens, and homes were no longer bought or sold, they were fought over. During that time, Xiao Mingyu, desperate for food, had no choice but to sell the villa. A frail girl like her couldn't possibly defend it from looters, better to exchange it for a bag of steamed buns and survive. Upstairs, Xiao Mingyu rummaged through her belongings, searching for a puzzly 2,000-piece masterpiece her grandfather had gifted her for her 19th birthday. In her past life, when her uncle's family came to see supplies, her cousin had taken the puzzle for her child to play with. Only later did Xiao Mingyu discover its secret. Hidden within the puzzle was a special dimension. While others scavenged for rats or hunted mutant insects to survive, her uncle's family dined on fresh vegetables. While others wasted away to skin and bones, they remained well-fed and immaculately dressed. Worse yet, they had stolen the life that should have been hers, yet begrudged her even a single grain of rice. On her deathbed, her cousin had finally confessed the truth. Xiao Mingyu had died consumed by rage, her spirit unable to rest. But not this time. She found it. Carefully, Xiao Mingyu laid the puzzle pieces on the floor. The completed image depicted an idyllic paradise, a vast meadow with a clear stream winding through it, teeming with darting fish and shrimp. A small wooden cabin stood nearby, its yard enclosed by a quaint picket fence. A well sat in one corner, while chickens clucked and scratched at the earth. Behind the cabin, 2 acres of farmland stretched into the distance, a lone cat lounging at the edge. This time, the space would return to its rightful owner. So accused, she began assembling the remaining pieces. In her previous life, she had only worked on the puzzle sporadically, taking half a year to finish just half of it. Now, she had no time to waste. 4 hours passed in a blur. She stretched her stiff neck and pressed the final piece into place. A faint hum filled the air, and for a moment, she thought she heard the soft clucking of hens. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in the middle of the meadow. Heart racing, Xiao Mingyu dropped to her knees, her breath quick and shallow. She had done it. She had unlocked the space. The scent of fresh grass filled her lungs, and the texture of the earth beneath her feet felt vividly real. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. The hidden paradise has successfully recognized its owner. What was that? She murmured, startled. The voice returned, emotionless yet strangely authoritative. Welcome to the hidden paradise. Task mode has been activated. First task, repair the damaged chicken coop. Please confirm whether to accept. Countdown begins. 3, 2. Accept, she blurted out instinctively, her intuition urging her forward despite her confusion. Task accepted, please proceed. She approached the chicken coop, noticing a broken plank on its roof. Just as she hesitated, unsure how to fix it, a toolbox appeared beside her. Taking a new plank, she set it in place, hammering nails with a steady rhythm. Task completed. Reward, a 2-story wooden house. Before her eyes, the modest cabin transformed, a second floor rising as if by magic. Oh wow! Xiao Mingyu exclaimed, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. So this was the power of the hidden paradise. No wonder her uncle's family had thrived during the apocalypse. But it had always been hers to begin with. The mechanical voice fell silent, leaving her to explore the space in awe. When she finally returned to her room, her resolve crystallized. 1 month remained until the apocalypse began. Time was of the essence, and there was much to do. Just stepping out of the space, her phone erupted with a cacophony of missed calls, dozens of them, and a deluge of voice messages, their count swelling into the hundreds. Xiao Mingyu arched an eyebrow, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. She was curious. Without her blood, would her dear cousin still cling to life, or would she succumb to her own recklessness? The phone buzzed again, and before she could respond, a shrill voice erupted on the other end, venomous and unrelenting. You little wretch, you finally decided to answer, huh? You heartless murderer, you just stood by and let a life slip away, and calling the police. They should shoot you like the beast you are. Xiao Mingyu lazily picked at her ear, her tone as light as the peel she stripped from an orange. Why the theatrics? Who's dead this time? Why great-grandchild, £9 and 8 ounces of pure innocence, gone, gone because of you. I don't want to live any more. You're a killer, a monster. Her grandmother's curses poured out in a torrent, sharp and relentless, like glass shattering in an empty room. But Xiaomingyu remained unperturbed, her voice calm, almost detached. Well, that's truly unfortunate, she said, popping a segment of orange into her mouth. But tell me, why isn't Xiao Huanyuan dead yet? You dare curse Yuan, you vile creature in human skin, her grandmother screeched, her voice cracking with fury. Xiaomingyu's eyes narrowed, her tone sharpening like a blade. The child's death was Xiao Huanyuan's doing, not mine. The doctors warned her body wasn't fit for a second pregnancy. She ignored them. They told her to manage her weight during pregnancy. She did listen. She fed the child into a giant, and now you're shocked she hemorrhaged during childbirth. The child's death is on her hands, not mine. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle, and added with a cold finality, you all think in just some walking blood bank, ready to be drained at your convenience. But why should I let you, a pack of ignorant, arrogant fools, who die somewhere else and leave me alone? And with that, she hung up, the line going dead with a decisive click. Back in the hospital room, the atmosphere was suffocating, thick with unspoken blame and simmering rage. Her grandmother, apoplectic with anger, collapsed in a faint. Her uncle stood motionless, his face a mask of thunderous silence. Her aunt alternated between sobbing and hurling curses, while the blame for the newborn's death coiled around Xiaomingyu's name like a noose. Meanwhile, Xia Huanyuan lay unconscious in the ICU, blissfully unaware that her child was gone. But Xiaomingyu had no intention of shouldering their guilt. She had more pressing concerns. Sitting at her desk, she began calculating her remaining savings with the precision of a surgeon wielding a scalpel. Her account at the construction bank held 2,680 yuan. The industrial and commercial bank card, 5,600. And her WeChat wallet, a pitiful 58 cents. Was that it? She sighed. A university student like her never had much to begin with. But then her eyes lit up with a spark of determination. She had something more valuable than cash or property. Xiaomingyu shot to her feet, her mind racing. That three-bedroom apartment in the city center, the one her uncle's family had snatched from her. She would sell it. Quickly. The apartment was at a prime location, surrounded by schools, hospitals, and sprawling shopping complexes. Its value was undeniable, which was precisely why her uncle's family had coveted it so fiercely. But Xiaomingyu knew what they did. In the second year of the apocalypse, torrential rains would drown the city center. Skyscrapers would become tombs, and the apartment's worth would plummet to nothing. She acted swiftly, her resolve unshakable. Grabbing her keys, she drove to the happiness community, calling the real estate agent who had originally handled the purchase along the way. Hearing her grandmother's earlier tirade, Xiaomingyu had caught the faint sound of her cousin-in-law's voice in the background. That meant her cousin's entire family was likely at the hospital. Perfect timing. She would reclaim what was hers while they were away. Miss Xiao, are you sure you want to sell? The agent asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. This is prime real estate. People would kill for a property like this. In short, Xiaomingyu replied, her voice steady, her will unyielding. I know the market price is around 3.5 million yuan. We'll settle for 3 million if it's sold within 3 days. Do we have a deal? The agent's eyes widened, his breath catching. 3 million. At that price, I could sell it tomorrow. Consider it done. I have one condition, Xiaomingyu said coolly. Full payment upfront. Understood, Miss Xiao, the agent said, nodding fervently. When they arrived at the apartment, Xiaomingyu's expression darkened. The luck had been changed. Her uncle's audacity knew no bounds. Without hesitation, she rummaged through her bag, pulling out a hammer she had stashed in her space earlier. With a few decisive swings, the lock shattered, the sound echoing down the hallway. She pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Well, that's one problem solved, she said, brushing her hands off. The agent stared at her, slack-jawed. Where did you get that hammer? Xiao Mingyu smiled, her tone light. Forgot my keys. The agent swallowed hard, his gaze starting to the mangled remains of the fingerprint lock. Wait, forgot your keys, sure. The apartment was surprisingly tidy. Xiao Mingyu called a locksmith to install a new lock and handed the keys to the agent, giving him free rein to show the property to potential buyers. After he left, she wasted no time contacting Huyu, the city's premier renovation company. They had done an impeccable job on her villa's hard furnishings, and she trusted them to deliver again. This time, her instructions were precise, uncompromising. I want the villa turned into a fortress, she told the project manager. Impregnable, the kind no thief could ever breach. The manager, a seasoned professional named Wang, raised an eyebrow. We've got some top-tier steel reinforced doors in stock, 6 vertical beams, 15 horizontal, 10 level explosion proof. How about those? Perfect, Xiao Mingyu said. Replace every single door in the villa with those. Every door? One asked, incredulous. Even the interior ones, didn't you just move in? Every single door. One hesitated, then nodded. All right, the thin steel panels, completely unbreakable. A lot of wealthy clients are opting for these nowadays. And the windows, Xiao Mingyu added. Replace them all with bulletproof glass. Miss Xiao, bulletproof glass is extremely thick, 3 or 4 layers. It's not typically used in residential buildings. We usually recommend tempered. Bulletproof, she interrupted, her tone broking no argument. Every door, every window. Money is no object. One nodded, though his expression betrayed his bewilderment. Understood. Xiao Mingyu's mind raced as she recalled the chess of the apocalypse's early days. Looting, violence, and murder became as commonplace as the air they breathed. People killed for scraps of food, their humanity eroded by desperation. She remembered one horrifying incident vividly. A family of 3, slaughtered in the dead of night. The mother violated, the father stabbed 9 times as he tried to protect her, and their toddler thrown from the 15th floor. No one intervened. Neighbors watched through their peepholes, paralyzed by fear or apathy. Xiao Mingyu would not let such a fate befall her. She would fortify her home, layer by layer, until it became an unassailable bastion. If anyone dared to come for her, they would leave alive. And the walls need them rebuilt, 2 meters higher, topped with shards of broken glass and a high-voltage electric grid, Xiao Mingyu continued, her tone calm, deliberate, as if she were merely discussing the weather. The original walls were little more than ornamental, a meter high, wrought iron bars arranged in a decorative pattern. They were utterly useless, incapable of keeping anyone out. A single stride from someone with long legs could easily breach them. 2 meters higher. Manager Wang's voice rose sharply, disbelief etched across his face. He glanced at Xiao Mingyu, half laughing, half serious. Miss Xiao, are you building a fortress? A 3-meter wall with an electric grid, bulletproof glass? What's next? A moat with crocodiles. Xiao Mingyu's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. What's the matter? Manager Wang can handle the job. If not, he'll take my business elsewhere. No, we can handle it. Manager Wang hurried to reassure her, his earlier levity vanishing. It's just that, well, bulletproof glass is exactly in high demand, but as it happens, we have a batch on hand originally ordered by a bank that later cancelled. It's just sitting in our warehouse. If you're interested, I can give you a 20% discount. As for the walls, he added, his enthusiasm building, as long as the property management allows it, we can construct them to your specifications. A 3-meter wall will need to be thicker, of course, but we'll make it sturdy, so solid that even a cannon couldn't bring it down. Good, that's what I want. The property management here wasn't particularly strict, and homeowners were permitted to modify their walls as they pleased. Xiao Mingyu had noticed her neighbor's newly renovated wall and had inquired about it with the management office. Manager Wang's face lit up with a professional smile. Is there anything else you'd like, Miss Xiao? Xiao Mingyu chuckled softly. This is just the beginning. I have plenty more requests. For instance, I'd like to cover the courtyard, seal it completely, but I want something that does block sunlight. Manager Wang considered her words. You mean a glass roof, like a sunroom? Exactly, and I want it to be the most durable, the best quality. These days, sunrooms are quite popular among affluent clients. Our company can certainly handle that. We use high-strength aluminum alloy for the frame, treated with automotive-grade paint for durability. The roof will be made from the best polycarbonate panels, transparent like tempered glass, but lighter and much more impact-resistant. It's also resistant and insulating. In winter, it'll keep the space warm enough that you won't even need heating. He hesitated briefly before adding, but Miss Xiao, your courtyard is quite large. We'll likely need reinforced steel beams, and each frame will require double the materials. So the cost. Price is not an issue, Xiao Mingyu interrupted, her tone cool but firm. Use the best materials. It must be sturdy and durable. If it doesn't pass inspection, I won't pay the final balance. Understood, Miss Xiao. Your decisiveness is admirable. You can count on Hui's quality to meet your expectations. Manager Wang could barely contain his excitement. This was shaping up to be a lucrative deal. I hope our collaboration goes smoothly. By the way, I know your company does just handle structural work, you also do interior installations. I need a top-tier whole house water filtration system, one that removes all impurities. When she had purchased this villa, nearly all her savings had gone into the purchase itself, leaving little for renovations. The current setup was bare bones at best. Now Xiao Mingyu intended to transform it, completely fortify the exterior and equip the interior with every modern convenience. We do, in fact. I was just about to suggest it, Manager Wang said eagerly. A standalone villa like yours is perfect for a whole house water filtration system. We carry a Swiss imported model with 10 layers of filtration, capable of filtering particles as small as 40 microns. Even the dirtiest water can be purified into drinking water in one pass. It connects to a ton central water tank, with separate lines for the kitchen, garden, drinking water, and bathrooms. While install the pipes before laying the flooring. The entire system costs 50,000, and installation is included. Xiao Mingyu nodded in satisfaction. The first year of the apocalypse hadn't been too bad, but the following year, torrential rains and floods had turned the world into a breeding ground for leeches, black rotworms, and other grotesque creatures, coiling and writhing in nightmarish clusters. The water quality had deteriorated to the point of horror, teeming with insect eggs. A single careless sip could turn someone into a spray warrior, vomiting until they collapsed from dehydration. Installing a whole house water filtration system to eliminate every last impurity and parasite was essential for ensuring the villa's water supply. Miss Xiao, you could also turn the roof into a sunroom, add a ladder, and it's practically an extra floor, Manager Wang suggested. Xiao Mingyu glanced up at the roof. No need, I plan to install solar panels up there for electricity. Manager Wang's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. Xiao Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, does your company sell solar panels too? Manager Wang chuckled sheepishly. Not exactly, but my wife works for Tianji Energy Solutions. She's a sales deputy manager there. If you buy from her, I can talk to her about giving you a discount. Xiao Mingyu arched an eyebrow. As it happened, she had already planned to purchase solar panels from Tianji Energy Solutions, one of the top brands in the industry. It truly was a coincidence. How many would you need? Manager Wang asked. Xiao Mingyu gestured toward the roof. Cover the entire surface, then add another 100 sets. Say have a factory that needs them too. The battery storage units should be high capacity. I'll need 60 of those. She didn't actually have a factory. The extra panels were for her personal stockpile, stored in a hidden space. After all, if one broke, she wouldn't know how to repair it. Manager Wang's mouth formed an O, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. Got it. I'll call my wife right away. With this order, she's bound to get promoted. Manager Wang's wife arrived promptly, and the couple offered Xiao Mingyu a 20% discount. The transaction proceeded smoothly. In total, Xiao Mingyu purchased sets of solar panels, with an additional 5 thrown in as a bonus, bringing the total to. She also acquired 60 high-capacity storage units, each capable of powering multiple high-energy appliances simultaneously. Factoring in potential damage rates, she deliberately bought extra. The surplus was stored in her secret space, which had its own sunlight. She wanted to see if she could power the space itself. The storage units alone could supply enough electricity to power the entire villa for over half a year. In addition to the solar panels, she also bought 4 diesel generators, 5 small wind turbines, and 2 pedal power generator bikes. The wind turbines would be installed just outside the backyard wall in the surrounding wasteland, where no one would notice them. A single cable running back to the villa would complete the setup perfectly discreet. As for the pedal-powered bikes, they doubled as exercise equipment. Whenever she had free time, she could pedal to generate electricity, storing the energy in the battery units. It was an ideal solution. Electricity had been a scarce commodity during the apocalypse. In her previous life, the neighborhood had only received power for 1 hour each day. The first year's scorching heat had claimed countless lives. Just breathing felt like inhaling fire, the entire city an oven. Without air conditioning, surviving each day had been a torment. Then came the extreme cold temperatures plunging to 50 degrees below zero, where even exhaled breath froze mid-air. Xiao Mingyu had perished in that relentless freeze. This time, she would have air conditioning in the heat and a boiler for the cold, living comfortably within her fortified villa. Speaking of boilers, she'd need to stockpile coal in large quantities. Ample electricity reserves were non-negotiable. This was not an area where she would cut corners. Can you finish everything within 20 days? Xiao Mingyu asked. Manager Wang hesitated. Well, that's a tight deadline, but it should be doable. The wall construction will take the most time, but I'll assign extra workers to speed it up. Installing the solar panels is quick and day will be enough, his wife chimed in. Xiao Mingyu inclined her head slightly. Good, then let's work well together. After finalizing the plans with the Wang couple, Xiao Mingyu launched into a protracted negotiation, her sharp tongue and persistence whittling down every last yuan. In the end, the total cost including renovations and power equipment came to million yuan. Xiao Mingyu haggled it down to million, refusing to relent until the couple wouldn't budge another cent. As a final victory, she managed to extract a stainless steel storage cabinet for the wall, free of charge, before ending the negotiations. She paid a yuan deposit, swiping her credit card with a pang of reluctance. Thankfully, her credit limit was high, otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to cover it. By the time everything was settled, evening had fallen. Exhausted, Xiao Mingyu cooked herself 3 packets of instant noodles, cracked in 5 eggs, and devoured the meal, broth and all. It had been a long time since she had tasted such simple, earthly delight. Xiao's parents booked the earliest flight available, departing tomorrow evening. It wouldn't arrive in Pangjing City until deep into the following night. Xiao Mingyu had no intention of hiding the matter of selling the house. She told her parents directly, confessing that if they didn't sell it, the house would never be reclaimed and their cousin's family would stubbornly cling to it, refusing to leave. Her mother supported her decision wholeheartedly, and her father, after a moment of hesitation, chose to remain silent. The conversation shifted to the topic of her cousin's stillborn child. Xia's father fell into a long, brooding silence before sternly warning her not to disclose their new address to anyone and to be exceptionally cautious when stepping out. Xiao Mingyu agreed. At this point, her uncle's family had no knowledge of their new home's location, only that it was somewhere in the southern part of the city, a vast area, difficult to narrow down. In her previous life, during the chaos of the apocalypse, her uncle had used the pretense of visiting her to pinpoint her location and rob her of food supplies. This time, Xiao Mingyu had no intention of giving him such an opportunity. She spent a long time chatting with her parents before finally hanging up. By then, her cousin had already woken up. Xiao Mingyu's phone was flooded with hundreds of venomous voice messages, all from Xiao Yuan. Xiao Mingyu, you killed my child. I'll make you pay in blood. Just you wait. Xiao Mingyu had never encountered someone so shameless. Oh yes, it was me who insisted on having a second child against the doctor's advice. It was me who ignored medical instructions and ate myself into obesity. I did it all on purpose, did I? It's all because you refused to donate your blood. How dare you twist the truth? My son is dead, and you'll burn in the deepest pits of hell for it. Xiao Mingyu rolled her eyes silently. People like this always saw themselves as blameless. There was no point in arguing. Luck. Elite. A swift, decisive maneuver. The world instantly became quieter. Her grandmother and uncle's family had always favored sons over daughters. Xiao Yuan, desperate for a boy after having a daughter first, had insisted on a second child. Lo, seeing this boy would undoubtedly bring them immense suffering. But what did that have to do with her? The only reason Xiao Mingyu had kept their contact information was to savor their moments of despair, frustration, and impotent fury. Now that she'd seen enough, it was time to clean up her contact list. Once she deleted all the numbers that needed deleting, a profound sense of peace washed over her. Satisfaction. Just a few minutes later, an unfamiliar number lit up her phone screen. The message was anything but polite. You filthy wench, how dare you change the locks on my house? You have 10 minutes to bring me the keys, or I swear I'll kill you. The locks, oh, I changed those, and the house, I'm selling it. If you dare break in, I'll report you for burglary. Go ahead, try me, Xiao Mingyu replied, lounging on her sofa, leisurely munching on an apple. And by the way, Xiao, you know what I despise most about you? You can't even provide your own marital home and have to rely on others. That's called fraud, you know. Truly pathetic. The line went silent for a moment before a shrill female voice erupted on the other end. What? This house is yours, Xiao, you bastard. I can't live like this anymore. Divorce. Let me explain. Xiao Mingyu shrugged, then promptly hung up. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Master, your new mission has arrived. Gain the favor of the Mountain Guardian Tiger. Please choose whether to accept. Countdown 3, 2. I said. Without hesitation, Xiao Mingyu entered the mysterious space. New mission activated. Please proceed promptly, Master. Standing in front of the wooden cabin, Xiao Mingyu looked around, bewildered. Mountain Guardian Tiger. Where on earth was that supposed to come from? She glanced at the hens. Are you the Mountain Guardian Tiger? Then at the rooster. Or is it you? The hen shot her a disdainful glance, puffed out its chest, and strutted away with its chicks in tow. Xiao Mingyu. An idea suddenly struck her. She recalled a small cat she had seen near the edge of the farmland last time. Could it be? She hurried over, and sure enough, there it was. It wasn't the cat at all, but a juvenile tiger cub. The character King was etched onto its forehead, and its round, curious eyes blinked as it tilted its head, observing her. Xiao Mingyu approached and scooped it up. The chubby little cub flailed its limbs, huffing and puffing in protest. How adorable! You are just like a kitten, but you're actually a tiger, Xiao Mingyu exclaimed, unable to put it down. The little tiger tried to muster the aura of a forest king to intimidate her, but its still nursing, chubby body failed miserably. Instead, it only looked more endearing. Back at her home, Xiao Mingyu warmed up a bowl of milk in the microwave and returned to the space. The tiger cub finally stopped struggling and began gulping down the milk, allowing Xiao Mingyu to stroke its head. The worry glint in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a tentative trust. Good boy, from now on your name is Future Prosperity. The cub glanced up at her, its face smeared with milk, before dipping back into the bowl. Xiao Mingyu chuckled at its silly antics. Thank goodness it was still young and easy to bond with. If it were a full-grown tiger, she'd probably be its prey by now. She resolved to nurture Fugai well. Imagine the awe it would inspire when she took it out someday. Congratulations, Master, on gaining the favor of the Mountain Guardian Tiger. Random gold coin rewards have been issued. Reminder, the more favor you gain, the more coins you'll receive. Keep up the good work. Whoosh whoosh. 2 gold coins materialized on the grass ahead. Xiao Mingyu's eyes widened. Gold. Real gold. Were they stamped with that purity mark? The more she explored this idyllic space, the more it felt like a survival simulation game. She picked up the coins, weighing them in her hand. They were surprisingly heavy. She slipped them into her pocket with glee. Originally, she'd planned to use the money from selling the house to stockpile supplies, but now she had funds to spare. Tikuai, oh Fugai, you've truly brought me prosperity. Come here, give me a kiss. From that moment on, Xiao Mingyu lavished the cup with attention, sparing no effort to please it. She treated Fugai like royalty, practically groveling in servitude. She even considered donning a eunuch's outfit and addressing it as master. She emptied her fridge of all its meat, laying it out for Fugai to choose from. Even the prized Wagyu beef she'd been saving was brought out as an offering. Take your time eating, don't choke. How about some carrots for a balanced diet? Fugai kicked the carrot aside without so much as a glance. Fine, no carrots. Here, have another bite of this tender Wagyu, Xiao Mingyu said, grinning obsequiously. Detected increased favor from the Mountain Guardian Tiger. Random gold coin rewards issued. Keep it up, master. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 more gold coins dropped. Xiao Mingyu quickly gathered them up. Fugai, now full and content, waddled over to a patch of lush grass, flopped onto its back, and promptly fell asleep, snoring softly. Xiao Mingyu. It really could fall asleep anywhere, anytime. She gave its head a gentle pat before leaving the space. Back in the real world, she brought her electric scooter into the space to explore its boundaries. Starting from the wooden cabin, she rode eastward until she collided with an invisible wall. The sudden impact sent her tumbling to the ground. Thankfully, she had been going too fast, or she might have been seriously hurt. The wall was invisible, but tangible. So this is the edge of the space, she murmured. Looking around, she realized it was like the edge of a puzzling and large version of a jigsaw piece. She had initially thought the space was limitless, but it turned out to span roughly acres. Still, it was more than enough. Returning home, she tidied up the kitchen and opened her laptop to shop online. Because Panjin City was located in a subtropical region, even in winter, the average temperature rarely dipped below freezing. Extreme cold weather gear wasn't readily available in local stores, so she had to rely on online shopping to find the heavy-duty down jackets she needed. Xiao Mingyu meticulously combed through several reputable flagship stores, her virtual cart filling with a carefully curated assortment of winter ornament. 10 goose down windproof coats rated for temperatures as low as 40 degrees, below freezing. 10 ultra-long Russian-style men's overcoats designed for the harshest of winters. 15 pure wool parkas from Harbin. 20 pairs of thickly padded down trousers, and 60 pairs of waterproof snow boots capable of defying the bitter cold. She even added 30 pairs of heavy-duty cotton shoes, the kind that could withstand the relentless frost of the northeastern provinces. Not stopping there, she secured 30 sets of thermal underwear, 20 cashmere sweaters, and 20 sets of thickened winter pajamas. Despite their modest price tags, they promised a surprising warmth. Hats, gloves, scarves, 40 of each joined the list, and she stocked up on cotton socks, hoarding a staggering 500 pairs. Every item was selected with precision, sizes tailored to fit every member of her household. When the apocalypse came, and the world plunged into an era of extreme cold and unrelenting average of 50 degrees, below zero these layers of protection would become indispensable. Even with the villa's central heating, venturing outdoors would demand full battle gear. Frostbite was an ever-present threat. Better to prepare now, she reasoned, than to scramble later. The cost? A sum that ran well into 6 figures, draining her credit card to its final limit. But Xiao Mingyu was unperturbed. Her gaze shifted to other avenues credit lines from Huobi, GB, and Beitaya. Tomorrow, she would sell the 6 gold coins in her possession, their value more than enough to settle her debts. Despite the impending apocalypse, she dared not owe the banks. In the dystopian future that awaited, the government would wield credit scores like a scalpel, slicing society into tiers. A tarnished record meant no food aid, no housing security, no refugee stipends. In a world teetering on the edge of chaos, the state's hand would grow ever more draconian, swift and unyielding. This, she reflected, was why the Hu nation managed to maintain a semblance of order during the first year of the apocalypse, even as Europe descended into violent anarchy. With her winter arsenal complete, Xiao Mingyu turned her attention to a wholesale app, scouring its virtual shelves for everyday essentials. She ordered in bulk sanitary pads, tissues, toothpaste and toothbrushes, face towels, undergarments, shampoo, body wash, conditioner, laundry detergent, baby cream, anything that could ease the discomfort of a world unraveling. The app's low prices made it the perfect place to stockpile. She remembered vividly the droughts of the first apocalyptic year, when even drinking water was a luxury. Methane became a distant memory, and her body accumulated layers of grime, sweat mixing with dirt to form a sticky, odorous film. Her hair, once cascading to her waist, clumped together in greasy strands, itching unbearably. Desperation had driven her to shave it all off, her youthful beauty sacrificed to the cruel demands of survival. But this time she vowed she would keep her hair. Vanity, after all, was a small rebellion against the encroaching darkness. Her list grew: 20 cases of disinfectant, 20 cases of mosquito repellent, 20 cases of alcohol, 20 cases of chlorine-based sanitizer, 20 cases of insecticide, and 50 cases each of disinfectant wipes and portable sanitizing sprays. She remembered the insect plagues vividly: leeches, blackworms, and other grotesque creatures swarming rooftops, gardens, and roadsides. They carried diseases, their presence a constant, insidious threat. Precaution was not just wise, it was imperative. She recalled wrapping herself in layers of plastic sheeting whenever she ventured outside, only to find leech larvae wriggling their way toward her ankles. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. Better to be overprepared than caught off guard. Soon, her Huobi credit line was maxed out as well. Undeterred, Xiao Mingyu turned to second-hand marketplaces, her eyes scanning for hidden treasures. She stumbled upon a listing for supermarket shelving, likely from a recently shuttered store. After a brief negotiation, she purchased 21 storage racks, their cold-rolled steel frames promising durability. 9 towering shelves stood 2 meters high and 6 meters long, while the remaining 11 were lower racks, ideal for fruits and vegetables. These would transform her storage space into a well-organized sanctuary. The seller also offered 2 commercial-grade freezers, their bulk an eyesore to anyone without the foresight to see their value. Xiao Mingyu snapped them up for a song, the total cost delivery included amounting to 16,000 yuan. The goods were scheduled to arrive the next evening. By the time she finalized the deal, night had fallen. Her credit lines tapped dry, she shut her laptop and slipped into a restless sleep. Master, you have a new task: draw a bucket of well water. Please confirm within 3 seconds. 3, 2. That's it. The mechanical voice jolted Xiao Mingyu awake at dawn. Her groggy eyes fluttered open as she entered the spacer sanctuary. The perpetual daylight within was soothing, the air crisp and invigorating, untouched by the chaos of the outside world. She approached the well, its wooden crank and sturdy bucket a picture of rustic simplicity. With both hands, she turned the handle, the bucket rising steadily from the depths, brimming with crystal-clear water. Congratulations, Master. You've unlocked a new skill. Your reward: 1 cowshed and 1 pigsty. In the blink of an eye, 2 new structures appeared on the left side of the courtyard, their quaint designs blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Xiao Mingyu barely batted an eye. The space had long ceased to surprise her. She had planned to raise livestock eventually. This system had simply expedited the process. Stooping a handful of water, she took a tentative sip. It was sweet, impossibly so, its purity coursing through her, leaving her limbs tingling with vitality. Congratulations, master. You've discovered a hidden benefit. Drinking the wells too strengthens the body. Her eyes lit up with excitement. What other secrets did the space hold? She drank deeply, savoring the water's life-giving essence, her mind already racing with anticipation for the next task. A sudden blur of yellow hurtled toward her. Sugar, her loyal dog, slipped through the fence, bounding to her feet with unrestrained joy. Its tail wagged furiously, a whirlwind of affection. Xiao Mingyu knelt to scratch behind its ears, her touch rewarded with a delighted wriggle as the dog exposed its belly, basking in her attention. She couldn't help but sigh. Animals, she thought, were so much easier to understand than humans. A bit of food and kindness, and trust was freely given. People, on the other hand, were a labyrinth of deceit and malice. The apocalypse had stripped humanity bare, revealing its darkest facets. Even her own relative Asher uncle's family had shown their true colors. If blood ties meant so little, what hope was there for strangers? Truly, she mused bitterly, animals were more humane than humans. She retrieved the last of the Wagyu beef from the fridge, heating a bowl of milk to accompany it. Fuga's tail wagged so vigorously it seemed ready to take flight. As the dog devoured its feast, Xiao Mingyu half expected another gold coin to materialize. When none appeared, she chuckled, stroking Fuga's tail. Patience, she reminded herself. Greed would get her nowhere. Setting the space, she turned her attention to the day's tasks. Morning, Manager Wang had arrived with the renovation crew, their tools clattering as they set to work. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Mingyu drove to the bank. 6 gold coins, each weighing 400 grams. At the current rate of 580 yuan per gram, a single coin was worth over 230,000 yuan. 6 coins totaled nearly 1.4 million. After clearing her debts 300,000 in credit card bills and another 100,000 across various credit line issue was left with nearly 1 million yuan. The sight of her bank balance filled her with renewed confidence. With a sense of purpose, she steered her car toward the wholesale seed market, ready to secure the next piece of her survival puzzle. Before arriving, she had deliberately donned an old apron emblazoned with the logo of Daikyo Chicken Essence, slung a small black bag diagonally across her waist, and tied her hair into a casual low bun, topped with a fisherman's hat that once belonged to her father. A mask obscured the lower half of her face. Her outfit was completed with a slightly yellowed white t-shirt and a pair of battered canvas shoes, an ensemble that radiated the air of someone seasoned, someone not to be trifled with. It was a calculated guise, because the vendors at the wholesale market were sharp-eyed and merciless, preying on the greenhorns who dared to tread their territory. To avoid being fleeced, Xiao Mingyu had to play the part of a regular. With a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other, she strolled through the aisles with an air of studied nonchalance. "Boss, do you have a complete selection of seeds here? How do you handle bulk orders?" A middle-aged female shopkeeper, who had been lazily cracking sunflower seeds while watching a drama on her phone, cast a quick, appraising glance at Xiao Mingyu. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she rose to her feet with a smile that was both practiced and eager. "Looking to stock up, are you? Oh, you've come to the right place. If my seeds aren't the most complete in the entire market, and no one else here can claim they are." Xiao Mingyu nodded, satisfied. Her disguise seemed to be working. "I run a farm," she said, her tone calm but firm, "and I need a large quantity. Only the best seeds, with high germination rates, will do." She picked up a few brown seeds from a nearby bin, turning them over in her fingers as if she were an expert. A glint of shrewdness flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. I see you know your stuff. Go ahead, take a look. These seeds are plump and carefully selected up quality, guaranteed to meet your standards." She paused for effect, then added, "Our best sellers include Shanghai greens, radishes, mizuna, romaine lettuce, spinach, butterhead lettuce, eggplants, you name it. These are the staples that all the big growers come to me for. Not bad, Xiao Mingyu replied, her voice steady, almost indifferent. How do you price them? Well, we've got both budget options and premium ones. For instance, Shanghai greens and baby bok choy are 10 yuan a pack, with roughly 10,000 seeds per pack. Butterhead lettuce is pressure yuan per pack, about 10 grams in weight. If you're ordering in bulk, I can give you a discount. Xiao Mingyu nodded again, as if weighing her options. I'll take a variety. Let's start with 30 packs of each to test them out. If they're good, I'll place all my future orders with you. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, her smile widening to reveal gums flushed with excitement. Her demeanor became even more effusive. 30 packs of everything. Oh my, you've made my day. I'll give you a 10% discount. Trust me, the quality is unbeatably. Every seed is full and firm, not a single dud. The germination rate is top-notch. 30 packs per type was no small order, especially when multiplied across the 100 or so varieties of seeds she carried. It was an unexpected windfall, and the shopkeeper's joy was palpable as she began to pack the seeds with swift, practiced hands. Cucumbers, cilantro, green peppers, purple eggplants, yard-long beans, pumpkins, spring onions, bitter melons, chives, celery, white radishes, Shanghai greens, water spinach, shepherd's purse, amaranth, frizzy, baby cabbage. The list went on. She even added fruit seeds like strawberries, cantaloupes, cherry tomatoes, watermelons, and honeydew melons. The clatter of the shopkeeper's fingers on the calculator keys was rapid and precise. That comes to yuan. With the discount it's yuan. Let's round it down to. Come back soon, okay? Xiao Mingyu paid without hesitation. In return, the shopkeeper generously threw in 50 lychee seeds and 30 pomegranate seeds as a gift, which Xiao Mingyu accepted with a polite smile. Her plan was to utilize the 2 acres of space she had, a plot large enough to be divided into 50 equal sections and 100 small rectangles in total, each ready to receive a different type of seed. If that wasn't enough, she could always expand into the surrounding grasslands, though that would require more effort. But seeds alone wouldn't suffice. She also needed saplings. Fruit trees like apples and peaches would be better planted as young trees rather than grown from seeds. After leaving the seed market, Xiao Mingyu headed straight to a nursery specializing in saplings. Fortunately, it was only a 20-minute drive away. This nursery, the largest in Panjing City, was a sprawling hub of activity, teeming with vendors and customers. The air buzzed with the cacophony of voices hawking their wares. Beyond fruit trees, the market offered ornamental plants, greenery for landscaping, and vibrant flowers. Xiao Mingyu circled the area once, taking stock of the offerings before making her selections. She bought saplings of apple, pear, peach, grape, passion fruit, cherry, dragon fruit, orange, walnut, and blueberry trees, nearly every variety available. To account for potential losses, she purchased 3 saplings of each type, spending a total of yuan. These saplings couldn't be planted in a 2-acre plot. Fruit trees needed space to grow. Xiao Mingyu decided to designate a section behind the main field as an orchard. The grasslands stretched endlessly. There was more than enough room for the trees to thrive. She drove her car to a secluded spot, transferring her purchases into her storage space in batches. Though her morning had been a whirlwind of activity, she felt a quiet satisfaction. With each new acquisition, her sense of preparedness grew. Just as she was about to head to the farmer's market, her phone buzzed. It was a call from the real estate agent. Miss Xiao, your relatives are blocking the entrance to the house. They're waving a knife around, threatening to stab someone. All the prospective buyers have been scared off. The agent's voice was laced with frustration. He had never encountered such an unreasonable family. "I'm so sorry," Xiao Mingyu replied calmly. "Call the police. There's surveillance at the front door. Will cooperate with the investigation." Her father had installed cameras during the house's renovation. While the interior cameras had been dismantled by her cousin, the ones outside were still operational. "All right, Miss Xiao, I think I understand now why you're selling the house. The agent sighed, his tone heavy with resignation. Xiao Mingyu sent him a yuan consolation gift via mobile payment, then opened the surveillance app on her phone. The feed showed her uncle, aunt, and cousin loitering at the entrance, their mouths spewing a torrent of curses. Her uncle clutched a knife in one hand, his expression dark and menacing. Across from him, the real estate agent wore a strained smile, trying to placate him. If anyone dares step into my house today, I'll fight them to the death. But sir, this isn't your house, the agent said, his voice patient but firm. My client is Miss Xiao Mingyu. Her name is on the deed and she's authorized me to sell it. In just doing my job, please put the knife down. The agent's words only stoked their fury. Xiao Mingyu wants to ruin my family, her cousin roared. First, she caused my sister to lose her baby, and now she's driving my wife to divorce me. We've been living in this house for years, what gives her the right to sell it? That's right, her aunt chimed in, her voice sharp with indignation. Our family doesn't even have a son, just that worthless girl Xiao Mingyu. All their property will belong to my son one day. She's just a money-draining daughter who'll marry out. How dare she sell my son's house? The agent was at a loss for words, silently praying for the police to arrive soon. Her uncle's face twisted with rage, his features almost unrecognizable. The string of recent tragedies had pushed him to the brink of madness. One hand was wrapped in thick bandages, while the other gripped the fruit knife tightly. That wretch Xiao Mingyu, she killed my grandson and now wants to steal my house. I'll kill her, that vile creature. He bared his teeth, his voice a low, guttural growl. If you dare help her sell my house, I'll kill you too. Go on, try me. The knife gleamed as he waved it in the air, his threats hanging heavy in the tense, oppressive silence. Please, don't get upset. In just an employee, the real estate agent wore an expression of sheer misery, as if this job might very well be the death of him. Fortunately, the police arrived swiftly. Clinging to the officer like a lifeline, the agent spilled the entire sequence of events in a rush, emphasizing the threats of knives and murder. The police decided to escort the uncle's family to the station for questioning, a routine procedure, really. But the uncle, his face twisted with indignation, glared at the officers and unleashed a torrent of accusations, calling them complicit villains and accusing them of aiding the wicked. In the ensuing scuffle, the knife in the uncle's hand grazed an officer's arm. The others reacted instantly, pinning him to the ground and taking all three family members into custody. As they were led away, the aunt fell silent, her earlier bravado evaporating into a pallid, trembling quiet. The cousin, once puffed up with arrogance, now hunched over like a quail, his neck drawn in as though trying to disappear. Assaulting a police officer was no small matter. The uncle was finished. Xiao Mingyu pocketed her phone and slid into her car, humming a tune as she drove toward the police station address sent by the real estate agent. Her mood was surprisingly buoyant. She hadn't even had to lift a finger for Evangelis' family had managed to land themselves in trouble all on their own. Always so brazen, they'd assumed their tantrums could work anywhere. But faced with the law, even their bravado had crumbled. Serves them right. When Mingyu arrived at the station, only the aunt and cousin were visible, perched stiffly on a bench like chastened schoolchildren. The moment they saw her, the aunt's eyes burned with fury, as if trying to bore a hole straight through her. The cousin, teeth clenched, glared with equal venom. Yet here in the police station, neither dared to act out. Officer, Mingyu began, her voice calm but resolute, here's the footage from the surveillance camera at my door. The property is under my name. They initially claimed they were just borrowing it, but then refused to leave, which led to today's incident. Across the table, Officer Sang's lips twitched slightly. Uncle. He'd only recently graduated from the police academy. Knocking his knuckles against the desk, he fixed the aunt with a severe look. This is her property. What exactly are you causing such a scene for? The aunt stood up, her tone thick with entitlement. They don't have any sons in their family. Eventually, everything will go to my son anyway. If we don't get this house, my son won't take care of them in their old age. Turning to Mingyu, She jabbed a finger in accusation, her voice rising. "And you wretch bat, how dare you show your face here? Officer, arrest her. She killed my grandson. This heartless, ungrateful Nuth." Officer Tsang's sharp voice sliced through the tirade. "What do you think this is, a marketplace? Speak properly." The aunt clamped her mouth shut, though her eyes continued to shoot daggers at Mingyu. Mingyu, for her part, pretended not to notice. After all, this was the police station. What could they possibly do to her here? "What's this about killing a grandson?" Officer Tsang asked, turning to Mingyu. Mingyu sat up straight and recounted the story, her tone measured and precise. When she finished, Officer Tsang pressed a hand to his forehead, sighing. Whether or not to donate blood is her personal choice. And another thing, auntie, what century are we living in? Who says only boys can inherit property? The aunt opened her mouth, as if to argue, but found no words to counter him. Having delivered his rebuke, Officer Tsang turned his attention to the cousin. "And you, it's bad enough that the older generation does understand, but why are you stirring up trouble? What does her property have to do with you?" The cousin mumbled, It's my marital home. Because of this, my wife's threatening to leave me." Officer Tsang slammed his hand on the desk. "It's a borrowed marital home. Now the owner wants to sell it. You have no right to interfere." Mingyu had to resist the urge to applaud. "Well said." The cousin hesitated and asked, "When will my dad be released? I need to go to my wife's family to sort things out." "Released?" Officer Tsang's expression hardened. "Do you even understand the severity of assaulting a police officer? Using violence against an officer performing their duties can result in a sentence ranging from 8 to 10 months. If the injury is classified as minor, the sentence could extend to a year. And if weapons like firearms or controlled knives are involved, endangering the officer's safety, the sentence could range from 3 to 7 years. As he finished speaking, the aunt's face drained of color, and she collapsed onto the floor. The cousin stared at him, wide-eyed, as though he couldn't quite process what had just heard. "Jail, officer, my husband did mean it. It was an accident. How can ye go to jail for that?" The aunt dissolved into tears, her sobs punctuated by gasps and sniffles. Officer Tsang, unmoved, replied coldly, "Crime won't help you here. We're waiting on Officer Aoyang's medical report now." Mingyu couldn't help the small smile that curled her lips, though she quickly suppressed it when she noticed Officer Tsang's gaze. "Officer," she said, her tone suddenly sweet, "may I leave now? Fill out this form first, and then you can go." "You can't leave." The cousin's voice cracked as he lunged at her, his eyes bloodshot. "This is all your fault." Mingyu, quick on her feet, darted behind Officer Tsang. With a swift movement, the officer twisted the cousin's arm and pinned him against the desk. "What do you think you're doing? Planning to assault an officer too?" The cousin, panting heavily, growled, "You can't sell the house. If my wife divorces me because of this, Xia Mingyu, it'll take you down with me." Mingyu crossed her arms, her voice dripping with disdain. "Your father's about to serve jail time, and all you can think about is your wife. Truly heartless. How did the Xia family end up with such a shameless ingrate?" The cousin's retort died in his throat. The aunt, meanwhile, had descended into a fit of wailing, crying out that she couldn't go on living. Mingyu muttered under her breath, then dumped. A sharp look from Officer Tsang silenced her, and she pressed her lips together, feigning innocence. The officer cuffed the cousin to the bench, ensuring he wouldn't cause any more trouble. "You dodged that pretty quickly," he remarked, his tone laced with irony. Mingyu offered a sheepish smile. "You're so impressive, officer." Officer Tsang. Turning to the cousin, Mingyu said, "I really need the money right now, so I'm definitely selling the house. If you and Auntie are so attached to it, why don't you buy it yourselves? This is a prime school district property, in a fantastic location. The market value is 3.5 million, but since we're family, he'll sell it to you for 3.2 million, cash only." She had originally planned to sell to someone wealthy, who wouldn't bat an eye at the price. But with the cousin's antics scaring off potential buyers, she figured she might as well exploit them instead. Swindling strangers might prick her conscience, swindling her uncle's family. Not at all. The aunt got to her, incredulous. 3.2 million. You are outrageous. Where would we get that kind of money? You know perfectly well it's worth 3.2 million. Why else would your daughter-in-law insist on this house? A property in the city center, it's a status symbol, isn't it? Take your time to think it over. If someone offers me more, I won't wait for you. With that, Minju swung her bag over her shoulder and made to leave. The cousin fell silent, his mind churning. Remembering his wife's ultimatum from the day before, he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll buy it. At 3.2 million, it was a steal for a house in this location. 3.2 million is a lot of money, the aunt fretted. Where will we find that kind of cash? Mom, the cousin snapped. Well, we just found out she's pregnant. Do you want us to get divorced? Use your savings, sell the old house, figure it out. Pregnant, and going to have a grandchild. The aunt's face lit up, her earlier concerns about her husband's impending imprisonment vanishing in an instant. A grandchild trumped everything else. The cousin, too, was preoccupied with placating his wife, leaving his father's fate as an afterthought. An entire family, selfish and callous. What would the uncle think if he knew? 3.2 million is too much. We're family, how about 1 million? That's fair, isn't it? What does a girl like you need so much money for? At such aimlessness, Minju rolled her eyes and walked out. 3.2 million, not a penny less. You have one day to decide, after that the offer's gone. The aunt's expression twisted with rage. That wretched girl, all she cares about is money. So Minju found a small restaurant nearby and, as she ate, made a mental checklist of the items she still needed to purchase. In the afternoon, she ventured to the largest agricultural wholesale market in the southern part of the city. It was a sprawling bazaar teeming with everything imaginable: grains, oils, dried goods, fresh vegetables, fruits, frozen meats, seafood. The air was thick with the mingled scents of produce, sea brine, and the faint metallic ting of refrigeration. Dressed in her usual attire and speaking with the same measured tone, she purchased 5 sets of farming tool, shoes, shovels, and the like essential for cultivating the land. The total came to 2,000 yuan. Next, she headed to a seasoning shop, where she bought 20 cases of soybean oil, 10 cases of salt, 10 of soy sauce, 10 of vinegar, 2 of Sichuan peppercorns, 2 of star anise, and 1 of ground pepper. She added 60 cases of sugar to her haul. Sugar, after all, was a strategic commodity in times of war, capable of providing quick energy. In the post-apocalyptic world, it would become a precious trade item, so she stocked up generously, knowing it could later be exchanged for other necessities. She also selected an array of dried goods: black fungus, dried shiitake mushrooms, dried daylilies, red dates, dried lotus seeds, paper-shelled walnuts, almonds, pistachios, hazelnuts, macadamia nuts, dried cranberries, raisins, and cream sunflower seeds. 10 cases of each. Cashews, her personal favorite, were an indulgence, 30 cases. She could already imagine the satisfying crunch, each bite a small luxury. The bill for seasonings and dried goods came to 85,000 yuan. The shopkeeper, pleased with her latter spending, threw in a complimentary case of Laogan chili sauce and promised same-day delivery. Xiao Mingyu filled out the delivery address, watching as workers began packing the goods into boxes. The sheer volume of her purchase required the shopkeeper to borrow trucks from neighboring stores to ensure everything would be delivered to Hoan community by the end of the day. She then wandered into a grain store and bought 2,000 jin of northeastern rice, 2,000 jin of white flour, 500 jin each of red rice, black rice, and brown rice, 1,000 jin of corn grits, 200 jin of chickpeas, 500 jin of koi seeds, and 300 jin of cornmeal. For preserved meats, she indulged her taste: 5 cases of cured sausages, 5 of smoked chicken legs, and 5 of cured pork belly. She imagined slicing a sausage into her fried rice. Just the thought of the aroma made her mouth water. Cured meats, with their long shelf life, were a practical choice, so she stocked up. After some haggling, the total came to 157 dozen yuan. The shopkeeper, eager to close the deal, threw in an entire cured leg of a native pig and 200 jin of mung beans. Due to the large quantity, the grain store needed to restock, so they scheduled delivery for 2 days later. By the time Xiao Mingyu returned home, she felt triumphant, though her mental tally of the day's expenses revealed she had just over 730,000 yuan left in her account. The renovation workers had already left for the day, leaving the house and yard in a state of disarray, littered with the debris of construction. The delivery of supermarket shelves had also arrived at 21 units stacked haphazardly in the yard, filling it to capacity. Xiao Mingyu paid the bill without hesitation. She was relieved the workers had left, otherwise, she wouldn't have known where to store everything. Now, with no prying eyes, she swiftly transferred the shelves into her spatial storage. 2 commercial refrigerators, however, were left out. She planned to place them in the basement, which she intended to convert into a visible storage room. After all, she needed a plausible explanation for any supplies she retrieved from her space. Later, the seasoning shop's trucks arrived, one after another. It took the drivers an hour just to unload the goods. After they left, Xiao Mingyu stored the hundreds of boxes into her space and stepped inside herself. The area near her wooden cabin was now a chaotic mountain of supplies. Guai, her cat, darted playfully between the shelves, leaping and twisting with feline exuberance. Rolling up her sleeves, she got to work. She arranged the shelves into neat rows 2 per row, 11 rows in total, with 1 lone shelf in the last row. Then she began categorizing and stacking the seasonings and dried goods, placing a small quantity of each item on the shelves for easy access, while leaving the bulk of the boxes stacked neatly on the grassy field nearby. The sight of the towering boxes was both satisfying and daunting. By the time she finished, sweat dripped from her forehead, soaking her shirt. Yet, curiously, she didn't feel as drained as she expected. Only a few months ago, climbing 3 flights of stairs would have left her winded. Reflecting on it, she attributed her newfound stamina to the miraculous spring water from the well. Exhausted but exhilarated, she filled a 1-liter water bottle to the brim, gulping down half in one go. The revitalizing effect was immediate. Right then and there, Xiao Mingyu resolved that this spring water would be her exclusive drink. How later a day, she thought, and she'd live to 99, hauling sacks of rice up 20 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Dragging a large plastic bag of seeds to the farmland, she calculated the space needed for each plot. With a firm thrust of her shovel, she marked the first spot. A sudden mechanical voice interrupted her thoughts. "Master, your new task has arrived. Loosen the soil in the idle farmland. Please confirm acceptance within 3 seconds. 3, 2. Accept," she said without hesitation. She glanced at the expanse of land stretching to the horizon. 2 acres, 1 small area. Loosening all that soil would take hours. But for the sake of a comfortable life in the apocalypse, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. With a soft thud, a 9-tooth rake materialized before her. Its steel teeth gleamed, promising efficiency, while its wooden handle felt light and balanced compared to her old shovel. Without a second thought, she tossed the shovel aside and seized the rake, plunging it into the soil. Even Phoebe joined in, pawing at the earth with enthusiastic little scrapes, as if determined to contribute. 4 hours later, Xiao Mingyu collapsed onto the grass, utterly spent. The 2 acres of soil were finally loosened, though her hands were marked with 2 large blisters. She barely noticed. In the apocalypse, she had endured far worse. Once, in a desperate fight over half a stick of expired sausage, a man had broken her arm. Without money for treatment, she had been forced to let it heal on its own, leaving her with a permanent disability. Compared to that, these blisters were nothing. Countless nights, she had cried herself to sleep in dark corners, cursing her parents for leaving her behind while they traveled abroad. Why had they abandoned her, leaving her to fend for herself, to be bullied and humiliated. But now her parents were on their way home. Their flight would land tomorrow night. She would no longer be an orphan, no longer at anyone's mercy. Steadying her breath, she calmed her racing thoughts. Congratulations, Master, for completing the task. Returning to the pocket dimension, a lone figure and a tiger sat on the grassy expanse, each absorbed in their own evening meal. A soft breeze whispered through the air as Xiao Mingyu contentedly chewed on her boiled egg. She glanced over at Fu Gai, who was tearing into a chicken leg with all four paws, and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. For the first time in a while, she found this peculiar life of hers oddly entertaining. The day had been utterly exhausting. After playing with Fu Gai for a short while, she retreated to her room and fell into a deep sleep the moment her head touched the pillow. The following morning, the renovation of the villa continued at a relentless pace. Xiao Mingyu supervised the workers, occasionally chatting with them as they hammered and drilled. By mid-afternoon, her phone buzzed with a call from an unfamiliar number. It was her cousin, confirming his decision to buy her house and asking her to meet up for a discussion. But Xiao Mingyu wasn't so naive as to face that pack of scoundrels alone. She instructed her cousin to go through the real estate agent and follow the proper procedures. After all, she already felt guilty enough for dragging the agent into the mess, which had even led to the police being called. She had no intention of shortchanging him on his commission though, of course, her cousin would be the one footing that bill. Realizing there was no chance of bargaining face to face, her cousin dropped the idea of haggling altogether and begrudgingly contacted the agent. Xiao Mingyu gave him 2 weeks to come up with 3,200,000 yuan. If he failed, she'd sell the house to someone else. Before her cousin could respond, his wife, Lily, eagerly agreed on the other end of the line. After all, gathering such a sum wasn't something that could be done overnight. Xiao Mingyu had a fair understanding of her uncle's family's financial situation. Selling off the old house, where her uncle and aunt currently lived, might just cover the amount. In truth, Xiao Mingyu couldn't help but admire her cousin's wife. The woman had a knack for keeping her husband firmly under control, a skillful and calculating individual, no doubt. But that had nothing to do with Xiao Mingyu. Once the workers clocked out for the day, Xiao Mingyu slipped back into the pocket dimension and began scattering vegetable seeds and planting fruit trees. Each carefully demarcated plot of land bore a plastic label inscribed with the name of the crop, a hazard precaution she had taken to avoid confusion later when the plants began to sprout. She had meticulously researched every type of seed online, learning the proper methods for sowing. To make things easier, she'd even gone to a bookstore and purchased an entire stack of books on vegetable and fruit cultivation. For instance, planting Shanghai greens was as simple as scattering the seeds over the soil. But cilantro required the seeds to be crushed multiple times to break the shells, significantly improving germination rates. Cucumbers, bell peppers, eggplants, string beans, scallions, leeks, celery, white radishes. Each small plot was dedicated to a single type of vegetable. Xiao Mingyu worked tirelessly, her heart alight with joy. After all, these crops were destined to be her lifeline in the post-apocalyptic world. She had no intention of ever eating bugs again. As for sprawling plants like pumpkins and winter melons, she planted them on the adjacent grassland rather than in the vegetable plots. Their creeping vines and broadleaves would otherwise overshadow the other crops, stifling their growth. It was better to grant them their own space to grow wild and unrestrained. After sowing most of the seeds, Xiao Mingyu hopped onto a small tricycle, its bed piled high with saplings, and pedaled toward a more distant area. She had purchased the tricycle that afternoon specifically for ease of movement within the pocket dimension. Otherwise, hauling saplings back and forth would have been backbreaking work. While Farmer Xiao Mingyu toiled away, Master Fu Gai was busy making a mess. The tiger grabbed a sapling in its jaws and dragged it off, prompting Xiao Mingyu to sprint after him. In a swift motion, she grabbed the mischievous creature by the scruff of its neck. Fu Gai, his fate now literally in her hands, blinked his large, innocent eyes, dark as polished onyx. Fukuai, these saplings are not for chewing, and don't you dare dig up the seeds in the fields or you'll be in big trouble. Hide it. She pointed first at the damaged sapling, then toward the farmland, flicking the tiger's soft, plump haunch for emphasis. Not that she expected him to understand discipline would come with repetition. Fukuai flailed his limbs, staring at her with a mix of confusion and begrudging acceptance. When she finally set him down, he sniffed at the sapling, seemingly losing interest. After all, it wasn't much fun if it got him smacked on the rear. With a huff, Fukuai kicked the sapling and trotted off to harass the chickens instead. Xiao Mingyu could only shake her head with a wry smile. The chickens in the courtyard were in for another rough day. Different saplings required different planting technique, was the depth of their roots, the way water was applied, all of it mattered. And that wasn't even touching on the complexities of pollination and pruning once the trees matured. Engrossed in her stack of planting manuals, Xiao Mingyu marveled at the sheer intricacy of it all. Who would have thought these tiny saplings held such a wealth of knowledge? No wonder fruits were so expensive at the market. It wasn't easy to bring them to fruition. By the time she finished her work and glanced at her phone, it was well past midnight. Exhausted, she hurriedly washed up and collapsed into bed. At around 1 in the morning, her parents finally returned home. The sight of the disarrayed house startled them, their first thought being that they'd been robbed. But upon closer inspection, the mess bore the unmistakable marks of renovation work. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Questions swirled in their minds. Why had the house suddenly undergone such drastic changes? There was no need to ask, it could only be Xiao Mingyu's doing. But when they peeked into her room, they found her sound asleep, even snoring softly. It was clear she was utterly drained. Though puzzled, they didn't disturb her, tiptoeing quietly back to their own room. Should we tell Mingyu about it? Xiao Mingyu's mother asked, her brows furrowed in concern. Her father's expression darkened. No, the child's just been through a fright. No buts, it's late, let's get some sleep. With a sigh, her mother let the matter drop. The next day, Xiao Mingyu slept in until 9:30, roused only by the tantalizing aroma of steamed buns and pan-fried dumplings. Mom, Dad, you're back, why didn't you wake me? Her eyes grew warm with emotion. After enduring the apocalypse, it had been over 3 years since she had last seen her parents. In her previous life, they had gone missing in Europe, their fate almost certainly grim. Now, seeing them alive and well before her, Xiao Mingyu fought back tears. No matter how strong she tried to be, in moments like this, she was just a child longing to bury herself in her parents' embrace. Come eat, I made your favorite pork-filled steamed buns, her mother said, smiling warmly as she tied her apron. Why didn't you tell us about such a big renovation project? Her father asked. Xiao Mingyu stuffed her mouth with a bun, mumbling that she simply didn't like the way the house looked before and wanted to change it. Having just recovered from a scare, her parents did press her further. When the conversation turned to her uncle's family and her grandmother's antics, her mother ranted for a long time. In the past, her father would have intervened, but this time he remained silent. The three of them chatted for hours. When her mother learned that her uncle had been thrown in jail for obstructing the house sale, she was overjoyed. Xiao Mingyu kept reminding her parents to drink more water, earning a teasing remark from her mother about how she was starting to sound like her grandmother. Unbeknownst to them, the water in their bucket had long been replaced with the purest spring dew from the pocket dimension. Xiao Mingyu wanted nothing more than for her parents to stay healthy and strong. That mattered more than anything else. After breakfast, her mother went upstairs to catch up on sleep, while her father wandered off to chat with the renovation workers. Aren't you going to check on the shop? Xiao Mingyu asked, puzzled. Her father owned a fishing tackle shop, which was well known among the city's angling enthusiasts. It was the backbone of their family's livelihood. Normally, he spent nearly every day at the shop, tending to business with pride and care. But now, after being away for so many days, she would have expected him to rush over. Instead, he seemed utterly content to stay home. There's Xiao at the shop. Besides, with the house under renovation, someone needs to be here to help out, he replied, avoiding her gaze. Oh, Xiao Mingyu said, not thinking much of it. She had her own plans for the day, buying a piglet and a calf. Upon arriving at the pig farm, a bustling scene unfolded before her eyes. Many were busy selecting piglets, their voices mingling with the occasional squeals of the animals. Xiao Mingyu, however, was in no rush to make her purchase. Instead, she trailed behind a stranger, sharp-eyed, no-nonsense woman whose every movement exuded the air of someone well-versed in this trade. The woman, unremarkable in appearance, nonetheless carried a shrewdness in her gaze that could slice through pretense like a blade. She pointed at a piglet sprawled lazily in the corner, her voice tinged with disdain. This one won't do. Look at that short torso, lying there like a sack of bones, not even scrambling for food. Sickly and useless soul pass. The farm owner frowned, his patience visibly thinning. Ma'am, you've been through this pen 3 times already. The woman arched a brow, her tone sharp enough to cut. What, I can't inspect what I'm paying for? From her vantage point, Xiao Mingyu nodded silently in agreement. No, of course you can. Take your time, the farm owner replied, his exasperation poorly concealed. The woman suddenly stopped, her discerning eyes locking onto a specific pen. Now these here broad chests, sturdy haunches, long snouts, and strong legs, lovely too, these are the ones. The farm owner forced a smile, the kind that didn't quite reach his eyes. Ah, you've got a good eye. These piglets are top-notch fast growers, easy to raise, and their meat, tender marbled, perfect for the market. Enough with the sales pitch, the woman interrupted, her tone brisk. I want 300, what's your price? The farm owner inhaled deeply, bracing himself. He stretched out 4 fingers. 400 per head. The woman's eyes widened in mock outrage. Why don't you just drop me outright? Do you take me for someone who's never raised pigs? That's the going rate, the farm owner replied, his palms turned upward in a gesture of helplessness. This breed is the most expensive. If you want cheaper, there are 90 per head piglets over there. 200, tops, and make sure their vaccines are up to date, she countered, her tone brooking no argument. The farm owner looked as though he might burst into tears. Ma'am, at that price, I'd be losing money. I can't do it. Sensing she might have pushed too far, the woman softened slightly, a calculating smile playing on her lips. All right then. What's your bottom line? Let's cut the nonsense. In buying in bulk, if you give me a fair price, it'll make you my regular supplier. Think of the long-term business. Her arched brows and commanding presence left the farm owner visibly cowed. He swallowed hard. How about 350, and selling to others at 400? 300, she said firmly. Agree, and he'll pay on the spot. The farm owner hesitated, then clenched his jaw as if swallowing a bitter pill. Fine, 300, but don't go around telling people you got them at that price. Watching this exchange, Xiao Mingyu seized the moment and stepped forward. It'll take 10 piglets, 5 male, 5 female. The farm owner's face darkened like a storm cloud. Miss, 10 is too few. 450 per head, no bargaining. Xiao Mingyu blinked, incredulous. Why can't she get them for 300, and I can't? You were just asking 400 from her, and now it's 450 for me. That's the wholesale price, the farm owner explained, his tone clipped. The woman glanced at Xiao Mingyu, her expression softening at the younger girl's indignant sister address. Unlike some people, she thought, who rudely called her maid. Add her 10 to my 300, the woman declared. Consider it 310 total. Xiao Mingyu's face lit up. Sister, you're so kind and beautiful. The woman tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a bit flustered, but visibly pleased. It was true after all. Every penny saved was a penny earned. A difference of 150 per head meant a total savings of 1,500 for 10 piglets. Money that could buy a wealth of supplies. And the piglets were of excellent quality. Following this woman's lead had indeed been the right choice. The farm owner groaned, rubbing his temples. This is killing me. I'll be ruined. The woman chuckled, her tone both teasing and firm. We're all in the pig business here. You know as well as I do that today's 300 per head piglets might be 200 tomorrow. Prices fluctuate, and take advantage of someone just because she's young and new to this." The farm owner scratched his nose awkwardly. "Fine, fine." Xiao Mingyu exchanged a triumphant glance with the woman, their smiles bright with shared victory. To transport the piglets, Xiao Mingyu had borrowed a truck from a renovation crew. She lined the truck bed with cardboard, creating makeshift barriers to keep the animals from dirtying the vehicle. When one of the workers doubted her driving skills, she whipped out her Class B license. Her father had once insisted she upgrade her basic license, reasoning that it would be useful for hauling goods for the family business. She had agreed, thinking it would be cool to drive a truck. Her mother, however, had dismissed the idea as nonsense. Now she silently thanked her father's foresight. Without the upgrade, she wouldn't have been able to transport piglets and cows. The piglets wouldn't stay in the truck long, though. Once she reached a secluded spot, she planned to move them into her spatial storage, avoiding any lingering odors. After securing the piglets, Xiao Mingyu headed to a cattle farm and purchased 6 cows, 3 male, 3 female. She had hoped to buy a dairy cow, but the owner refused to sell. Disappointed but undeterred, she moved on. On the way back, she passed a market where an old man was trying unsuccessfully to sell 2 nanny goats. "These wretched creatures," he cursed, kicking one in frustration. "3 years I fed them, and not a single kid to show for it. Now even the meat vendors won't take them." The goats bleated pitifully, their eyes wet with unshed tears. The crowd around them laughed uproariously. "I'll take them," Xiao Mingyu said, her voice cutting through the jeers. She purchased the goats at a bargain. After all, with a patch of grassland in her possession, how could she not have some goats? She would fatten them up for the apocalypse, their meat a future delicacy. People often claimed that billy goats tasted better, dismissing nanny goats as gimme. Xiao Mingyu, however, found no discernible difference. Meat was meat. By the end of the day, she had spent 25,000 yuan, leaving her with a balance of 710,000. Back in her spatial farm, she released the 10 lovely piglets into a spacious pen and the 6 cows into a roomy barn. Both enclosures were large enough to accommodate the animals even as they grew to full size. The farm owner had thrown in plenty of feed, enough to last several days. As for the 2 nanny goats, she tethered them to stakes driven into the grassy yard near the house. She gave them 5 mere leashes, allowing them some freedom to graze. For now, this arrangement would suffice. Xiao Mingyu had briefly considered free-ranging her livestock, but the thought of them trampling her vegetable garden and orchard quickly put an end to that idea. She also resolved to keep the fence gate securely closed, worried that her chickens might wander into the fields. Her gaze fell on Figai, her mischievous tiger cub, who was currently chasing a terrified chicken around the yard. The silly creature had turned the courtyard into a scene of daily chaos. Somehow, the cub had learned to climb over the fence, sending the chickens into a frenzy. Yet, Figai never harmed them. He seemed content to simply give chase for fun. Was it her imagination, or had Figai grown even larger since she first found him? These days, she had been spoiling him with meals fit for royalty, 3 square meals of milk and meat, plus a midnight snack of chicken drumsticks. Could a tiger cub really grow this fast? "Figui," she called. The cub bounded over, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Mingyu pulled out a packet of beef jerky, one of her own snacks. Figui had only ever eaten raw meat. Would he even like cooked meat? The cub sniffed the jerky cautiously, then licked it. His round eyes lit up instantly. With a delighted growl, he devoured it in one gulp. Before Xiao Mingyu could react, he was pawing at her pant leg, trying to snatch the rest of the packet. All the jerky was his now. Figui rolled on the ground in pure joy, occasionally nudging her for head pats, before returning to gnaw on his prize. The silly tiger, Xiao Mingyu mused aloud. Why is he happier eating jerky than raw meat? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden system notification. Detected, Mountain Guardian Tiger's affection for owner has increased significantly. Random reward, gold coins. A cascade of golden coins materialized, clinking as they hit the ground. Xiao Mingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Her hands trembled as she began collecting them, one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. The coins were surprisingly heavy, but she did care. She cradled them like treasure, her heart bursting with joy. Sibui, you're my lucky star, my savior. She smothered the cub in kisses, her earlier complaints about his antics forgotten. Sibui, however, looked bewildered, his fur disheveled from her affection. Spitting out the coin he had bitten experimentally, he wriggled free from her grasp and returned to his jerky. Sibui loves beef jerky, Xiao Mingyu declared, her eyes sparkling with determination. In buying 100 more packs, no 1,000. A single gold coin weighed nearly a pound, and selling 20 of them in one swift transaction had netted her a staggering 4,640,000. Adding that to the 710,000 she already possessed, her total fortune now stood at over 5,350,000. Xiao Mingyu had resolved to spend every last yuan of it before the apocalypse descended. After all, the end of the world would render currency worthless, houses even more so, time when desperate souls would sell their homes for a few mouthfuls of food. Rain, not gold, would become the new hard currency. It was all the fault of those relentless natural disasters. Before the world tipped into chaos, she needed to convert her funds into tangible supplies quickly. If her parents, Xiao's father and mother, discovered that their daughter had quietly amassed a fortune of over 5 million, they would be utterly stunned. But Xiao Mingyu had no intention of telling them. A wise man once said, a man without sin is guilty only of possessing a treasure. If her parents accidentally let slip such knowledge to others, the Xiao family would be courting disaster. On her way to the supermarket, Xiao Mingyu's thoughts turned. Only that particular store carried the brand of beef jerky she needed, and she wasted no time in clearing out their entire inventory. 3 massive boxes of beef jerky now belonged to her. While she was at it, she also bought 5 oversized bags of snack straight squid, beef cubes, cut slices, marinated chicken legs, chicken feet, and more. All meat-based, all meant for her pampered pet. She nearly emptied the shelves in her frenzy. After all, she had money, now why not indulge a little? The supermarket owner was grinning ear to ear, so pleased he personally helped load the goods into her car and even threw in a complimentary box of instant noodles. Xiao Mingyu drove to a secluded corner, carefully transferred everything into the storage space of her dimension, and made a mental note to ration the snacks. Otherwise, her pet Fugui would undoubtedly shred every single wrapper in a fit of gluttony. Sibui paused at the warehouse door, refusing to leave. Xiao Mingyu sighed, opened another packet of beef jerky, and tossed it over. That finally placated the little tyrant. By the time she finished her errands, it was already afternoon. Estimating that the grain store's delivery truck should have arrived at her home by now, she started the car and headed back. She couldn't let her parents see the mountain of food she had purchased, so there'd be no explaining it. As she passed through Yo Street, her gaze instinctively flicked to their family's fishing gear shop, which was located there. But something was off. The sign that once proudly read, fishing gear, had been replaced. Now, the storefront bore the name Pan's Fruit Company, and the old sign had been carelessly discarded to the side by workers remodeling the shop. Not only had the sign been removed, but the interior had been completely gutted, the space now under renovation. What was going on? Brother Pan, the rent you're offering is really too low. Could you raise it just a little? The landlord, his back hunched and his expression pleading, spoke in a trembling voice. The man he addressed, a shifty-looking figure with a smirk that reeked of malice, clapped a hand on the landlord's shoulder, his tone dripping with menace. Raise the rent. You should be grateful and even paying rent. If you keep pushing your luck, I won't give you a single yuan, and I'll still use your shop. Cut it. The landlord stammered. But Brother Xiao used to pay 80,000 a year. The shop was spacious, situated in a prime location, and 80,000 yuan annually was a fair price. The man, known as Brother Pan, grinned wickedly. You don't know who I am. To you, I run a chain of fruit businesses, half the fruit market in Panjin City belongs to me. And doing you a favor by using your shop. Go ahead, report me if you dare want make a difference. I've got people backing me. And if you keep running your mouth, it'll break your legs. The landlord broke into a cold sweat, his voice quivering. I wouldn't dare. Satisfied with the landlord's submission, Brother Pan chuckled. As long as you stay in line, I won't make things hard for you. But don't be like that fishing rod seller didn't know his place. All I wanted was an extra fishing rod, and he refused. Look where that got him no shop at all now. In all of Panjin City, anyone who rents him a storefront is declaring war on me. A measly fishing rod merchant thinks he can stand up to me. I'll make sure he can't survive in the city. The landlord, swallowing his grievances, could only nod and agree. Yes, Brother Pan, you're absolutely right. Nearby Aleki approached. Brother Pan, what should we do with the old fishing shop's sign? Smash it. Brother Pan barked, punctuating his order with a swift kick to the discarded sign. Watching this unfold from a distance, Xiao Mingju's brows knit tightly together. Rage surged within her, hot and unrelenting, but reason held her back. Injure would solve anything. What she needed was a way to make that bester pay. She had overheard every word of their conversation. No wonder her father had been going to the shop. There was no shop left to go to. Something so monumental had happened, yet her parents had breathed a word to her. From what Pan had said, it didn't matter where they were located, the Shofi would hound them relentlessly. He was determined to cut off the Xiao family's livelihood, his intentions as cruel as they were calculated. Xiao Mingju forced herself to calm down. With the apocalypse looming, perhaps closing this shop was a blessing in disguise. Staying home would be safer. But that vile scoundrel. She couldn't let him off so easily. With a thought, a steel rod materialized in her hand. She gripped it tightly, contemplating. No, this would work. Retaliating like this would only invite more trouble, and she was no match for his game. With a sigh, she sent the rod back into her dimensional space. As she mulled over her options, a sudden idea struck her. If she could retrieve items from her space, could she also control where they appeared? To test her theory, she focused her mind, willing the pure spring water from her well to fill an empty glass. In the blink of an eye, the once empty glass brimmed with water. It worked. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. Her control over the space was far greater than she had imagined. It wasn't limited to simple retrieval. What a delightful surprise. In the post-apocalyptic world, if her life were ever in danger, she could summon a torrent from the stream to strike her enemies, or even drop an entire cow on them. If it didn't kill them outright, it would certainly leave them incapacitated. With this newfound ability, dealing with Pan would be a breeze. A sly smile curled across Xiao Mingju's lips. She focused her thoughts on the pig's tea in her space, selecting a particularly fresh pile of pig dung. Positioning it carefully, she let it drop. Ah, what the hell is this? Brother Pan's head was suddenly and thoroughly covered in pig excrement, the stench so overpowering it nearly knocked him unconscious. And the dung kept coming, pile after pile, landing squarely on him and him alone. The landlord scrambled backward, his face pale. I think it's pig poop. Brother Pan's eyes bulged with fury, his entire body trembling. Who's throwing pig shit? I'll kill them. His lackeys rushed over, but the smell hit them before they got close. Hating, they retreated, covering their noses. Pan, drenched in filth, was on the verge of a breakdown. Who did this? Who? Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. How could the pig dung have targeted only him? From the corner of the street, Xiao Mingju sat in her car, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. She pounded the steering wheel, tears streaming down her face as she tried to muffle her laughter. It was just Piglet done this time. If it had been from an adult pig, the stench would have been even more potent. For the finishing touch, she dropped one last pile onto the shop's new sign. The word fruit was now obscured, leaving the sign to read Pan's company. Watching Brother Pan lose his mind, flailing and screaming, Xiao Mingju finally felt satisfied. From now on, every time she saw him, she had plastered his face with pig manure. Let him savor the taste of humiliation. There's space and plenty more where that came from, not just pig dung, but cow dung, chicken droppings, and even goat pellets. The next person who dared cross her would find their bubble tea spiked with goat pellets. Bubble tea with extra pearls, free of charge. Inside the dimensional space, the little piglet blinked in confusion. Where had its fresh pile of dung gone? Who had stolen it? Back at the residential complex, the grain store's delivery truck had arrived. Xiao Mingyu instructed the driver to unload the goods at a secluded corner outside the complex. Once everything was safely stored in her dimensional warehouse, she dusted off her hands and headed home for dinner. A Chess awaited her at the Xiao household. The moment she stepped through the door, she sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Mingyu, her father choked out, his voice thick with grief. Your grandfather has passed away. Xiao Mingyu froze, her mind blank as the weight of his words sank in. Grandmother was a tempestuous, domineering force, while grandfather, timid and yielding, seemed perpetually cowed by her imposing presence. Whenever her sharp words lashed out like a whip, he would retreat to the corner, hunching over with his pipe, the accretain of dry tobacco curling around him like a veil of resignation. Xiao Mingyu could still recall, though the memory had grown gauzy with time, the way her older cousin would savor candies in front of her, leaving her with nothing but the bitter taste of envy. Yet one day, grandfather, with his furtive kindness, slipped 2 candies into her pocket when no one was looking. Our Mingyu should have sweets too, he had murmured, his voice a tender balm against the backdrop of their harsh household. That single sentence, whispered in the shadow of a childhood she could barely piece together, had clung to her heart like a talisman. But fate, cruel and capricious, had other plans. When Mingyu was just 9, grandfather suffered a stroke that left him bedridden, his once quiet endurance now silenced entirely. For years, he had been housed in the finest care facility money could buy, though his body remained a prison, his mind an unlit room. Her father would often take Mingyu and her mother to visit, but grandfather's eyes rarely opened, his consciousness a flickering candle in an endless night. And yet, in her previous life, had grandfather passed away in the 2nd month of the apocalypse? Why had his death come early this time? A premonition, dark and unshakable, settled over her as their family of 3 rushed to the care facility. Inside the facility, a storm of voices greeted them. Grandmother, I swear, I did mean it. Yuan just gave birth and she needs me by her side. The man kneeling on the cold, sterile floor was Sun Han, Xiao Yuan's husband, his face a mask of desperation. Grandmother waved a dismissive hand, her voice a brittle echo of false magnanimity. Get up, child, I don't blame you. Family does hold grudges against family. Yuan needs you now more than ever. She coughed, a dry rattling sound, her eyes narrowing with a glint of malice. That old man, lying there useless for over a decade, if it weren't for that fool of a second son insisting on wasting money on his treatment, had have been buried long ago. The eldest aunt helped Sun Han to his feet, her voice survived with faint concern. Good son-in-law, don't kneel anymore, you've already lost your child, and now Yuan needs your care, grandmother understands. Sun Han exhaled, sinking into a chair, the weight of his guilt momentarily lifted. The aunt continued, her words a venomous blend of complaint and calculation. Honestly, that second family is so foolish, spending a fortune on a comatose old man, hiring expensive caregivers over $1,000,000 wasted. Wouldn't it have been better spent on grandmother? And now the old man's gone, and so is the money. She shot a sidelong glance at grandmother, whose expression darkened further, her face a landscape of shadowy creases. That ungrateful second son and his wretched daughter, first, they killed my great-grandchild, and now they've dared to sell off the Xiao family house, leaving my son to rot in prison. I regret it to my bones. Why didn't I drown that little beast when I had the chance? Grandmother's fists pounded against her chest as she wailed, her cries a dirge of self-pity. My son, my poor son, how is he faring in prison? Is he eating? Is he warm? Mother, please don't upset yourself. the eldest aunt soothed, her tone of an ear of concern barely masking her own agenda. You've just recovered from a scare. You must take care of your health. Sun Han's eyes flickered with calculation, his voice slipping into a sex-sharing tone. Yes, grandmother, don't distress yourself. In these treacherous times, we'll take care of you. Yuan and I will ensure you're well looked after. The eldest aunt sighed theatrically, dabbing at imaginary tears. I used to send all my children's old clothes to the second family, thinking of that one niece of theirs. She was such a sweet, obedient child back then. Who could have guessed she'd grow up to be so heartless? Her voice cracked with manufactured sorrow. She drove my son and daughter-in-law out of their marital home, injuring Lily so much she went back to her parents and is now filing for divorce. And then she had the audacity to demand £1,000,000 for the house. How could such a beast even fathom asking for money from her own family? What are we to do, mother? How can we go on like this? Sun Han's brow furrowed. He knew about the house, of course. By market standards, £1,000,000 wasn't an exorbitant price, it was actually a bargain. But to haggle over money with family, that was beyond the pale. Xiao Mingyu, her cousin, was as ruthless as they came. Even his own child's death could be traced back to her. What, million, she dared to ask for that much? Grandmother's voice rose to a shriek, her cane trembling in her hand. The eldest aunt, tears streaming down her face, whimpered, yes mother, Kiyu insisted on buying it. I could stop him. We've emptied our savings, and it's still not enough. And with his father in prison, who knows how long he'll be sentenced for. What sin have I committed to deserve this? Our family is falling apart. Grandmother's fury boiled over, her body quaking. A disgrace to the family, a disgrace. I'll kill her with my own hands. And who is it you're planning to kill, grandmother? Xiao Mingyu's voice rang out, calm yet cutting, as she leaned against the doorframe. Her gaze swept over the room, taking in the tableau of hypocrisy and spite. Her father and mother stood just behind her, their presence a silent bulwark. They had barely stepped into the facility when the cacophony of grandmother's curses had reached their ears. Now grandmother turned to face them, her eyes blazing with hatred, her corpulent face twisted into something almost monstrous. You dare show your face here, you little beast. After all the harm you've done to this family, you still have the gall to steal from my grandson. Xiao Mingyu's father, his temper finally snapping, roared, who are you calling a beast? His voice thundered through the room, silencing even grandmother, who seemed momentarily struck dumb. The eldest aunt flinched, her composure cracking. Mingyu's mother, her face a mask of icy disdain, said nothing. She had no desire to engage with this pit of vipers, especially not today. She had already instructed her husband on the way here. No matter what happened, their daughter's safety came first. Sun Han, meanwhile, was staring at Mingyu with a gaze that made her skin crawl. His eyes were filled with a lecherous greed, as if he had forgotten his grieving wife and the child they just lost. In his mind, Mingyu had become a prize, a vision of beauty that had only grown more striking over the years. Grandmother pointed a trembling finger at Mingyu's father. You ungrateful son, are you rebelling against your own mother? Her son stepped forward, shielding his wife and daughter with his body. His voice was cold, unyielding. We are here to handle father's funeral. If any of you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, I will fight you to the death. Try me. You unfilial wretch, in your mother, you dare defy me after raising such a cursed child. I'll beat her to death myself, and we'll see if you dare stop me. Grandmother lunged forward, cane raised, but her son moved faster. He seized the cane, snapping it over his knee in a single motion. The sharp crack echoed through the room as the two howls fell to the floor. Grandmother's eyes widened in shock, her jowls quivering with rage. The eldest aunt, seeing the tide turn, quickly shifted tactics. Her son's words about the house and Lilith's unborn child weighed heavily on her mind. For now she needed to de-escalate. She plastered on a conciliatory smile, her voice dripping with insincerity. Let's not fight. We're all family here. Mother, calm down. The second family didn't mean any harm. Turning to Mingyu's mother, she sighed theatrically. Sister-in-law, I know you're upset about the blood donation incident. It was our mistake. But Yuan was at death's door, and the hospital had no rare blood available. Mingyu was the only one with panda blood in the family. We had no choice. Her uncle thought that since we're all family, Mingyu would refuse to save a life. That's how this whole misunderstanding happened. Her words, cloaked in false humility, were barbed with accusation, painting Mingyu as heartless for not immediately sacrificing herself for her cousin. I should have stopped him, she continued, dabbing at her dry eyes. It's all my fault. Mingyu, dear, you're such a good child. Your uncle was just too anxious that day. And you did stab him in the hand with scissors. Let's call it even, shall we? Mingyu's gaze was icy, her silence a blade that cut through the aunt's performance. The older woman, sensing her failure, turned to Mingyu's mother, her voice quivering with crocodile tears. Sister-in-law, we're both mothers. You understand, don't you? Watching my daughter enter the IQ, losing my grandchild broke my heart, and now with my husband in prison, what am I to do? How can we go on like this? Tia pulled a chair over and sat down, her voice sharp and unyielding. Sister-in-law, are you accusing Mingyu of being cold-hearted, of deliberately refusing to save a life? Everyone in this family knows that Mingyu has been frail since childhood, sick more often than not. Back then, did we ever see your dear Yuan show even a shred of concern for his younger sister? Now, knowing full well that her body isn't suited for blood donation, you dare to use family ties to coerce her. Is that the behavior of an elder? She didn't wait for a response, her words gaining momentum like a storm gathering strength. And let me ask you this: if something happens to my daughter, what will you use to compensate me? You speak of family, but you wear the skin of a human while doing inhuman things. My husband's own brother dared to lay hands on a child, and you expect me to forgive him? Means you acted in self-defense, and you want me to understand you. You've pushed my daughter to the brink. Tell me, how am I supposed to understand that? Sis, Cheo exhaled heavily, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. For too long, she had wanted to tear through her sister-in-law's facade of false piety. They were all seasoned foxes, and then who was she trying to fool with her act of helplessness? The elder sister-in-law's face turned an unsettling shade of pale green, her voice trembling as she replied, Sister-in-law, your words are far too harsh. When did you become so sharp-tongued? You can scold me all you like, but don't speak to mother like that. She's old and can't bear such treatment. With that, she turned to the grandmother, her voice breaking into a soft sob. The grandmother's expression darkened, her voice low and deliberate. Look at this. No, this is a proper, filial daughter-in-law. Not like some people, always sowing discord and stirring up trouble, a real troublemaker. Sis, Tia stared at the grandmother in disbelief, then shifted her gaze to the sister-in-law, who was now weeping theatrically. A bitter laugh escaped her lips, sharp and cutting. Fine. Since you think my husband and I are unfilial, let's settle this once and for all. Over the years, who has paid for your daily expenses, your hospital stays? Was it us? Every month, we've given you 1,500 yuan for living expenses. 2 years ago, when you had surgery that cost 100,000, who stayed by your side in the hospital, cleaning up after you, feeding you? My husband and I. Not once did my elder brother or his wife show up. And yet, you accuse us of being unfilial. And what about the smaller illnesses? Each time, it's thousands upon thousands out of our pocket. Sister-in-law, have you ever taken mother to see a doctor? And now you have the audacity to criticize us. Do you even have a shred of shame? I'd wager a good portion of that monthly allowance ends up in your hands, doesn't it? The elder sister-in-law avoided her gaze, her embarrassment palpable. Before she could respond, the grandmother's voice rose in indignation. Oh, so what if you spend money on me? Are you unwilling now? What do you mean, your money? That's my son's money. Yes, my husband is your son, and it's his duty to support you. But you have more than one son. Why is it that all the money comes from us? Why is it that we give both money and effort, yet you still find fault with us? Do you have any sense of fairness? Mrs. P.'s tone was icy, each word a dagger. The grandmother's eyes widened, her voice escalating. How can you compare the two of them? The younger one earns more, so he should contribute more. The elder one has a harder life, earns less. What's wrong with you helping him out a little? Spending your money, and you're still complaining. Ungrateful wretch, I'll say it, you're unfilial. Sis, Cleo almost laughed at the absurdity of it. A harder life, of course. Someone who's lazy and gluttonous can't possibly earn much. Even his son's wedding house had to be snatched from someone else. The grandmother's voice was resolute, her reasoning twisted, but unwavering. What do you mean snatched? You don't even have a son. That girl of yours will marry out eventually. Family property is inherited by sons. Your money is Xia, yes, money. That house was his to begin with. You're just a selfish woman. If I'd known, I'd never have let my son marry you. Hearing such unreasonable and outrageous words, Mrs. Qia's anger surged, hot and uncontainable. Sir Xia took a deep breath, his face pale with disappointment. He was too drained to argue anymore. Enough, that's enough. I came here today for two things: to handle father's funeral and to inform you all that our house is ours to sell. If you want it, pay for it. If you don't have the money, then stop talking. And mother, he continued, his voice heavy, since you think my elder brother is so wonderful and so terrible, I won't be giving you any more money for living expenses. If you need medical care, go to him. I've done my duty all these years, and my conscience is clear. It's time for my elder brother to step up. The grandmother trembled with rage, her voice shaking. You heartless beast, ungrateful wretch, are you trying to starve me to death by cutting me off? The elder sister-in-law, who had been watching silently, finally spoke up, her tone defensive. Second brother, what do you mean by this? Your elder brother's in trouble right now, he can barely take care of ourselves. Are you really going to let mother suffer? When it came to her own interests, she was always the first to jump in, distancing herself from responsibility, while ensuring she wouldn't have to spend a single cent. Xiao Mingyu let out a cold laugh. No one's asking mother to suffer, sister-in-law. Why don't you just give up your share for her? It's only natural for a daughter-in-law to be filial to her mother-in-law. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? A flash of venom crossed the elder sister-in-law's eyes before she quickly feigned helplessness. That's not what I meant. It's just you know our situation. Yuan just lost her child, and Lily is talking about divorce. She's carrying the Xiao family's bloodline. Without a house, she won't come back. Sigh, even if you kill me, we just don't have the money. If mother comes to live with us, she'll only suffer. Mother, in doing this for your sake, it's my failure as a daughter-in-law. The grandmother patted her hand reassuringly. It's not your fault. I know how hard things are for you. It's someone else who's being selfish. You are absolutely right, Grandma, Xiao Mingyu said with a saturnine smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm. We're selfish, so from now on you can live happily with sister-in-law. Just don't come looking for us. The grandmother scoffed. As if I would. I don't need you. If you're so heartless, then I'll sever ties with you. From now on, I don't have a second son. Hearing this, the elder sister-in-law panicked. If the second son cut ties, wouldn't the burden of caring for the old woman fall entirely on her? Mother, don't say such things. How can a parent sever ties with their child? It's a child's duty to care for their parents. Second brother won't abandon you. Don't say things in anger, she pleaded. Sir Qia's face was ashen. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice hollow. So, mother, you've never cared about me. If you want to sever ties, then let's sever them. The grandmother sneered. I still have my eldest son. He is 100 times better than you. Don't think you can threaten me with money. Who cares about your money? Your elder brother is the most filial, the most obedient. He's far better than a rebellious son like you. Fine. Sir Qia's voice trailed off, his eyes vacant. He was utterly broken. Xiao Mingyu smirked. Grandma, you said it yourself. And come crying to us later, pretending it never happened. Words alone aren't enough, let's put it in writing. What nonsense is this about severing ties in a family? The elder sister-in-law interjected hastily, trying to stop the situation from spiraling further. Write it down, then. Who are you trying to scare, you little brat? Of all my children, you are the one I despise the most. Second son, don't even compare yourself to your elder brother. You're not even as good as that ungrateful daughter who married out. The grandmother's voice was venomous, her words cutting deep. Hearing this, Mr. Xiao nearly collapsed. All these years, he had worked tirelessly for this family. His elder brother was lazy and indulgent. His younger sister had long since cut ties and married far away. He had thought his efforts, if not appreciated, were at least acknowledged. Now he realized he had been nothing to them all along. The elder sister-in-law shot the grandmother a glare, frustrated that the old woman had gone mad. Severing ties with the one who provided money. That was insanity. 1,500 yuan a month, where would the grocery money come from now? Throughout the chaos, Sun Han had remained silent, detached, as if the entire matter had nothing to do with him. He didn't even bother to defend his mother-in-law. But Xiao Mingyu did miss the malicious glint in his eyes. She frowned, a vague unease settling over her. Something about him felt off. Your shoe is damaged, she suddenly remarked, her tone casual but her gaze sharp. Sun Han's expression faltered, his voice defensive. I accidentally scuffed it. Xiao Mingyu studied him, her suspicion growing. There was something strange, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After signing the document severing ties, the grandmother and elder sister-in-law left, washing their hands of the grandfather's funeral arrangements. Their parting words were curses and complaints. Xiao Mingyu had orchestrated the signing for two reasons. First, she wanted her father to see these people for who they truly were. Only by breaking his heart completely could he start anew. In the post-apocalyptic world, he wouldn't have the luxury of soft-heartedness. The second reason was more practical. In the second year of the apocalypse, floods would ravage the land, forcing all survivors to relocate to the southern part of the city. If these people tried to cling to them, then the document would serve as a clear boundary. That night, Mr. Xiao wept bitterly. He mourned not only his father's death, but also his mother's cruelty and his own foolishness. He had given everything to this family, only to find that, in their eyes, he was worth nothing. Xiao Mingyu comforted him silently, a cool determination hardening in her heart. In the apocalypse, justice would find these people, one way or another. It had been 10 days since the last visit to the nursing home. During this time, Xiao's parents had been consumed with the arrangements for Grand Best's funeral. His belongings were sparse, reduced to a few worn-out pieces of clothing, as if his life had been distilled into the barest essentials. From the chaotic tasks of preparation to the final act of burial, Grandma had not appeared even once. She had spent her life loathing the man she had married, a meek, unambitious elementary school teacher, and in the end, she wouldn't even deign to attend his funeral. Uncle, imprisoned, was absent. Aunt, citing the excuse of caring for her daughter, didn't show up either. And the cousin? He was nowhere to be seen. The funeral was attended by distant relatives, a smattering of neighbors, and a few old friends. It was a modest affair, unadorned and quiet. Xiao's father wept inconsolably, his grief carving hollows into his face. He had lost 10 pounds in mere days. After the funeral, he succumbed to a debilitating illness, as though the weight of his sorrow had finally crushed him. Xiao Mingyu, apart from assisting her parents with the funeral arrangements, had also been preoccupied with the renovation of their home, and the meticulous preparation of supplies. Inside, the renovations were complete. Every door and window had been replaced with bulletproof glass, and a state-of-the-art water purification system had been installed. Xiao Mingyu tested the water. It was crisp, clean, and satisfying. A perimeter wall had been rebuilt as well. It still needed a few days to set fully before it could be painted. Only then could the sunroom roof and solar panels be installed, ushering in the final touches of self-sufficiency. Packages she had ordered online began to arrive in a steady stream. With her parents occupied by Grandpa's affairs, Xiao Mingyu had the house to herself. She made trip after trip, loading up the deliveries, most of which were discreetly tucked away into her mysterious space, while a smaller portion was stored in the basement's storage room. This visible stash was her decoy, a plausible explanation for the supply she would later produce in the chase of the apocalypse. During the renovations, she had negotiated with manager Wang to include floor-to-ceiling storage cabinets in the basement. Half of the storage room was now lined with these cabinets, while the other half had been put to good use as well. Few commercial-grade freezers stood there, their hulking forms humming quietly. Seeing there was still ample space, she had ordered another freezer, a brand new unit, 3 meters long, with a capacity of over 1,600 liters, slightly larger than the other two combined. It could hold an astonishing amount of meat. Xiao Mingyu made a trip to the wholesale market, returning with an abundance of frozen meats, pork, lamb, beef, chicken, every variety imaginable. She even stocked up on smuggled seafood, as well as dumplings, tangyuan, and an assortment of hotpot ingredients. She was determined to ensure that, in the post-apocalyptic world, she would not only have meat to eat, but would have it in abundance. Over these days, her tiger, Figai, had grown noticeably larger. Its frame now carried the regal bearing of a forest king, though this was somewhat undermined by its persistent habit of chasing after the chickens. Whenever the family cooked meat, Xiao Mingyu would sneak a portion for Fugu pork belly, fried drumsticks, cumin lamb chops, Peking duck, black chicken soup. The tiger would roll on the ground in sheer delight, and golden coins would cascade from its fur as though they were falling from a mythical treasure chest. It was only then that Xiao Mingyu realized tigers did inherently prefer raw meat. They simply had had the luxury of cooked meals. Now if she placed a piece of raw chicken before Fugai, it wouldn't even glance at it. Its palate had been irrevocably refined. Her indulgence had not been without reward. She had collected 36 gold coins from Fugai, which she promptly sold for over 8 million yuan. Xiao Mingyu often joked to herself, in a tone both self-deprecating and cynic, that money seemed to multiply the more she spent it. It was almost troublesome. Meanwhile, the 2 acres of vegetable fields and the orchard were thriving in ways that defied logic. The seeds she had sown sprouted and grew with unnatural speed. From the first tender shoots to the lush, vibrant leaves, the plants seemed to be on fast forward. Even the saplings in the orchard had doubled in size, some already maturing into fruit-bearing trees, their branches budding and flowering. It dawned on Xiao Mingyu, belatedly, that the soil in her space was no ordinary earth. Plants grew here at a rate far beyond what was possible outside. The soil was rich, so fertile that she didn't even need to bother with fertilizers or irrigation. A nearby stream provided ample moisture, and the underground water table ensured a constant supply. She could afford to be a hands-off gardener, merely waiting for the bountiful harvests to come. What astonished her most was that, in just 10 days, many of the vegetables had already matured. Lady bok choy, Napa cabbage, cherry radishes, dozens of varieties were ready to be picked, with many more nearing ripeness. The leaves were vibrant green, plump and unblemished, with not a single insect hole marring their perfection. When eaten raw, they were crisp and sweet, a testament to their unparalleled quality. Xiao Mingyu never imagined she'd be eating her own homegrown vegetables so soon. Despite bringing large quantities home, the yield was overwhelming, wave after wave of crops, far more than they could consume. Whenever the family needed vegetables, Xiao Mingyu would volunteer to buy them. She'd return with armfuls of fresh produce, the roots still clinging to moist soil. Her mother would praise her, marveling at the quality and asking where she had found such excellent vegetables. Xiao Mingyu would only smile sheepishly, unwilling to reveal the truth. The surplus was so great that she began feeding the excess to the livestock. The pigs, cows, and sheep devoured the greens with gusto, their bodies growing visibly plumper. Even the chickens benefited, their feathers glossier than ever. The 2 nanny goats in particular had grown noticeably rounder, their bellies swelling significantly, a sign, perhaps, of new life to come. Yet even with this daily consumption, the vegetable fields remained inexhaustible. Xiao Mingyu decided to leave a small patch at each crop unharvested, allowing them to go to seed. If successful, she could cultivate her own seeds and never worry about running out. Just as she was mulling over her plans, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Master, a new task awaits. Clean the courtyard. Please decide whether to accept the task. Countdown begins 3 seconds. Accept. She had learned to respond quickly. Entering her space, Xiao Mingyu was greeted by the sight of Phoebe with a mouthful of feathers. At its feet, a hen squawked in terror, its eyes wide with indignation and fear. "Si Kuai, you're bullying the chickens again." She rescued the hen, which promptly fled, darting into the coop and refusing to come out. Unbothered, Phoebe strolled leisurely around the courtyard, its demeanor almost predatory as it eyed its next target. The chickens huddled together, trembling. Unable to bear the chase, Xiao Mingyu opened the gate and shooed Phoebe outside. To placate it, she tossed it a packet of dried squid, which it happily carried off to gnaw on. With Phoebe gone, Xiao Mingyu surveyed the mess. The courtyard was littered with feathers and chicken droppings, an unsightly disaster. She rolled up her sleeves, picked up a broom, and began to clean. The droppings, sticky and unpleasant, required more than just sweeping. She fetched a bucket of water from the stream and scrubbed the courtyard clean. After more than half an hour of labor, the space was spotless. Congratulations, Master, for completing the task. Reward, a fully furnished set of interiors. Furnished interiors. Curious, Xiao Mingyu stepped into the wooden house. To her astonishment, the once empty rooms were now filled with exquisite furniture. There was a tea set, a double bed, rugs, curtains, 7 toothbrushes. Everything was crafted from wood, blending rustic charm with elegant craftsmanship. She was immediately enchanted. The sofas of rosewood. The decorative pieces with a golden hue. The double bedded Bihue wood. And the 3-meter-wide relief carving on the wall was made of agar wood. The house now boasted a living room, bedroom, tea room, and storage room, all impeccably furnished. Even the upstairs rooms were fully equipped. Not bad at all, Xiao Mingyu murmured, thoroughly pleased. Even if she reeked of chicken droppings, the reward was worth it. But her work wasn't finished. She had long been fed up with the disorderly state of the courtyard. She found some unused fencing and enclosed the chicken coop, designating a small area for the chickens to roam. This way, they wouldn't scatter droppings all over the yard, making cleanup far easier. She left a gate for herself, and inspected the coop for any vulnerabilities. Satisfied that everything was secure, she finally relaxed. The hens had been productive. Today alone, they had laid about 8 eggs. The eggs from her space were superior to ordinary ones. Xiao Mingyu had been sneaking them into the family's fridge, using them to bolster her parents' health. Without these eggs and the spring water from her space, her father's health might have deteriorated even further. The blow of losing Grandpa had been heavy, and Xiao Mingyu could only hope he would recover soon, regaining the strength to face the apocalypse that loomed on the horizon. These 8 eggs would be perfect for a tomato and egg stir-fry. Grabbing a basket, she began collecting the eggs. The mother hens, however, were not pleased with her theft. One flapped its wings and lunged at her, beak sharp and menacing. Oh no! Xiao Mingyu shielded herself with the basket, hastily gathering the eggs before retreating in a flurry of panic. Despite having stolen eggs several times before, she still couldn't shake her fear of the hen's aggressive attacks. Every time felt like a nerve-wracking haste. To make amends, she brought a pound of cracked corn, another of wheat bran, and a handful of fresh greens, scattering them in the coop. "There, can't say I take without giving back," she muttered. The chickens, mollified, clucked contentedly as they pecked at the feast. While Xiao Mingyu busied herself with her own affairs, she couldn't help but overhear the latest gossip about her aunt's household. Word had it that her cousin had been hounding his mother relentlessly, forcing her to scrape together her life savings so money she'd set aside for her own burial just to make ends meet. The pressure didn't stop there. To gather enough money, they were even planning to sell the old family home at a pitifully low price. Bound by Xiao Mingyu's promise to finalize everything within half a month, Xiao Yu had no choice but to expedite the sale of their ancestral house. The buyer's relentless bargaining left them with barely a fraction of its worth. When her aunt handed over her burial savings, she wept bitterly, her tears endless. But what could she do? Her son was her only treasure, the apple of her eye, and she had never been able to deny him anything. His insistence, coupled with the thought of the unborn grandchild growing in Lily's womb, left her with no choice but to yield. Later, her aunt, swallowing her pride, borrowed 200,000 yuan from Xiao Yuan under the pretense of helping her younger brother buy a house. This sparked a fierce argument between mother and daughter. Xiao Yuan accused her of caring only for her son while neglecting her daughter. Yet, whatever methods her aunt employed, they worked, and in the end, Xiao Yuan begrudgingly handed over the money. "Dear sister, I must apologize for occupying your house for so long. Today, we're finally buying it outright, paying in full." A woman seated across the conference table, speaking with an air of practiced elegance, was none other than the infamous Lily, your cousin's wife. Lily, true to her name, was strikingly beautiful. Her features were bold and captivating, her almond-shaped eyes tilted upward like a fox, exuding a dangerous allure. She wore a black pencil dress that clung to her figure, accentuating every curve. It was no wonder her cousin had been so adamant about marrying her, refusing to consider anyone else. Beside her sat Xiao Yu and their mother. Xiao Yu, all smiles, lavished Lily with attention, while their mother's face was ashen, her expression stiff and lifeless, as though mourning a personal loss. No doubt the past few weeks had been a torment for her, leaving her utterly drained. There wasn't a trace of joy on her face, even as they prepared to buy a house. "There is no need to apologize," Xiao Mingyu said coolly. "If you truly feel guilty, dear cousin-in-law, why not convert that guilt into rent payments?" Lily's hand twitched as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression momentarily faltering. "Manager Zhang," she said brusquely, "let's begin. I have a spare appointment this afternoon, and I won't tolerate any delays." Xiao Mingyu said nothing, her lips curling into a faint, knowing smile. She had expected no less from Lily's hollow pleasantries. The real estate agent, ever the picture of professionalism, plastered on a perfectly measured smile. "Of course, Miss Lily, the house is listed at 3,200,000 yuan, with the stipulation of full payment upfront. Here's the contract, and here's the property deed." Lily barely glanced at the documents before tossing her card onto the table. "No problem, my card has the exact amount, 3,200,000. We'll handle the bank transaction shortly. Make sure the property deed is in my name." Xiao nodded eagerly. "Of course, darling, whatever you say." "What did you just say, your name?" Their mother's voice rose sharply, breaking the tense silence. Lily frowned, her expression tinged with disdain. "Mother, must you shout like that? You'll frighten the baby." She placed a delicate hand over her still flat stomach, her face a picture of wounded innocence as she turned to Xiao Yu for support. Xiao Yu clicked his tongue reproachfully. "Mum, what's with the yelling?" Their mother, her voice trembling with urgency, said, "Lily, this house was paid for with my money, all of it. I sold our old home, scraped together every last yuan, and even borrowed 200,000 from Yuan, in not trying to meddle, but if the deed doesn't bear my name, it should at least affix a yes." Lily's lips curled into a faint smirk, her voice calm and measured, yet laced with condescension. "Mother, do you have any understanding of the law? Even if the deed is in my name alone, Xiao Yu and I are married. This house is marital property. If, heaven forbid, we were to divorce, it would still be split 50-50. I suggested putting it in my name as a gesture of trust, a test of Xiao Yu's commitment." She paused, her tone sharpening. "And let's not forget, it was your family that deceived me first. Oh, ask around who marries off their son without a proper home, using someone else's house as a wedding residence, only to have it reclaimed later. I have my own reputation to consider. How do you expect me to hold my head high in public?" Turning to Xiao Yu, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed in fury. "And you begged me to come back, sore on your knees. If not for that, I would have aborted this child and left you long ago. You know how many wealthy suitors I turned down to marry you, and now you're hesitating over something as simple as putting my name on the deed. Kiayu, I can't live like this anymore. Don't be angry, don't be angry, Xiaoyu cooed, his voice soft and pleading. Think of the baby. Of course the deed will have your name. You're my wife, how could I not trust you? Lily huffed, brushing his hand away, but Xiaoyu only redoubled his efforts to placate her. Their mother, watching her son grovel before Lily, felt a surge of fury rise in her chest. That shameless woman. Seeing her pregnancy as leverage, treating her like a servant demanding bird's nest soup one day, shark fin the next, all while lounging around on her phone without lifting a finger. And now she dared to insist on having the property deed in her name alone. She was nothing but a brazen opportunist, drunk on her own delusions of grandeur. After much cajoling, Xiaoyu finally managed to calm Lily down. Turning to his mother, his tone was sharp with reproach. Mom, what's wrong with you? I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now you've upset Lily so much she's in pain. Are you satisfied? But she did contribute a single yuan to this house, his mother retorted, her voice cracking with despair. Have you forgotten your father is still in prison, his sentence unknown? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Why is my life so cursed? Xiaoyu's face darkened with irritation. Her outburst, so public and unseemly, was an affront to his dignity. Lily, ever quick to seize the moment, interjected. What do you mean by that, mother? Isn't it normal for parents to help their children buy a home for marriage? Without a house, why bother getting married at all? Let's just get divorced. They'll head to the hospital right now and terminate the pregnancy. No, no, no. Xiaoyu panicked, his voice rising in desperation. Lily, you can't do that. This is our baby. Don't say such things again. Mom didn't mean it, just ignore her. He shot his mother a withering glare. Seeing the coldness in her son's eyes, his mother clenched her teeth, her anger simmering just beneath the surface. But she knew better than to escalate. Lily had made up her mind, and any further argument would only drive a wedge between her and her son. I didn't mean it that way, she said at last, her voice trembling with forced humility. I was just asking. Lily, you're carrying my grandchild. I'm thrilled, truly. It's my fault for speaking out of turn. Her son's expression softened slightly, his anger dissipating. Don't say anything else, he said curtly. Just listen to Lily. Mother, Lily added icily, you're getting on in years, you should leave matters between husband and wife to us. We know what we're doing. Their mother's face twitched, the muscles in her cheeks trembling with suppressed rage. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but swallowed her words, forcing herself to endure the humiliation. Just wait, she thought bitterly. Once the child is born, we'll see who has the last laugh. Across the table, Xiao Mingyu watched the drama unfold with undisguised amusement. It wasn't every day she got to witness such a deliciously sordid spectacle. Her aunt, usually so adept at playing the victim, had met her match in Lily. The younger woman's cunning was nothing short of masterful. Xiao Mingyu almost felt like applauding. Come now, aunt, don't be upset, she said, her tone light and teasing. Cousin-in-law isn't wrong. It's customary for parents to provide their children with a home. This house, after all, was my parents' wedding gift to me. Her words, though seemingly conciliatory, were laced with subtle malice, fanning the flames of discord. Lei seized the opportunity. See, mother, second uncle's family is so generous to their daughter. You only have one son, how can you be so stingy? You never even planned to buy Xiaoyu a home, did you? If not for Xiao Mingyu reclaiming her property, would still be in the dark. She turned to Xiao Mingyu with a sectarian smile. Thank you, dear sister. If not for you, it'd have been none the wiser. Xiao Mingyu's lips curved into a faint smile. No need to thank me, cousin-in-law. It's my pleasure. Her aunt's face twisted in fury, her expression as sore as if she had swallowed a fly. Even she, with her years of practiced deceit, couldn't maintain her facade under such relentless provocation. She shot Xiao Mingyu a venomous glare but said nothing. Xiao Mingyu arched an eyebrow, her smile widening. Let's not waste any more time, sign the contract and finalize the transfer. There's still paperwork to process. Her aunt's face darkened further, the color draining from her cheeks. After selling the house, 3,200,000 yuan landed in her hands. After deducting taxes and service fees, Seo Mingyu handed over every last cent to her mother, who had always wielded the iron scepter of the family's finances with unyielding authority. Her mother, pleased with her daughter's sense of responsibility, handed her 2,000 yuan as pocket money, which Xiao Mingyu accepted without the slightest hesitation, her smile as bright as the summer sun. What her mother didn't know, couldn't have imagined, was that her daughter's net worth had long since broken into 8 figures. A multimillionaire, understated and unassuming, cloaked in the guise of ordinariness. Later, Xiao Mingyu came clean to her parents about the fishing tackle store. Her father, initially panicked, was soon soothed by her calm reassurance. If the shop's gone, it's gone. Take a few months to rest, and we'll start again. Her words, steady as a lighthouse beam cutting through stormy seas, left her father deeply moved, his eyes glistening. The days stripped by, slow and sticky as honey in the summer heat. Lately, her father had taken a liking to boxing. He transformed an unused room upstairs into a makeshift boxing gym, spending each afternoon pounding the punching bag until his arms ached and his mind felt cleansed, as if the physical exhaustion could wring out the knots of worry coiled within him. Boxing was good. In the post-apocalyptic world Xiao Mingyu envisioned, fists would be the currency of survival. Quietly, she replaced all the family's drinking water and food with supplies from her spatial dimension. Slowly, imperceptibly, her parents' physiques began to strengthen. Her father had already destroyed 2 punching bags, each time grumbling about shoddy craftsmanship and unscrupulous manufacturers cutting corners. Only Xiao Mingyu knew the truth, the bags were fine. It was her father's growing strength that was at fault. She realized now that her father was no longer the blindly filial man he once was. He had shed his old self, emerging anew, reborn as someone formidable and unyielding. A modern-day warrior, the kind of father she could depend on in the chaos to come. To prepare for the insect plagues she foresaw in the apocalypse, Xiao Mingyu stocked up on an arsenal of medications, cold medicine, fever reducers, prescriptions for the elderly. She bought 8 multi-fuel boilers capable of burning coal, wood, or electricity. When the bitter cold descended, the villa's warmth would rely on these machines. And of course, she purchased 200 tons of coal, spending a small fortune in the process. 2 off-road vehicles found their way into her spatial dimension, along with 500 liters each of gasoline and diesel, the maximum amount she could legally acquire. But fearing even this wouldn't suffice, she made countless trips to gas stations, discreetly siphoning fuel into her space. By the end, she had stockpiled 1,200 liters of gasoline, a reservoir of liquid gold for the end times. It was on one of these fuel-buying excursions that she passed a shopping mall and spotted Brother Panthug, who had taken over their fishing tackle store. A woman clung to his arm, her beauty marred by the cloying air of vanity that surrounded her. The sight of them, smut and self-satisfied, ignited a spark of mischief in Xiao Mingyu. As fate would have it, the pigsty in her spatial dimension was overdue for cleaning, its contents fresh and pungent. And so, the heavens opened in a bizarre spectacle, a torrential downpour of pig dung, interspersed with goat droppings, rained exclusively on Brother Pan. His companion screamed and fled, her heels clicking against the pavement like gunfire, while Pan stood there, drenched and livid, his impotent rage echoing against the mall's glass facade. Xiao Mingyu walked away humming a tune, the melody light and carefree, leaving chaos in her wake. Back at the villa, the renovations were nearly complete. The sunroom roof had been installed, and Xiao Mingyu nodded in satisfaction as she inspected the work. It was sturdy, insulated, and built to last a fortress against the elements. Her mother settled the final payment, her efficient demeanor leaving no room for dispute. Solar panels were installed in a single day, 135 sets in total. 30 were mounted on the villa, while the remaining 105 were quietly stashed in Xiao Mingyu's spatial dimension. 5 small wind turbines were erected behind the villa, their blades slicing the air with a low, Rhythmicum. 4 diesel generators were purchased. One was kept in the storage room, while the others disappeared into her space. Even 2 pedal-powered generators found their way into her stockpile. 60 high-capacity battery storage units were procured for the villa, 50 for the dimension. She added 100 power strips to her collection, all neatly tucked away for future use. As the workers installed the solar panels, Xiao Mingyu watched intently, dragging her father along to observe. She picked up enough to handle the simpler tasks herself, leaving the complex installations to the professionals. Back in her dimension, she spent hours tinkering, finally bringing electricity to her hidden sanctuary. 2 solar panel sets and a single battery box were more than sufficient to power the space. The villa's courtyard underwent a transformation, its grounds divided into vegetable plots flanking a central stone path. Her father, a man with rural roots, threw himself into the work planting, tending, and even raising chickens with the zeal of a man rediscovering his purpose. The soil, ostensibly hauled from the mountains, was quietly swapped for the enriched earth from her dimension. Even the 5 chicks, ostensibly purchased from the market, were spirited from her space. Her father's spirits lifted with the rhythm of daily chores, his hands busy with soil and feed. Her mother often teased them, calling the villa a glorified farmstead. A proper gritter's on sight, she quipped, shaking her head in mock exasperation. By early July, summer's heat had begun to bite. A single lap outside left one drenched in sweat. Her mother, slumped on the sofa beneath the central air's icy breeze, grumbled, "This cursed weather, it's not even peak summer yet, and it's unbearable. I was going to buy some mackerel for dumplings, but the heat drove me back." On television, the news painted an ominous picture, record-breaking temperatures, warnings of heat stroke, and a chilling report that caught Xiao Mingyu's attention. Certain nations persist in dumping nuclear wastewater into the ocean, risking catastrophic consequences for the planet. Meanwhile, a star system in the Milky Way has exploded, its fragments hurtling through space with the potential to impact our solar system. The twin threats in man-made, the other cosmic loomed over Earth like twin guillotines. The apocalypse, it seemed, was not a question of if, but when. Her mother kept complaining about the heat. Xiao Mingyu glanced out at the blazing sky, her gaze steady. This was only the beginning. The real trials and storms, plagues, famine were yet to come. "We have mackerel at home. I'll get it," she said, disappearing into the basement. Moments later, she returned with a bag of fish. "Where did this come from?" her mother asked, puzzled. Xiao Mingyu only smiled, leading her parents downstairs. The sight that greeted them left them both stunned. Shelves of meat, grains, and supplies stretched before them, a treasure trove of sustenance. "Dear heavens!" her mother exclaimed. "So much food, and all this disinfectant, where did it all come from?" Xiao Mingyu's smile widened. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Most of her supplies were safely tucked away in her dimension. She explained her setup, weaving a plausible tale about second-hand purchases and lottery winnings. Her father, silent for a long moment, finally spoke, his voice thick with regret. "I was foolish before. I let you down." Her mother, on the other hand, brimmed with pride. "You thought of everything. Now we don't even need to go to the supermarket. You've done so well, Mingyu." That evening, her father grilled lamb ribs in the courtyard, the air rich with the scent of charred meat. They feasted on mackerel dumplings, their bellies full and their spirits light. Later, after her parents had retired for the night, Xiao Mingyu slipped into her dimension. She tossed the leftover ribs to Fugai, her ever-growing companion, and grilled 3 slabs of pork belly for him. His appetite was monstrous, his tastes refined milk by the liter, meat by the pound. The pigs in the pen were beneath his notice, a fact that relieved her. After playing with Fugai, she harvested the vegetable plots and fed the livestock. Only then, as the moon climbed high into the inky sky, did she finally allow herself to rest. In recent days, a steady stream of new residents had moved into Huan community. The property management had created a group chat for the neighborhood, and Xiao Mingyu had been dragged into it by her mother. The chat buzzed with activity, A cacophony of voices, overlapping like the hum of cicadas on a sweltering summer day. Messages piled up until the notification count hit the ominous. Building 4. Blossoms of wealth and prosperity. This damned weather. It's getting hotter by the day, like we've all been tossed into a steaming pot. I can't even join the square dancing anymore. I've had to shower 4 times a day. Building 4. Huge little chubby. I don't dare turn off the air conditioning. The moment I do, I'm drenched in sweat within minutes. But the electricity bill is skyrocketing. At this rate, I won't be able to afford running the act much longer. Building 4. Mummy of Hahan, my baby is just 2 months old. I don't even dare take her outside in terrified she'll get heat stroke. Building 4. Blossoms of wealth and prosperity. Dear, it's best not to take the baby out at all. Just last night, I left some fresh greens on the balcony, and by morning, they'd wilted and turned yellow. Had to toss them in the trash. Imagine what this heat could do to a little one. Building 4. Mummy of Hahan, thank you, Auntie, for the advice. Building 4. Winesake candy. Even the water level in the artificial lake is dropping noticeably. And it's only July. August and September will surely be worse. Let's all brace ourselves and be mindful of heat stroke. Pinyao Parcel Station. Dear neighbors, a quick announcement. The station will be closed during the day due to the extreme heat. Please pick up your packages in the evening between and PM. We hope for your understanding. Building 4. You pretty girl. Totally fine by me. By the time I get off work, I'm practically fainting from the heat. All I want is to rush home and turn on the AC. Picking up packages is the last thing on my mind. I've got 10 of them piled up already. Building 4. Winesake candy. If the beauty upstairs has no objections, then neither do we. Pinyao Parcel Station. Thank you all for your understanding. Xiao Mingyu glanced at the screen briefly. Most of the chatter was just complaints about the heat. But this was only the beginning. For now the heat was bearable. Air conditioners still worked. Tap water still flowed. Even food delivery was available, albeit for a surcharge. Society continued to function, albeit sluggishly, under the oppressive sun. But soon the rivers would dry up, their beds cracked and parched. Groundwater would dwindle, and tap water would be rationed until it ceased altogether. Municipal water trucks would roll in daily, their tanks barely enough to quench thirst, let alone allow for luxuries like bathing or brushing teeth. When power outages followed, air conditioners would become relics of a more merciful time. People would endure the heat with no reprieve, and the death toll would quietly climb. Prices, too, were already creeping upward. When the sandstorms came, when the land turned to desert and crops withered in the soil, food would become a luxury. Grain yields would plummet, and prices would soar as if launched by a rocket. By then, even wilted leaves would be a treasure. Tree bark would be stripped bare by desperate hands. These neighbors, grumbling now about the heat, had no idea what true suffering awaited them. Villa, Mingyu shines upon my heart, everyone. It might be a good idea to stock up on mosquito repellent for water, and Hyoxian Senkai liquid. The mosquitoes these days are vicious. Have got a wealth the size of a coin from just one bite. Building 4. Huge little chubby. The villa folks are right. Better to be prepared. Xiao Mingyu's message was quickly buried under a flood of new comments. She had done what she could. The heat was already brewing a mosquito plague, and when that time came, a single bottle of Foral water priced at 50,000 yuan would still find buyers. She exited the group chat and retrieved 2 buckets of water from the stream in her spatial dimension. Quietly, she began watering the small vegetable patch in her yard. Because the house was equipped with surveillance cameras, she couldn't afford to be too conspicuous. She stuck to using a watering can, tending to her garden with deliberate care. Tiny green shoots were already peeking out of the soil. Thanks to the enriched earth from her dimension, the growth was faster than normal, though not as miraculous as within the space itself. Still, the sight was gratifying. "Bright moon, come out and see who's here." Her mother's voice called from outside. Xiao Mingyu immediately set down the watering can and hurried to the door. Her parents had gone to the countryside that morning to bring her grandparents back. Her mother had been worried that the elderly couple, frugal to a fault, wouldn't use the air conditioning at her uncle's row home. After some discussion, her father had agreed to fetch them. "Your parents are my parents," had said, and had driven there himself. "Grandma, grandpa," Xiao Mingyu exclaimed, hooking her arm through her grandmother's with a bright smile. Her grandmother's face, lined with years of labor and toil, lit up in return. "Why, dear little one, did you miss your grandma?" "Of course I did. And grandma missed you too." Her parents exchanged a glance and a warm smile. "Come inside," her father urged. "It's too hot out here." Xiao Mingyu led her grandmother by the arm, while her parents supported her grandfather. Though small and weary, her grandmother was still strong and full of cheer. She was a woman who had weathered life's storms with grace, a masterful cook who doted endlessly on her grandchildren. She had hesitated to come, worried about imposing, but her father had insisted, practically carrying her into the car. Her grandfather, on the other hand, was a shadow of his former self. Advanced dementia had robbed him of his words and his memories. Now he sat quietly most of the time, lost in his own world. "Oh my, you've covered the courtyard roof, it's so cool in here, but the air conditioning must cost a fortune and waste money on us. A fan will do just fine for me and your grandpa," her grandmother fretted. Her mother pointed to the roof with a grin. "It doesn't cost a thing, look up there, it's all solar panels. They generate electricity. You can run the act guilt-free." "Really, it's free, what a marvel." Her grandmother clucked her tongue in amazement, showering her mother with praise for her thriftiness. Her mother chuckled awkwardly, careful not to mention the hefty price of the solar panels. She didn't want to alarm the old woman. "It was all Mingyu's doing," she explained. "She said these panels would last us a long time." "Such a clever girl, my little one, and you even have a vegetable patch. I've always said, living in an apartment can't compare to having a yard," her grandmother said, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xiao Mingyu smiled sweetly. "Grandma, I'm counting on you to take care of the garden, and the chicks. Whether or not we get fresh vegetables and eggs is all up to you." "You silly girl, how can you ask your grandmother to do such things?" her father scolded gently. Her grandmother waved him off with a laugh. It's fine, it's fine. I'm an old farm woman, I love this kind of work. If you don't let me help, you'll feel useless. This girl knows her grandma better than anyone." Vegetables didn't grow overnight, and chicks took time to mature before they could lay eggs. Xiao Mingyu's words were her way of inviting her grandmother to stay long-term. Her grandmother was deeply touched. "That's my girl." Xiao Mingyu's expression was one of playful pride. Her father smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Her grandmother had lived a hard life, cheerful demeanor notwithstanding. In her youth, she had endured the harshness of a demanding mother-in-law. When she had given birth to Xiao Mingyu's mother, she had survived on nothing but a single cornbread cake for 3 days. She had borne 5 children, 3 daughters and 2 sons. Xiao Mingyu's mother was the 4th, with 2 older brothers and a sister above her, and a younger sister below. "I brought some millet and mung beans from home," her grandmother announced, her voice brimming with pride. "And some cucumbers, celery, and other vegetables so grown without a drop of pesticide. City folks love organic produce, don't they? Oh, and 2 free-range chickens. I'll make chicken soup for Mingyu." "Chicken soup," her grandfather murmured suddenly, breaking the silence. "You old coot, always thinking about food like a child," her grandmother chided with a fond smile. Her mother laughed. "Your second uncle kept loading up the car with bags and bags of things. If I had stopped him, I'd have sent along a piglet too." Xiao Mingyu couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth. This was what family should be: no schemes, no calculations, just mutual care and affection. She was someone who remembered kindness. If the day came when she could help her second uncle, she wouldn't hesitate. Her grandmother, ever restless, insisted on cooking. She wanted to make a feast to nourish her granddaughter. Unable to dissuade her, her parents joined her in the kitchen as assistants. Soon, the table was laden with dishes: chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried mushrooms with ham, braised pork ribs, garlic scapes with shredded pork, and dry fried green beans. The kitchen stove still burned, and the aroma of a simmering chicken soup wafted through the air. Xiao Mingyu quietly approached her grandfather. "Grandpa, do you remember the birthday gift you gave me? The puzzle?" She wanted to uncover the truth whether her grandfather knew about the mysterious puzzle space, and where the puzzle had come from. Grandpa, look at me. Do you recognize me? I'm your granddaughter." A few years ago, he had still recognized people, and could hold a conversation. Now those days were gone. "Chicken trash hungry," he muttered, his words a jumble of incoherence. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyu gave up. The spatial dimension was too enigmatic. Her grandfather likely knew nothing about it. The puzzle was probably just something he'd picked up at a mall. Outside, the heat waves surged like molten lava, the relentless sun baking the earth into a scorching iron skillet. The air itself seemed to shimmer with menace, and even the simple act of drawing breath left one drenched in sweat. Temperatures soared above 40 degrees Celsius, a merciless inferno that forced many high-risk industries to announce mandatory heat-wave holidays. Construction sites fell silent, schools closed their doors, and even the bustling food delivery services ground to a halt. No one was willing to brave the sweltering streets, where tires, weakened by the oppressive heat, were prone to sudden explosions. White-collar workers and public officials, however, were spared no such reprieve. Their offices, cocooned in the artificial cool of air conditioning, became reluctant sanctuaries. For them, work was a welcome escape, a chance to save on the skyrocketing electricity bills that came with running air conditioners at home. Yet outside these air-conditioned heavens, the world was unraveling. Reservoirs shrank to alarming levels, rivers dried into cracked, parched scars on the land, and underground water reserves dwindled at an unprecedented rate. The fields, once lush with crops, now lay barren, their withered remains a testament to the merciless drought. With harvests decimated, the price of fruits and vegetables soared. Even livestock farms, running air conditioners around the clock to keep their animals alive, struggled under the weight of mounting costs, driving meat prices higher still. The realization dawned quickly and universally: this was no ordinary heat wave. This was a harbinger of something far more sinister. Within the confines of the Wuhan community's residence group chat, the tension simmered, a digital echo of the chaos outside. "Happy family on the first floor of building. Why has the electricity bill gone up again? With kids at home, we can't afford to turn off the air conditioning. Running 2 units at once costs us over 10,000 yuan a month. It's killing us." Flourishing wealth on the red floor of building. "Tell me about it. The water bill is insane too. I spent 3,000 yuan last month just on water. To save money, I've started showering only once every 5 days. Life is unbearable." Elegant girl on the 3rd floor of building. 3,000. That's nothing. I'm spending nearly 5,000 a month. I shower every 3 days. It feels like I'm bathing in liquid gold. Little fat Chuch on the 6th floor of building. The government's urging us to conserve water. Everyone should use less for now. The high water and electricity bills are temporary. Once the heat wave passes, prices will return to normal. Hanan's mom on the 7th floor of building. Water I can save, but what about electricity? We can't afford to keep the air conditioning on. But for the kids, we have no choice. Big sister Yang on the floor of building. With electricity this expensive, I'm thinking of buying some solar panels, but a single set costs over 100,000 yuan. These profiteering merchants, and there's no stock available, money can't even buy them. Big sister Yang on the floor of building. Bright moon over my heart in villa. Your rooftop is covered in solar panels, isn't it? I can see them from my balcony. Do you really need that many? We're neighbors, why not share a couple with me? Big sister Yang on the floor of building. Bright moon over my heart in villa. I'm willing to pay for them if you want. Big sister Yang on the floor of building. Bright moon over my heart in villa. Well, say something. The group chat descended into an eerie silence. Everyone watched from the sidelines, their curiosity tinged with schadenfreude. Solar panels were the hottest commodity of the moment, more precious than gold. Even with money in hand, they were near impossible to procure. Xiao Mingyu, the owner of Villa, finally opened the chat, her curiosity piqued by the flurry of mentions. As she read through the messages, a cold smile played on her lips. So soon? She thought. The apocalypse had barely begun, and already people were baring their fangs. If they wanted to take her things, they'd have to survive long enough to try. People like Big Sister Yang were trouble incarnate, either to be avoided or crushed into submission. When the world descended further into chaos, she would undoubtedly become a source of endless calamity. Bright moon over my heart in Villa. Not for sale. Big Sister Yang on the floor of building. What do you mean? We're neighbors. How can you just stand by and watch us suffer? Are you even human? Everyone's struggling in this hellish heat, and you're the only one with solar panels. You can't even use them all. Why not help your neighbors? Can't use them all. Xiao Mingyu scoffed. Every panel was accounted for, powering her extensive array of appliances. These people would strip her bare if they could, leaving her with just one panel while they divided the rest among themselves. The sheer audacity of it made her want to roll her eyes. But she knew better. Big Sister Yang was alone in her envy. Many in the group shared her sentiments, hoping she'd lead the charge while they reaped the benefits. By painting Villa as the villain, Yang was rallying the community against her, wielding morality as a weapon. It was a cunning move, one that could spell trouble if not handled carefully. If she didn't nip this in the bud, her villa would become a target for every opportunist in the neighborhood. Bright moon over my heart in Villa, why should I give them to you? What are you, a beggar? I went through hell to get these panels, pulling strings and calling in favors. Each set cost me 160,000 yuan. You want one, what makes you think you're special? Bright moon over my heart in Villa, neighbors, be wary of this woman. She's jealous of anyone who has more than she does. With just her words, she'll try to take whatever she wants. Watch your belongings carefully and flaunt your wealth. The message landed like a thunderclap. Those who had been quietly watching, perhaps even considering their own claims, hesitated. She was right. If Yang could covet someone's solar panels today, what would stop her from eyeing their possessions tomorrow? Some, more cautious than others, began deleting the building numbers from their nicknames. They had solar panels too and didn't want to draw any unwanted attention. The heat wave was driving people to desperation, and the neighbor's address was suddenly a dangerous thing to reveal. Big Sister Yang on the floor of building, why are you so mean? When did I ever try to take anything from anyone? You have so many solar panels, why not share them with the community? Big Sister Yang on the floor of building, am only thinking of everyone's well-being. With electricity prices this high, who wouldn't want solar panels? Yang's indignation practically radiated off the screen. She furiously typed away, her face flushed with anger and envy as she glanced out at the rooftop of Villa. The sight of those panels, glinting in the sun, only fueled her resentment. Electrician went on the floor of building, I've seen them too. Your rooftop is packed with solar panels. Why not share a few? Don't be so selfish. If you keep this up, no one will help you when you're in trouble. Bright moon over my heart in Villa. Dear neighbors, I can spare one set for the community. My house is large, and the central air conditioning consumes a lot of power. One set is the best I can do. I bought them for 160,000 yuan each, clear price, no haggling. Big Sister Yang on the floor of building, Electrician Wang on the floor of building. Since you both seem so fair-minded, why don't you discuss who gets it? Xiao Mingyu had no intention of selling her panels. They had cost her anywhere near 160,000 yuan, a mere 3,000 per set, in fact. But she understood the psychology at play. No one would pay such a steep price, especially when they believed the heat wave was temporary. 16,000 yuan could power their air conditioners for months. This was a calculated move, a diversion to shift the spotlight away from Villa. If she didn't, her home would become the community's enemy number one. Now she had laid a trap for Yang and Wang. If they wanted the panels, they'd have to fight for them. Let's see how long they could keep up their pretense of selflessness. Electrician Wang on the floor of building, 160,000 per set. Are you insane? The heat wave won't last forever. Electricity will get cheaper again. Only an idiot would spend that much on solar panels. Bright moon over my heart in villa. Didn't you just call me selfish for not sharing? Now that I'm offering, are you buying or not? As more residents cited their nicknames, removing any trace of their building numbers, Xiaomingyu followed suit. Clearly, everyone was growing wary, not wanting to become the next target of envy. Electrician Wang fell silent, his bravado evaporating. Xiaomingyu smirked. What a weakling. Beat Sister Yang on the floor of building. You're so heartless. Why not let everyone use them for free? Wanek on the third floor of building. She paid 160,000 yuan for them. Selling them at that price is fair. If you can afford it, buy them. If not, stop trying to guilt trip her. Quit thinking you're entitled to other people's things. Finally, a voice of reason. Though the speaker's username was crude, Xiaomingyu felt a flicker of respect for him. The moonlight poured through the window, cold and unfeeling, illuminating the chaos unfolding in the neighborhood group chat. Sister Yang on the 15th floor of Building 2, someone with the handle moonlight illuminates my heart typed, their words sharp as broken glass. Don't drag everyone into this. Is it just you who wants to use it? Didn't I see you hauling in 2 enormous sacks of potatoes the other day? The delivery guy even called you by name. Now that food prices have skyrocketed, why don't you share some with the rest of us? Sister Yang's response came swiftly, defensive and brittle. Those potatoes were hard to come by. Why should I share them with you? The words barely left her mouth before regret settled in, heavy as a storm cloud. The silent spectators in the group chat, those who had been watching the drama unfold with a mix of curiosity and schadenfreude, now saw her for what she was, a woman using the collective as a shield for her own selfish desires. Double standards much, lady, came another job from someone named Kikandi. Then, a thunderous voice cut through the chatter, its tone laced with menace. And what about my solar panels? Why should I let you use them for free? The speaker, identified only as Tyson, King of the Rain, Villano, added, don't let me catch you around, or my fists unlike my words won't be pulling any punches. The group chat fell silent, the weight of his words pressing down like an oppressive summer heat. Even Sister Yang, who had been so vocal moments ago, retreated into the shadows, her bravado extinguished. At home, she paced and muttered under her breath, but not a single word made its way back into the chat. The name Tyson alone was enough to keep her in check. It carried with it an air of danger, a promise of consequences she dared not test. Let's all calm down, ventured a conciliatory voice, this one belonging to little Fatty Huge. We're neighbors, after all. No need to hurt each other's feelings. Xiaomingyu rolled her eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't get stuck. Little Fatty Huge, ever the peacemaker, always arrived late to the scene, smoothing over conflicts only after the dust had settled. Where was he when the verbal sparring began? Then, unexpectedly, a new message appeared, cutting through the noise like a blade. Moonlight illuminates my heart. Is it? I'll buy it. There's an elderly person in my family who needs a ventilator. Better safe than sorry. The sender was a retired soldier, identified simply as Wei. Xiaomingyu stared at the screen, dumbfounded. As sum so astronomical it seemed almost absurd. And yet, someone was willing to pay it. She glanced at the stash in her private inventory, unused solar panels. She had planned to keep a few dozen as backups, but the rest, at yuan apiece, selling them for each was daylight robbery. But then, was that the way of the world now? She hesitated, her conscience warring with her pragmatism. But a deal was a deal. Private message me, she typed. The transaction was swift and efficient, conducted with the kind of professionalism one might expect from a soldier. Wei Jun, as he introduced himself, was a man of few words, but decisive action. They met at her doorstep. Xiaomingyu never invited strangers into her home. That was a line she wouldn't cross. Safety first, always. Wei Jun didn't ask for extras, even though she offered. He had his own power storage system, it seemed. Xiaomingyu felt a pang of guilt, knowing full well she was walking away with an obscene profit. She promised him, sincerely, that if he ever needed help in the future, she would do everything in her power to assist. He smiled faintly, as if humoring her, unaware that this small promise would one day save his life. Back inside, her mother fretted, suggesting they sell the panels at a lower price. "We shouldn't take advantage of people," she said, her voice tinged with unease. But Xiao Mingyu was firm. "The market price is what it is. If we sell cheap, we'll only attract trouble." Her parents, still uncomfortable with the transaction, insisted on giving Wei Zhen a bag of spinach as a gesture of goodwill. Her grandmother, not to be outdone, added 10 eggs to the mix. Xiao Mingyu watched the scene unfold with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Clearly, she was the only one in the family with the heart of a true capitalist. Later, as they sat in the living room, her father scrolling through the news, Xiao Mingyu teased him. "Dad, you were incredible in that group chat earlier. One message from you, and Sister Yang didn't dare make another peep." Her father, once mild-mannered to a fault, had indeed undergone a transformation. Her grandmother nodded approvingly. "Your father did the right thing. The world's turning chaotic. If you're too soft, people will walk all over you. Sometimes you have to show them you're not to be trifled with." The conversation shifted to the rising cost of utilities. "Electricity bills are outrageous," her mother lamented. "Someone in the group chat said theirs is over 10,000 yuan a month. Thank goodness we have those solar panels. My daughter is a genius." Xiao Mingyu had heard this refrain so many times in recent days that it barely registered anymore. Her father, however, could resist a jab. "You weren't singing her praises when she first bought them. Back then, you said they were a waste of money." Her mother bristled, defensive. "Well, it just goes to show she has more foresight than either of us. Who could have predicted this?" The news on the television interrupted their banter. A government announcement scrolled across the screen. Water supply would be limited to 2 hours daily, from 2 p.m. Electricity would be available only from m. to p.m. Citizens were advised to prepare for extreme heat and take precautions against heat stroke. Panic rippled through the family, but Xiao Mingyu remained calm. She knew what was coming, knew that this was only the beginning. Soon, even these limited supplies would cease, plunging the city into a sweltering, unrelenting nightmare. Their 2 large water tanks, each capable of holding liters, would be their lifeline. Xiao Mingyu had been discreetly topping them up with spring water for weeks, ensuring they wouldn't run dry. She watched as her father hurried to fill every available container, his urgency a stark contrast to her own composed demeanor. In the neighborhood group chat, chaos reigned. Messages flooded in, a cacophony of fear and frustration. "Without electricity, how will the elevators work? I live on the 10th floor. And on the 34th floor. Kill me now. I can't climb that every day. Water and electricity rationed. Just say you want us dead and be done with it. Start filling up your bathtubs and buckets, people. Every drop counts." The local supermarket chimed in with an update on food prices: cabbage at 30 yuan per jin, eggplant at 60, chicken at 240. The numbers climbed higher with each passing day, a grim reminder of the world's descent into scarcity. Xiao Mingyu closed the chat, her thoughts turning inward. This was only the beginning. When the sandstorms came, when the real shortages began, the desperation would be unimaginable. She wandered into her private space, where fruit trees stood heavy with ripened bounty apples, oranges, peaches, cherries. The sight was a balm, a small comfort in an increasingly hostile world. But the question remained, how to bring these treasures home without drawing attention. "Well, what do we have here?" Apples in the storage room, and an entire crate of oranges. Mrs. Kia's voice rang out, half surprised, half delighted. Xiao Mingyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, her mother had noticed. She had deliberately stashed away a variety of long-stored fruit samples, oranges, dragon fruits, pineapples, and the like in the underground storage room. It was all part of her plan, carefully orchestrated so that her mother would stumble upon them while fetching something else. "Look at the fruits, would you?" Mrs. Pia called to her husband, her tone brimming with excitement. Xiao Mingyu feigned a look of regret, her voice tinged with a hint of self-reproach. Oh no, I completely forgot. I stocked up on fruit a while back. Do you think they've gone bad? Mrs. Pia, ever meticulous, inspected the fruits thoroughly. Her face lit up with joy. Not a single one is spoiled. These fruits must have been treated with something, they last forever. I once bought a bunch of Shine Muscat grapes, forgot about them entirely, and they were still fresh after a month. She cradled an orange in her hands as though it were a rare gem. Oranges were her favorite, after all. Grandma, meanwhile, had her sights set on two plump pineapples. She chuckled softly, her voice warm and nostalgic. Pineapple sweet and sour pork for dinner tonight. Xiao Mingyu sipped on coconut water, suppressing the laugh. The secret was hers alone. In a quiet corner of the yard, she had secretly planted a young orange tree. With daily watering from the mystical spring in her hidden space, it would flourish in no time. Soon, the family would never run out of oranges. As for the other fruits, cherries, strawberries, and the like, she couldn't find plausible excuses to bring them out. They were her private indulgence. Occasionally, she'd juice them into colorful blends for the family, disguising their origins. But most of the time, she kept them hidden, wary of raising suspicion. The strawberries, in particular, were a problem. The yield was overwhelming, and they couldn't be stored for long. So, the surplus went to the lettuce stock. The pigs and cows had grown rounder, their coats glossy, their eyes bright with vitality. Even the two nanny goats seemed to be bulging so much so that Xiao Mingyu suspected indigestion and fed them a few digestive tablets as a precaution. And then there was Fu Guai, the undisputed ruler of the hidden space. The other animals cowered in its presence, as it strutted about with the air of a monarch. Fu Gui's appetite was insatiable, it could devour an entire pig's hind leg in a single sitting. Were it not for the space's abundant stockpile of meat, Xiao Mingyu might worried about keeping up with its demands. Dinner that evening was a feast, as always. Grandma had out in herself, pineapple sweet and sour pork, steamed eggs with orange zest, roasted lamb chops, stir-fried bok choy dish after dish, each more sumptuous than the last. This egg tastes odd, almost like strawberries, and it's a bit sweet, Mr. Chio remarked, his brow furrowing. Sis, Chia teased him lightly. You must be craving strawberries. It's not the season for them, you know. Xiao Mingju's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head, pretending to focus on her plate. The chickens in her hidden space had been feasting on strawberries daily, and now even their eggs carried the fruit's flavor. Her father took another bite, his expression puzzled. Was it his imagination? Grandma, meanwhile, marveled at the vegetables in the yard. The crops are growing so fast, we can't even eat them all. They're so lush and healthy, with prices so high these days, if we sold them, would make a fortune. Mr. Chia's face darkened. We can't sell them. If people find out about the abundance in our yard, they'll come demanding our crops, just like yesterday. The reminder sobered everyone. Mrs. Chia and Grandma nodded in agreement, their earlier cheer replaced with a quiet resolve. Thankfully, the greenhouse roof is coated with that unblocking silver film, Grandma said. We can see out, but no one can see in. From the upper floors of the neighboring buildings, all they can spot are the solar panels. They have no idea about the garden below, otherwise would be in serious trouble. Exactly, Mr. Chia affirmed. We must let anyone know. Grandpa, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Chase them off, beat them. Sir, Chia chuckled. That's right, if anyone tries to take what's ours, we'll drive them away. After dinner, Grandma and Grandpa retired early. Sir and Mrs. Chia watched some television before heading to bed. Only Xiao Mingyu remained awake. Her night was far from over. There was still work to be done in the hidden space. Amid the rows of vegetables, she knelt, diligently pulling up radishes. Qi Guai, ever eager to assist, bounded over, but his claws were too sharp. One careless swipe, and the radish was sliced clean in half. Shoo! Xiao Mingyu flicked its forehead in exasperation, sending it trotting off. But Fu Guai had other plans. It made its way to the small courtyard, kicked open the gate with practiced ease, and barged into the cowshed. Moments later, it had herded the cows up and onto the pasture, where they scattered like leaves in the wind. T-Boy chased after them, its tail wagging with glee. Xiao Mingyu stared, dumbfounded. So this was how Fugui spent its time when she wasn't around. No wonder Shed once stepped in cow dung near the courtyard. One particularly panicked cow veered dangerously close to the vegetable patch. T-Boy, sensing the threat, accelerated, cutting off its path with a low growl. The cow skidded to a halt, changing direction. Xiao Mingyu's jaw nearly hit the ground. Was this real? T-Boy wasn't just intelligent, it was practically genius level. It had remembered her instructions to keep the animals away from the crops and orchards, and it was now enforcing those rules on its own. As she continued harvesting radishes, she kept an eye on Fugui. When the cows had tired themselves out and begun grazing, Fugui, bored with their docility, herded them back to the cowshed. It even closed the door behind them. Xiao Mingyu was stunned. What else are you hiding from me, almighty Fugui? She washed the radishes, trimmed their greens, and set aside 3 to stash in the storage room. She had to be careful, introducing small amounts at a time to avoid suspicion. By the time she finished, it was midnight. She stepped into the yard, transplanting fresh vegetables from the hidden space into the garden soil. After tamping down the earth and watering the beds, she was about to call it a night when the alarm on the surveillance monitor blared. Damn it, these walls are too high. There's definitely something fishy going on here. A man's voice, gruff and impatient, cut through the stillness. Keep your voice down, we'll tie 2 ladders together. Be careful when you climb, another voice whispered urgently. It was her neighbor, Sister Yang. Xiao Mingyu recognized her immediately. The woman had been watching their house all day after their argument yesterday. And now, under the cover of darkness, she had returned with her husband. There's an electric fence up there, and not climbing that, a man grumbled. You idiot. Sister Yang hissed. The ladder's tall enough to reach the roof, just climb to the top. You go then, I'll keep watch down here, he shot back. Sister Yang twisted his arm sharply. Are you even a man? Can't you do something as simple as this? The man's eyes narrowed dangerously. Say that again. She backed down immediately. Fine, don't get mad. And just thinking about our family. Electricity prices are through the roof. If we can steal their solar panels, we can run the air conditioning all day without paying a dime. And if we don't know how to use them, he retorted. Her eyes gleamed with malice. Then no one gets to use them. It'll smash them to pieces. Xiao Mingyu's gaze hardened as she watched the scene unfold on the monitor. It was time to put her father's boxing skills to the test. She woke her parents, careful not to disturb her grandparents. Sir, Fia's face darkened as he listened to her recount the situation. Without a word, he headed to the back of the house. By then, Sister Yang was halfway up the ladder, panting with effort. She was so focused on her ascent that she didn't notice the shadow looming below until she felt the firm grip on her ankle. What are you doing? Let go of my foot. She glanced down, and her blood ran cold. For a moment, she thought she was seeing a ghost. But no, it was a man, a stranger, his expression grim. Breaking into my house, are you? You must be Sister Yang. I warned you, did I? Don't let me catch you here. You're Tyson, the boxing champion, ha. At this same whirl of motion, and Sister Yang hit the ground with a resounding thud. Only then did she realize that the scoundrel was already sprawled there, motionless. You dare strike me, I'll get you. The man fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a folding knife, its blade glinting under the faint light, and lunged straight at Xiao's father. Xiao's father froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He hadn't expected the man to carry a weapon. In the split second before the blade could pierce flesh, Xiao Mingyu's sharp gaze narrowed. With a flicker of concentration, she slipped a stone from the hidden space into the man's path. The man toppled forward, sprawling face first onto the ground like a duck hitting dirt, the knife skittering out of his grasp and clattering away. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyu exhaled in relief. Xiao's father wasted no time. He surged forward, grabbing the man by the collar with a grip like iron, and unleashed a barrage of punches. Each blow landed with a sickening thud, the man's muffled groans of pain growing weaker, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. "Stealing my solar panels, smashing them too, I'll teach you to steal, I'll teach you." Xiao's father was incandescent with rage, utterly oblivious to the sheer force of his strikes. By the time he paused, the man's face was a grotesque mess of blood and swollen flesh, his nose a shattered ruin. "You dare hit my husband? Let him go. We were just taking a walk, passing by. How dare you attack us? Let go." Sister Yang rushed forward, clawing and pulling at Xiao's father in a desperate frenzy. But her strength was negligible against his. Without even turning, he backhanded her across the face. The slap landed with a crack, sending her sprawling. Blood dribbled from her mouth, and 3 teeth lay scattered on the ground. She tried to rise, but collapsed back down, trembling. "I don't usually hit women," Xiao's father said coldly, his gaze locking onto her with an intensity that made her blood run cold. "Oh, what you say? The surveillance cameras caught everything, clear as day. The ladder's still here. You two can look forward to jail time." He jabbed a finger toward the direction of the cameras. Sister Yang's face drained of color, her expression twisting into one of abject terror. Her husband, his words slurred through swollen lips, began to plead. "Please, don't hit me anymore. I don't want to go to jail. It was her idea. She's jealous of your solar panels. She dragged me into this. If you must hit someone, hit her. Please, I'm begging you, hit her instead." "What did you just say, Wei? Are you even a man?" Sister Yang stared at her husband, aghast. It was his grief for the solar panels that had brought them here, his hands that had tied the ladder in place. "Darling, just admit it. They've already called the police. Confess when they arrive. All right, this was all you're doing. I can't go to jail. You need to stay home and take care of the kids," he whimpered. "You heartless bastard. You're not a man. How can you do this to me?" Sister Yang snapped. Abandoning any pretense of self-preservation, she launched herself at He, clawing and striking. In no time, the two were locked in a vicious sprawl, a whirlwind of flailing limbs and shouted curses. Xiao's father, who had been ready to continue his own assault, found himself at a loss. He stood there, watching the couple tear into each other, and muttered under his breath, almost bemused, "Well, this was supposed to be my job." Meanwhile, Xia Mingyu had been busy filming the entire scene on her phone. She zoomed in for a close-up of Sister Yang's battered face, capturing every grotesque detail, before uploading the video to the neighborhood group chat. Alongside the footage, she added a detailed account of the events, warning everyone to stay vigilant and safeguard against thieves and vandals. The night owls in the chat, still awake, were quick to respond. "Night owl, I've seen this woman before. Last week, she tried to snatch groceries from me at the supermarket. I had them reserved, but she insisted they were hers. A tough guy serves her right. Little white flower, but isn't this too much? You can't just be someone like that. It's terrifying. Why not just chase them off instead?" Moonlight reflects my heart. My dad's a trained boxer with a bit of a temper and a strong sense of justice. Sorry if he scared anyone, but honestly, we all live in the same neighborhood. When faced with people like this, shouldn't we stand united? Otherwise, today it's theft, and tomorrow it could escalate to something far worse. Night owl, exactly. The heat's making tempers flare, and with prices so high, crime's bound to spike. Everyone stay alert. Little white flower, is it really that bad? If someone's struggling to get by, can't we just share a little to help them through tough times? Moonlight reflects my heart. What are you planning to invite robbers into your home for dinner? If you're so kind-hearted, why not take Sister Yang in? Let her use your electricity, then she won't have to steal anymore. Little white flower, you're being so aggressive. What's your problem, off? Moonlight reflects my heart. If you're speechless, then stay silent. After sending her final message, Xia Mingyu closed the app. By then, Xia's father had already called the police, and the officers arrived swiftly. Xia Mingyu recognized one of them immediately. "Oh, it's you again. What's going on here? It's the middle of the night, why'd you call us? Officer Zhang asked, striding over with another officer in tow. Officer Zhang, good evening, Xiao Mingyu greeted him with a smile. And this must be Officer Ouyang. Hello, Officer Ouyang. Officer Ouyang looked puzzled. Do I know you? Officer Zhang, however, recognized her at once. She's the relative of the guy who scratched your arm last time. Xiao Mingyu smirked. Not a relative, a sworn enemy. She quickly introduced her parents, and only then did they learn that these two officers had handled her elder brother's case. Thank you so much, Officer Zhang. And I'm sorry, Officer Ouyang, for the trouble you went through, Xiao's mother said apologetically. No need to thank you, it's our duty, Zhang replied. Really, it's nothing, my arm's long since healed, Ouyang added with a sheepish grin. At that moment, Sister Yang, spotting the officers, abandoned her fight with Lai Qi and rushed over, wailing and sobbing. Tears and mucus streamed down her battered face as she cried, Officers, you have to help me, look at what they did to me, my teeth, they knocked out 3 of them, I need to go to the hospital for an injury assessment. This is intentional assault, arrest them, execute these animals. Her disheveled hair and bloodied face made her look pitiful, almost like a tragic victim. Officer Zhang and Officer Ouyang recoiled, startled by her appearance. What happened here? Zhang asked, his tone sharp. Xiao's father sighed and recounted the entire incident, pulling up the surveillance footage on his phone as he spoke. The video was damning. Sister Yang's voice rang out clearly, especially the part where she shrieked, even if I can't use it, they shouldn't be able to either, I'll smash it. After watching the footage, Officer Zhang rubbed his temples in exasperation. Ma'am, you stole their property and tried to destroy it. You and your husband initiated the altercation. What they did counts as self-defense. Sister Yang's face twisted in fury. What are you saying? Look at me, I'm injured this badly. And you're not taking my side, you're shielding criminals. How much did they bribe you? Everyone look, the police are colluding with criminals, they're corrupt. She collapsed onto the ground, wailing and cursing, her voice hoarse and shrill. With her bloodied, swollen face, she painted a convincingly tragic picture. But the officers, seasoned as they were, weren't swayed. Zhang's expression darkened as he barked, do you realize that accusing the police of corruption is a serious offense? I can arrest you for defamation right now. At this, Sister Yang froze, her tirade cutting off abruptly, as if someone had grabbed her by the throat. Consider this your first and only warning, the officer's voice rang out, cold and unyielding, slicing through the air like a blade. If there's a next time, you and your spouse will be blacklisted immediately, water and electricity cut off, banned from making purchases at any supermarket, stripped of the right to buy food and supplies. You'll have nothing. No, we wouldn't dare, never again. The trembling couple, Sister Yang and her husband, nodded so furiously it seemed their heads might detach, their faces pale as paper. They stood there, mute and cowed, absorbing the reprimand like chastened children, before slinking away, their retreat a picture of shame and defeat. Taking them into the station for questioning would have meant wasting precious resources, air conditioning, food, drink and people like them. And in these times, resources were everything. The city had implemented new regulations. Minor offenses earned 1 warning. A second infraction led directly to blacklisting. Once blacklisted, all political rights were revoked. Disaster relief grains. Forget it. Even if you had money, the system would bar you from buying so much as a single grain of rice. This was the power of big data. The measures were harsh, but effective. They curbed crime with a ruthless efficiency, forcing people to toe the line. If you wanted to eat, you obeyed. The state wouldn't abandon you but defy it, and you'd find yourself staring down a dead end. Officer Zhang turned his steady gaze to Xiao Mingyu. We've seen a surge in reported incidents lately. The station's overwhelmed. The heat wave isn't going anywhere, it'll persist for a long time. Times are changing. You need to heighten your awareness of personal safety. If necessary, use any means to protect yourself. Xiao Mingyu nodded, her expression grave. She caught the Sepaxton officer Tseng's words. The government likely had forecasts this wasn't just a summer heat wave, it could last an entire year. As a public servant, Officer Tseng would have heard whispers, fragments of unofficial information. Society's fragile order was already beginning to unravel. In her previous life, Xiao Mingyu had been oblivious at this point in time. But now, with hindsight, she could see it clearly. The state was weaving an intricate web, strategizing, preparing, ensuring the people of China could weather the impending storm. Petty crimes. A blacklist ensured you couldn't buy even a crumb of bread. Major offenses like robbery. Immediate execution. The rules were unflinching. Self-defense, even lethal, was no longer a crime. Food production had plummeted. The government couldn't spare resources to maintain prisons filled with criminals. The solution? Severe punishments, swift and unyielding, to conserve food for law-abiding citizens. Xiao Mingyu's mind churned with thoughts. She'd need to fortify her villa, make it impenetrable. By the next day, the entire neighborhood was buzzing with news of the previous night's events. The property management office circulated the new regulations, urging residents to comply with the law. Discussions erupted in chat groups, a cacophony of speculation and unease. The heat wave intensified. The Yellow River, lifeblood of a civilization, had run dry, desiccated corpse of its former self. Drought swept across China, a calamity of global proportions. Water rationing tightened its grip. Once, there had been 2 hours of water supply per day. Now there was none. Water trucks delivered rations, 2 liters per person. Electricity was rationed to a single hour daily. Every morning, Xiao Mingyu and her grandmother joined the line to collect water, which they used sparingly to keep their vegetable garden alive. The thing had become a distant luxury, a relic of a bygone era. 2 liters a day barely sufficed for drinking, let alone anything else. During the precious hour of electricity, people scrambled to charge their phones and power banks. Complaints about high electricity bills had vanished. The chance to feel the cool kiss of air conditioning, even briefly, was a rare blessing. Most workplaces had shut down. Real estate prices plummeted, high-rise apartments losing their value overnight. Fuel-powered cars were nearly worthless. Only food prices soared, climbing higher and higher, an unrelenting spiral. The government acted with decisive force, consolidating the food and agriculture industries. Private companies producing food were nationalized overnight. Brands like Kingmaster, Shuang Hui, and Five Little Squirrels were absorbed into the state apparatus. Those who cooperated received symbolic rewards, a banner of recognition. Work with the state, and you won't be mistreated, they were told. Those who resisted, they were crushed. The head of Double Hope Bread had hoarded 8 million boxes of bread, intending to sell them at exorbitant prices. The police raided his home in the dead of night, confiscating everything. Beyond food, the government cracked down on corruption, tax evasion, and fraud. Each day brought new scandals. Officials and celebrities exposed, their ill-gotten wealth seized. The state was amassing resources at breakneck speed, bracing for the catastrophe ahead. Violence escalated. In the Huan residential complex alone, 3 incidents occurred in a single week, 8 injured, 4 dead, 2 shot by police. The new regulations had emboldened people. Murders surged. Instigators bore full responsibility. Self-defense carried no penalty. People were no longer afraid to fight for their lives. In building of the complex, a robbery turned deadly. The homeowner killed all 3 intruders. When the police arrived, they found him calm, unscathed, and legally untouchable. Stir the filling in one direction, Xiao's mother instructed, her hands deftly folding duff around meat. That's how you make dumplings taste good. I know, Xiao Mingyu replied, her wrists rotating rhythmically, the spoon scraping against the bowl. Her mother spoke as she worked. We're lucky to live in a standalone villa, With the power cuts, elevators don't work, people in high rises are suffering terribly. I heard several fainted on the stairs yesterday, and when they woke up, their groceries had been stolen. It's tragic. Xiao Mingyu nodded. High-rise apartments are dirt cheap now. You can't even sell one for yuan. Ground floor units are in demand. Good thing we sold the 3-bedroom apartment earlier. Otherwise, we'd have lost a fortune. Her parents exchanged glances. The apartment, sold to her cousin, was on this floor. Its value had halved, and prices continued to plummet. The timing of the sale had been impeccable. After a pause, her father murmured, "Good call." Xiao Mingyu smiled, but was interrupted by her grandmother's hurried return. She stumbled into the room, disheveled and breathless. "My vegetables were stolen," she cried. "A man snatched them from me, knocked me down, and ran off." The local supermarket had long abandoned its online reservation system due to thefts and brawls. Now customers queued in person, rationed to limited quantities. The store had even been partially nationalized, with a government-appointed director overseeing operations. Xiao Mingyu helped her grandmother to the sofa. "Are you hurt?" "No, just my pride. He took my pumpkin and 2 pounds of mushrooms. I spent over yuan on those. Prices are outrageous these days. That scoundrel." Her grandmother's voice quivered with frustration. Relieved that her grandmother was unharmed, Xiao Mingyu sighed. To her grandmother, who had lived a life of frugality, yuan was a fortune. She must have agonized over the expense. "I told you not to buy from the overpriced store," her mother chided. "The food's not even fresh. We're not out of supplies yet." Her grandmother sighed. "I thought it'd be quieter during the day. I just wanted to stock up while I could. Who knows how long we'll be able to buy food. What we have will run out eventually." She took a sip of water. "I was planning to make pumpkin cakes for Mingyu. Now I can't." Xiao Mingyu disappeared into the storage room, returning moments later with 2 enormous pumpkins. The sight left her family speechless. "We have pumpkins," she said simply. "The storage room's packed. If you need anything, just ask me. I know where everything is." The pumpkins were vibrant, their orange skin smooth and fragrant, exuding a sweetness that filled the room. Her grandmother's face lit up with a smile. "These are wonderful, much better than the one I bought." The residents' group chat buzzed with a new message. Meimen Supermarket's director Su Bin tonight will be receiving a shipment of government-subsidized rice, 9 yuan per pound, limited to 2 pounds per person. Supplies are limited, so line up early to purchase. "Send you off, good heavens, it's been ages since I've seen prices starting with a single digit. This is practically free. I love my country. Looming prosperity, I'd better head out early to Qiu. We're out of rice at home. Little white flour, this is where being a homebody pays off. I stocked up on 10 bags of rice ages ago, enough to last me for a long time. With the heat outside, I wouldn't dream of going out. It's sweltering. Parched grandpa, hey you up there, share some with me. I'll trade you potatoes for it." "Little white flour, I hate potatoes, no deal." Huge little chubby folks, I have a suggestion. Prices are skyrocketing, and many people can barely afford food. Why don't we start bartering? Trade things you don't use much for items you need. As long as both sides agree, the deal's done. What do you all think? Xiao Mingyu read the group messages. Although Huge Little Chubby was known for playing peacemaker and pretending to be a good Samaritan, this suggestion wasn't half bad. As soon as Huge Little Chubby proposed the idea, many chimed in. "Candy sounds good to me. Line of heat, I think it's a great idea. Saves us all a lot of trouble. Life lies in reclining. I've got 2 big bags of dried red dates at home. Anyone want to trade for some veggies? The wind scatters my fart. Hey, my wife just gave birth and needs red dates to recover. I've got 2 carrots, wanna trade? Life lies in reclining. Deal. Let's meet at the gazebo by the artificial lake." The artificial lake in their neighborhood had long since dried up, leaving behind a mess of pit. "Death Racer, I sell used cars. Anyone need one? I'll trade for 30 pounds of flour." Huge Little Chubby, "I've got 2 boxes of dried black fungus. looking to trade for some meat. Ironclad blacksmith, I'm a blacksmith. Anyone want something made of iron? Just give me some food in exchange. The group chat buzzed with trades, but none of it piqued Xiao Mingju's interest until Ironclad blacksmith caught her attention. Moonlight shines on my heart, Ironclad blacksmith, private chat. She had an idea: dig a pit around the villa, line it with spike traps, and ensure that anyone who fell in wouldn't have a chance to escape. She also wanted an iron spiked net above the main entrance one that could catch multiple intruders at once. After what had happened with Sister Yang, Xiao Mingju had been obsessing over how to fortify the villa's defenses. This was the perfect opportunity. When she explained her requirements, Ironclad blacksmith assured her he could deliver. She immediately went outside to measure dimensions and placed an order for 6 spike traps and 2 iron spiked nets. In exchange, she agreed to pay him 50 pounds of sweet potatoes and 50 pounds of pumpkins, with 20 pounds of sweet potatoes as a deposit. It sounded like a lot, but these items were bulky and didn't weigh much in reality, especially considering she was buying iron goods. Given the current circumstances, food was precious, but Ironclad blacksmith agreed without hesitation. He promised to complete the order within a month, and even threw in over 20 animal traps as a bonus. At dinner that evening, Xiao's mother insisted that the family conserve water to the utmost degree. We must stick to using the cat litter box and not waste a single drop of life's essence. Xiao Mingju quietly gnawed on a chicken foot, having secretly refilled the water tank multiple times. Her mother still believed their water-saving efforts were working wonders. The fridge never ran out of mixed fruit juice, though the juicer in her spatial dimension was on the verge of breaking down from overuse. In her quest for new flavors, Xiao Mingju had even juiced carrots with light cheese, creating a slew of culinary abominations. These experiments ultimately went to feed Nao, who didn't seem to mind. Her acting skills were impeccable. Time and again, she carried out box after box of mixed fruit juice from the storage room, refilling bottles before they were even half empty. The illusion was seamless. When her mother decreed that each person could only bathe once every 5 days, Xiao Mingju couldn't hold back. Mom, we've got over 50 barrels of bottled water. There's no need to be so frugal. During their stockpiling phase, Xiao Mingju had converted an entire room on the first floor into a storage space for bottled water. Each barrel held 20 liters, and the room was packed floor to ceiling with both large barrels and smaller bottles. When the government announced the cessation of tap water and switched to water trucks, Xiao Mingju had unveiled the hidden room to her family. Her parents' jaws nearly hit the floor. They'd always assumed the room was empty and had never bothered to check. Who would have thought it was brimming with water? For most people nowadays, bathing once a month was a luxury. Many hadn't bathed in months, but Xiao Mingju, ever the contrarian, couldn't help indulging. After all, she had the resources to spare. Let's not forget a spatial dimension didn't just have a well, it had an entire river. Water was never an issue. That's drinking water, her mother scolded. How can you waste it on baths? You're too extravagant. But the water from the trucks smells weird. It's only good for watering plants, and not using that to bathe, Xiao Mingju retorted, her tone petulant. You stubborn girl, fine. Since we're drinking bottled water thanks to you, use whatever water you want for bathing. Happy now? Her mother relented with a sigh. Xiao Mingju tossed the chicken bone onto the table and licked her fingers with satisfaction. Her grandmother's cooking could rival that of a 5-star chef. Sure, that works for me. A smile tugged at her lips. As if she'd ever let her family run out of water. It's almost been. I'd better head out to line up for rice, her grandmother announced, getting to her feet. Grandma, I'll come with you, Xiao Mingju said, wiping her mouth. I don't feel comfortable with just the two of you going. I'll come too, her father added. At Ben, the three of them stepped out into a wave of blistering heat. Xiao Mingju felt like she'd walked straight into a sauna. They hadn't even reached the supermarket when they saw the line snaking out the door, stretching far into the distance. Dutifully, they joined the queue. It hasn't even started yet, and the line's already this long, Will there be any rice left by the time it's our turn? Her grandmother muttered. Parched, Xiao Mingyu pulled 3 bottles of water from her bag and handed them to her father and grandmother. With the wait expected to be long, many had brought bottles of water to stave off dehydration. Xiao Mingyu followed suit, sipping from her bottle as others watched enviously. The family stood out. Their clothes were clean, their bodies free of odor, and they carried bottled water luxury in these times. Nowadays, water was rationed to 2 hours a day, and the flow was barely a trickle. Most people could only collect enough for cooking and drinking. Methane was a distant dream. To make matters worse, the tap water had a faint earthy smell and had to be boiled to be drinkable. Bottled water companies had long gone out of business, and supermarkets had stocked beverages in ages. How was it that this family still had bottled water to drink? Noticing the stares, Xiao Mingyu calmly finished her water and tucked the empty bottle back into her bag. Bottled water had become a rare luxury, not something to flaunt. Where did your family get bottled water? Could you sell me a couple of bottles? A woman finally asked, unable to contain herself. Others looked on, their eyes filled with longing. Xiao Mingyu feigned nonchalance. This isn't bottled water, it's just boiled tap water I poured into bottles for convenience. Oh, I see, the woman said, disappointment flashing across her face. These days, who has bottled water? It's a blessing to have enough to drink. We just reuse bottles to store tap water, her father chimed in. Now was the time to show off. Drawing attention could lead to trouble. Better safe than sorry. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the front of the line. Only 1 pound left, the supermarket staff said. This discounted rice was a government-issued disaster relief provision, meant to ensure that every citizen could afford a meal. At 9 yuan per jin, it was practically a giveaway compared to the terrifying prices of the current market. But there was a catch, each person was limited to 2 jin. Now, with only 1 jin left, Xiao Mingyu was determined to claim it. No need to line up anymore. The supermarket owner's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. A commotion erupted at the back of the line. Complaints surged like a tide as some turned to leave in resignation, while others cursed under their breath, unwilling to budge. We've been waiting for hours. How can you tell us it's sold out just as we're about to get our turn? Exactly, why couldn't you say so earlier? In this scorching heat, are you trying to make fools of us? The supermarket owner, a middle-aged man with a perpetually sullen face, barked back, his tone as cutting as broken glass. I said it's gone, and it's gone. Keep whining, and it'll stop selling to any of you. Go buy your rice somewhere else if you've got a problem. The crowd fell silent, swallowing their indignation like a bitter pill. They had no choice. He held a lifeline, and they knew it. Xiao Mingyu pulled out her money. I'll take the last yen, she said, her voice steady. But just as she reached forward, a man burst up from the back of the crowd. That rice is mine. Xiao Mingyu's brows knitted together as she turned to see a man with shifty eyes and a smirk that curled like smoke. He swaggered toward her, throwing her a triumphant glare as he passed. Her grandmother's face darkened instantly, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. It's you, you're the one who knocked me over this morning and stole my vegetables. Give them back. The man leaned back, sneering, his legs bouncing with mock bravado. What are you babbling about, you old hag? I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Mingyu's expression turned cold, her voice low and sharp. What did you just say? Say that again if you dare, her father growled, his temper flaring like dry tinder catching a spark. The man took a cautious step back, his bravado faltering. You're all together. I didn't say anything, get out of my way and buy that rice. Clearly, he had assumed the old woman was alone again, an easy target. Xiao Mingyu let out a dry laugh, her gaze icy. Ever heard of first come, first served? First come my ass. The man spat, his voice rising in defiance. I don't need a clue for anything. Who the hell are you to fight me for rice? Believe me, I'll make sure you never get your hands on any again. Xiao Mingyu studied him, her face unreadable. She didn't feel anger, just a faint, bitter amusement. This man had come looking for trouble, and trouble was all he seemed to know. Her father, however, had no such restraint. He seized the man by the collar, his grip unyielding. Today, you're going to return the vegetables you stole, and you're going to apologize to my mother and daughter. If you don't, you're not leaving here. The man's eyes darted to Xiao Mingju's father, taking in the solid bulk of muscle beneath his shirt. Panic flickered across his face, and he shouted desperately, "Brother, you, help me." The supermarket owner emerged from the shadows, his expression dark and menacing. "You dare cause trouble in my store? Believe me, I'll call the police and blacklist you all. You'll never shop here again." He spoke with the arrogance of a man who wielded unchecked power. With no government officials around to oversee him, he ruled this little corner of the world like a petty tyrant. "Funny how you didn't step in when he was causing trouble," Xiao Mingyu said, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. She had heard stories about this man. In the neighborhood chat groups, people had complained that when their pre-ordered groceries were stolen, he didn't just refuse to help, he chased them out with insults. Vindictive to the core, he would blacklist anyone who dared to speak ill of him, leaving the community simmering with silent resentment. Before the apocalypse, the supermarket had been run by a friendly woman known as Sister Mayman. She was the kind of person who would throw in a handful of scallions or a few extra greens for her customers, her kindness a balm in trying times. But not long after the world began to collapse, the ownership had shifted to this man. It had been the same in Xiao Mingju's previous life. Her mind drifted back to those days when she had been too poor to afford even the cheapest grains. Sister Mayman had taken pity on her, often serving her a steaming bowl of noodles with a soft-boiled egg on top. But then, one day, Sister Mayman had vanished without a trace. In her place was this man, who had none of her generosity or warmth. Xiao Mingju, penniless and desperate, had only come to the supermarket when government-subsidized rations were available. She had rarely seen the man himself, but now, piecing things together, she realized there had always been something strange about Sister Mayman's disappearance. "Where's Sister Mayman?" Xiao Mingju asked suddenly, her gaze locking onto the supermarket owner. "She used to run this place. Why has she been around lately?" The man's face twitched, a fleeting crack in his composure. But he recovered quickly, his voice rising defensively. "Mayman's my wife. She's just resting at home, none of your damn business." Xiao Mingyu smiled faintly, but her eyes were as cold as winter frost. Let him go. We won't get any rice today. No point making enemies, he still have to survive here." Her father hesitated, surprised by her sudden change in tone, but eventually released his grip. The supermarket owner sneered. "Smart choice." The shifty-eyed man, emboldened, puffed out his chest. "That's right, now let me buy my rice." Xiao Mingyu watched them, her expression unreadable, before turning away. On the walk home, her father muttered angrily, "This world's gone to hell, forced to bow to a scum like that, it's humiliating. If it weren't for the blacklist, I'd have beaten them senseless." Her grandmother sighed heavily. "What can we do? We're just ordinary people. We bite down on the bitterness and swallow it. Is the supermarket owner? Everyone here depends on that store. Who dares to cross him?" Xiao Mingju said nothing, her mind spinning. She remembered a conversation she had overheard before the apocalypse, when Sister Mayman had been chatting with a customer. The customer had praised her for raising a child alone, and Sister Mayman had laughed, saying the hard days were behind her now. At the time, Xiao Mingyu had been too preoccupied with stockpiling supplies to pay much attention. But now, she was certain, Sister Mayman had been single. So why had this man claimed to be her husband? Back home, after dinner, Xiao Mingyu excused herself and slipped out into the night. The power had long since gone out, plunging the neighborhood into a suffocating darkness. No streetlights, no cameras, just a void that swallowed everything. But Xiao Mingyu felt no fear. If anything, a thrill coursed through her veins. Midnight was the perfect time for secrets to unravel, for truths to be unearthed. She was going to find out what this man was hiding in, what had happened to Sister Mayman. "Donkey, how many did you snatch today?" The supermarket owner slurred, his breath heavy with the acrid stench of cheap liquor. Maybe a dozen or so, Donkey replied, his voice low, but tinged with a twisted pride. I always go for women walking along a quick grab and run. Would have been smooth today too, if it weren't for that old hag clinging to me. She wouldn't have seen my face otherwise. But hey, these groceries are enough to keep us fed for days. Still, brother, you've got a whole supermarket. Why make me steal from your own customers? The man's laugh was sharp, almost feral. You don't get it, do you? The cost of stocking those shelves is outrageous. It's still my money going out, but this way, we eat for free. The rising prices had turned even the most basic vegetables into luxuries, their costs climbing into triple digits. It'd be damned if it spent a single yuan, when theft was so much more efficient. Donkey grinned, his admiration as glowing as the suite in the dimly lit room. Brother, you're a genius. Following you was the best decision we ever made. Yi squinted at him, his lips curling into a sneer. I figured out the real game of running a supermarket, and that bitch is no use to me anymore. Let the boys have their fun with her, and then finish her off, clean and quick. Donkey's grin faltered, uncertainty flickering across his face. Brother, she's your ex-wife. Isn't that a bit much? Yi spat on the ground, the sound sharp and venomous. His wife, don't make me laugh. If she had called the cops on me for so-called domestic violence, I wouldn't have spent 6 months rotting in jail. Women like her deserve worse. She's my enemy, not my wife. And don't think I don't know what you and the others have been up to. You've already had your way with her, haven't you? Don't play innocent with me. Donkey's head dropped, guilt painting his silence. Let's go home. He rose unsteadily, extinguishing the candle that cast flickering shadows across the supermarket walls. In the darkness, a figure moved. Xiao Mingyu had been watching, her presence a phantom in the night. Her eyes, black as the abyss, glinted with a chilling light, a quiet storm brewing within. Perhaps it was the strange clarity of her nightly rituals, drinking dew under the moonlight, that had sharpened her vision. Unlike ordinary people, she could see through the dark, unnoticed by her prey. The house they entered was a wreck. Chaos reigned in the living room, where 3 unfamiliar men lounged, their latter coarse and predatory. The harsh fluorescent light illuminated every sordid detail, while the hum of an air conditioner provided a cruel contrast to the squalor. On the balcony, 2 solar panels gleamed faintly, like silent witnesses to the depravity within. His sister-in-law, one of the men jeered, his voice dripping with mockery. If you can. Although Fugai was not yet of age, his physique had already reached full maturity, towering even larger than the average adult tiger, a hulking beast capable of freezing the blood of anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Yet who would have imagined that this fearsome predator, whose very presence could paralyze the brightest of men, would cling to Xiao Mingyu every single day, begging for milk. And not just a little, 2 enormous basins at a time. A tiger? Where did that tiger come from? Yuji's eyes widened in disbelief, his muscles taut as if preparing to flee. Yet his legs betrayed him, turning to jelly beneath his weight, leaving him immobilized. Beside him, Yu Xingxin stood pale as a ghost, frozen in terror. The tiger paid her no heed. With massive, deliberate strides, its paws padded toward the sofa where Yuji sat, trembling. Yup. The plea barely escaped his lips before Fukai lunged, jaws locking around his throat in a single, decisive motion. The sickening crunch of bone echoed through the room, and Yuji's head lolled lifelessly to one side, his body crumpling like a discarded marionette. The stench of urine and fear filled the air. In the bedroom nearby, muffled laughter and the rustle of fabrics signaled the oblivious revelry of those who had yet to realize their own demise was but moments away. Yu Xingxin's eyes gleamed with an almost manic satisfaction, her breath catching in exhilaration. To see her tormentor dead before her, his life snuffed out so swiftly, was a dark, intoxicating relief. Even the tiger no longer frightened her. If death came for her next, she would meet it willingly, her vengeance fulfilled. But Fugai spared her not even a glance. Instead, the beast turned toward the bedroom, its tail swaying like a pendulum of judgment. A cacophony of screams erupted, sharp and desperate, only to be swallowed by an eerie silence moments later. Unable to contain herself, Yu Xingxin rushed into the room. The sight that greeted her was a tableau of carnage, blood splattered across walls and pooling on the floor. She let out a piercing scream, her voice raw with horror and release. Xingxin. Her mother, Meimen, clutched her tightly, the two of them huddled together like cornered prey. Qi, meanwhile, spat out the remnants of his latest victim, his expression one of disdain, as if the taste of human flesh had offended him. With a low growl, he turned and sauntered off, tail flicking lazily, utterly indifferent to the two women trembling in the corner. Outside, in the shadowed recesses of a nearby alley, Xiao Mingyu waited. She reached out to stroke Phoebe's massive head, her touch both tender and commanding. With a quiet word, she summoned him back into the hidden space she controlled, rewarding him with 2 steaming basins of braised pork belly, his current favorite dish, provided the fat-to-lean ratio was just right. Too much fat, and he would sulk like a spoiled child. In her secluded courtyard, Xiao Mingyu had set up a massive iron pot, one she used exclusively to prepare meals for Fugai. He adored that pot, circling it like a king surveying his domain. Through the uncurtained windows of Meimen's home, Xiao Mingyu had witnessed everything: the violence, the despair, the justice meted out by claws and teeth. Her heart clenched with a cold, visceral fear. She had not anticipated such depravity in the world, nor had she expected it to end so swiftly. Death, she thought, was far too merciful for creatures like them. In her previous life, she had been a pitiful figure, filthy and emaciated, her body reeking from the lack of water to cleanse herself. Perhaps it was this wretched state that had spared her from the attention of predators like these. A small mercy, she supposed. Drawing a few bottles of water and some food from her hidden cache, Xiao Mingyu stepped into Meimen's blood-soaked home. "Meimen Gigi, have something to eat," she said softly, her voice steady but distant. Meimen's vacant eyes flickered with suspicion, though it was Yu Xingxin who reached out to accept the offering. Xingxin twisted open a bottle of water, drinking greedily, before sinking her teeth into the bread with a ferocity born of desperation. "I've already called the police," Xiao Mingyu continued, her tone matter-of-fact. "They'll be here soon. This apartment is yours. Those men broke in to rob you. What you did was self-defense, perfectly legal. Rest now. I'll take my leave." She turned to go, her steps measured and deliberate. "Thank you, a tiger, do you know it?" Xingxin's voice rang out, sharp and prodding. Xiao Mingyu paused, glancing back at her. "What tiger? I don't know what you're talking about." For a moment, Xingxin was silent, her gaze piercing, as if weighing the truth of those words. Then a faint, almost conspiratorial smile curved her lips. "You're right," she murmured. "There was no tiger. I must have imagined it, but Gigi, if you ever need anything, call me mother, and I will do whatever it takes to repay you." Xiao Mingyu said nothing, merely nodding before disappearing into the night. She had debts of her own to repay, and a warm bowl of noodles from her past life lingered in her memory like a beacon of kindness. After she left, Meimen devoured the food, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, it's over now," Xingxin whispered, her voice gentle yet firm. "Those monsters are gone, we're safe, you still have me, and we'll make it through this, we'll live, really live." Meimen stared at the mangled bodies on the floor, her expression unreadable. And, suddenly, she laughed at a wild, guttural sound that morphed into sobs. "They're dead, all of them, good." As the shock wore off, clarity returned to Meimen's eyes. She gripped Xingxin's hand tightly. "The police will be here soon. We need to stage this scene. That woman was right, this was self-defense. Get me a knife, quickly." The tools were already there: machetes, daggers, crossbows, even stun batons, all brought by the intruders themselves. Xingxin moved swiftly, retrieving a blade. Meimen's face twisted with determination as she drove the knife repeatedly into Yujia's lifeless body, her fury spilling out with each thrust. The others received the same treatment, their wounds altered to mask the tiger's handiwork. When the grisly work was done, mother and daughter collapsed onto the sofa, their breaths ragged. A tiger, Xing Sin began hesitantly. It was strange, it only attacked them, not us, almost as if it had been trained. Mayman finished, her face streaked with blood. Xing Sin nodded. And then as soon as it left, that woman appeared with food and water. I think the tiger belongs to her, but she doesn't want anyone to know. Then we won't speak of it, Mayman said firmly. That woman saved our lives. We owe her everything. Yes, Xing Sin agreed, her voice resolute. Mayman retrieved her stolen phone, snapping photos of the carnage before delivering one final stab to Yuji's groin. Then, with a calm that belied the chaos around her, she opened the neighborhood chat group and typed a message. Mayman's supermarket, closed for 3 days. Business will resume afterward. The night owls in the group erupted with questions, their curiosity insatiable. But Mayman ignored them. The sound of sirens was already approaching. When the police arrived, they surveyed the scene with grim faces. The brutality of the crime shocked even them, but upon hearing the story of the attempted robbery, they praised Mayman and her daughter for their courage, even assisting with the cleanup. After they left, Mayman uploaded the photos to the chat group, answering the flood of questions with chilling finality. Mayman's supermarket, we were attacked by robbers. They're all dead now. Not a single one left alive. If anyone dares to cross me again, don't blame me for what happens next. The group fell silent, the grisly images speaking louder than words. No one dared challenge her. In her own bed, Xiao Mingyu chuckled softly as she scrolled through the messages. One user in particular caught her attention. Foot-scratching man, well done, applause. She laughed aloud, tossing another macadamia nut into her mouth. That one, she thought, might be worth keeping an eye on. The relentless heat had scorched the land, leaving countless crops and orchards withered, vast swaths of forests reduced to brittle skeletons. The government, in a desperate bid to stave off catastrophe, issued an edict to regulate water resources, channeling them only to the most critical needs. Across the nation, local governments scrambled to comply, issuing a flurry of directives and 20, perhaps more, prioritizing water allocation for farmers and fruit growers, pouring resources into agricultural recovery. Some rightly dubbed this year the Inferno Calamity, a bitter nod to the mythical Flaming Mountains. The state had already tapped into its reserve granaries and meat stocks, enforcing strict price controls. Grain and meat prices plummeted, much to the delight of citizens, who found rare solace in their grocery baskets. For a brief moment, social order seemed to stabilize. But no one realized this was merely the deceptive calm before the storm, the faint, flickering glow of a dying ember before it was snuffed out. The granaries wouldn't last forever. If the oppressive heat wave persisted, it would spell annihilation not for a region, but for humanity itself. Though grain and meat had become affordable, fruits remained an unattainable luxury. One solitary orange fetched an astronomical price of 800 yuan. Xiao's mother had been so appalled by the cost that she spent days railing against it, her indignation a constant undercurrent in the household. Xiao Mingyu, however, remained unperturbed. The government's price controls had rendered staples like rice, flour, and meat accessible, even cheap. Fruits and leafy greens, on the other hand, were a different story. Their prices defied intervention, climbing ever higher. But as long as one was willing to part with enough money, they were still obtainable. Yet, she knew the real nightmare was yet to come. When the sandstorms descended, when the skies turned jaundiced, suffocating yellow, the desertification of the land would accelerate with a ferocity no human power could contain. At that point, not even weeds would dare to grow, let alone crops. That would be the true inferno, hellish landscape, where survival was a cool joke. And before the sandstorms, there was still the plague of mosquitoes to endure. So Xiao Mingyu thought grimly, savored the days when food is still food. Soon enough, the shelves at Mayman's supermarket would trade grains for mosquito cakes. She retreated to her hidden sanctuary, a pocket of verdant abundance, to tend to her crops. Today, she was harvesting fruit. The peaches were ripe to the point of bursting, their golden pink flesh exuding in intoxicating sweetness. She plucked one, washed it briefly in the clear stream, and bit into it. The flavor was a symphony of summer, the juice cascading down her chin in rivulets. Nearby, the pear trees, apple trees, and cherry trees stood heavy with fruit, their branches sagging under the weight. If she didn't harvest soon, the trees might break under the strain. With practiced efficiency, she filled basket after basket, her movements fluid and precise. Not far off, a small herd of cows watched her with wide, expectant eyes, their gazes a blend of hope and trepidation. What treats might their mistress offer them today? Yet none dared approach too closely, for looming nearby was Fugai, the self-appointed guardian of the realm. Yes, Fugai was on cow-herding duty again. No longer the small, playful tiger cub of yesteryear, Fugai had grown into a majestic, commanding presence. His gaze carried an almost imperial disdain, a primal authority that brooked no challenge. Standing upright, he towered over Xiao Mingyu by half her height. Recently, Xiao Mingyu had stumbled upon a chest of gold coins. Though money was no longer a concern, she decided to stash them away for now. The cows and piglets had matured as well, transforming into robust cattle and hefty swine. Perhaps it was the unique properties of the sanctuary, but their growth far outpaced that of their counterparts in the outside world. Thanks to Fugai's daily herding and rigorous exercise regimen, every animal was in peak condition, their muscles taut and their flesh undoubtedly tender. Xiao Mingyu often joked to herself that Fugai had assumed the role of a stern military commander, treating the animals as his subordinates. His management style was nothing short of draconian. Even the chickens weren't spared. Should they fail to meet their egg-laying quota, Fugai would station himself by the coop, issuing menacing growls until the terrified hens produced a flurry of eggs overnight. He truly was a diligent steward. The animals' daily output of manure had increased exponentially, forcing Xiao Mingyu to make frequent trips to the wastelands behind her neighborhood to dispose of it. Each time, she ventured far, wary of complaints about the stench. Before long, both baskets were brimming with fruit. She loaded them onto her tricycle and pedaled back to her rustic farmhouse. Unloading one basket of cherries, she divided them evenly, half for the pigs, half for the cows. The peaches and pears were similarly apportioned, ensuring every creature received its share. To balance the pig's diet, she hauled out a pile of freshly dug sweet potatoes, chopping them into chunks before tossing them into the pan. The cows, grazing contentedly in the meadow, caught wind of the feast and abandoned their grass. With a rhythmic clatter of hoofs, they trotted back to the barn, eager for their share of the bounty. Watching the cows line up in orderly fashion, Xiao Mingyu couldn't help but marvel at Fugai's training prowess. His efforts had turned them into model students. Today, she decided, he deserved a reward, a roasted leg of lamb, glistening with oil and charred to perfection. It was his favorite. She set up the grill, the mechanism rotating the meat automatically, freeing her from the need to supervise. Grabbing 2 pomegranates, she wandered over to the chicken coop. Breaking one open, she tossed a segment inside, scattering crimson seeds like rubies onto the ground. Just then, a long-forgotten sound echoed in her mind, the system's voice. "Host, you have a new task, learn to deliver newborns. Please confirm whether to accept. Countdown begins." "Accept," she replied instinctively, the word leaving her lips before she had time to think. As soon as she spoke, a fog of confusion descended upon her. "Deliver newborns? For whom?" A frantic bleating snapped her out of her daze. Turning, she saw one of her nanny goats lying on the ground, a tiny hoof protruding awkwardly from its rear. The other goat was sprawled beside it, groaning in distress. At their side, a pile of tools had appeared out of thin air: scissors, towels, hot water, and most crucially, a manual for delivering newborns. Clearly, the system had provided them. Panic surged through Xiao Mingyu. She had noticed the goats' swollen bellies in recent weeks, but had dismissed it as overeating. She never imagined they were pregnant. And had the old man who sold her the goats insisted they were barren? had she unknowingly bought two expectant mothers? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to focus. Donning disposable gloves and sterilizing her tools with alcohol and iodine, she skimmed the manual at lightning speed before setting to work. She fetched a pile of fresh vegetables, placing them near the goats' mouths to replenish their strength. As she worked, she murmured soothing words, her hands steady, but her heart racing. Figoi lay sprawled on the grass, watching the scene unfold with lazy detachment. Maybe try deep breathing, she joked nervously, then laughed at herself. Goats, after all, weren't humans, and they certainly couldn't understand her. Moments later, with a slick, squelching sound, the first kid slid free, its tiny body glistening. Once the first was out, the rest followed more easily. Within an hour, both nanny goats had delivered a total of 6 kids. Following the manual's instructions, Xiao Mingyu cleaned the newborns and tended to their mothers. The nanny goats nuzzled their offspring, their eyes brimming with maternal affection. Chivway sauntered over, his tail swishing like a whip through the grass. He sniffed each of the newborns, marking them with his scent before wandering off, satisfied. It seemed his entourage had grown by 6. In light of their heroic efforts, Xiao Mingyu decided to spare the nanny goats from the butcher's block. They had earned their reprieve, at least for now. As the kids nursed, Xiao Mingyu gathered her tools and headed to the stream to wash her hands. Congratulations, host, on completing your task. Your reward, 1 strength pill. Please consume promptly, it will expire otherwise. With a soft whoosh, a small wooden box materialized in her hands. A strength pill. Opening the box, she found a single pill nestled inside. After a moment's hesitation, she swallowed it. Everything she had now was thanks to the sanctuary, she trusted it wouldn't harm her. Almost immediately, a tingling sensation spread through her limbs, a warm, electric current coursing through her body. Strength? How much strength? Curious, she approached Fugui, who was handling nearby. Patting his massive flank, she decided to test her newfound power. She bent her knees, tightened her grip, and lifted. To her astonishment, she hoisted Figui into the air as effortlessly as if he were one of the newborn kids. Figui, who weighed as much as a fully grown bull, dangled in her arms, his tiger face a mask of bewilderment. Her heart soared with exhilaration. With the strength, how could she not protect herself? Bold with the life-giving waters of the sanctuary, her body was now a fortress. She could crush 10 grown men with ease. If another incident like the one with Sister Mayman occurred, she wouldn't need Fugui to intervene. She could dispatch them herself, snuffing them out as easily as one might extinguish a candle. Have you noticed that the mosquitoes at home have been multiplying lately? Father Xiao asked casually as he sorted through vegetables, his fingers deftly plucking wilted leaves and tossing them into a wicker basket. Maybe it's because we have the vegetable garden and the chicken coop, grandmother replied absent-mindedly, her voice carrying the faint rasp of age. Those things are a magnet for little critters. Father Xiao shook his head, his brows furrowing. No, it's not that. I've noticed a real difference. There are far more mosquitoes than usual. Just now, when I was watering the garden, I found the dipper full of dead mosquitoes, and they weren't normal ones either. They were larger, much larger, less. There were clusters of mosquito eggs everywhere. Poison mosquitoes, Xiao Mingyu interjected calmly, her voice as steady as the ticking of a clock. These were no ordinary pests. They were a sinister breed that had emerged in the wake of the apocalypse, grotesquely large, some as big as a woman's palm. Their bites left searing pain and wounds that festered with an unbearable itch, lingering for weeks. Worse still, they traveled in swarms, breeding with a speed that defied reason. If left unchecked, a house could transform into a writhing nest of venomous insects in mere days, black clouds of them buzzing, their needle-like fingers seeking flesh to pierce. Father, Xiao Mingyu said, her tone matter-of-fact, but tinged with urgency, we should cover all the open areas with mesh and spray mosquito repellents, anything to keep them out. These poison mosquitoes are especially vicious. All right, Father Xiao agreed without hesitation. The two set to work immediately. Xiao Mingyu retrieved 4 large rolls of mesh fabric, and together they nailed over every exposed corner of the courtyard and the back wall, ensuring not even the smallest mosquito could infiltrate their home. But that wasn't enough. Knowing some mosquitoes had already made their way inside, Xiao Mingyu conducted a meticulous inspection of every water source. Sure enough, the water tank was teeming with mosquito eggs, and the chicken coop's water trough had become a breeding ground. She emptied the tank, scrubbing it clean, and thoroughly washed the trough in the coop. In every shadowy corner of the house, she sprayed mosquito repellent, and along the baseboards and walls, she applied fragrant full water, a deceptively gentle weapon against the invaders. By the time father and daughter finished their labor, the sun hung low in the sky, casting long, slanting shadows across the courtyard. The house was finally purged of its unwelcome guests. Not a single mosquito remained in sight. It was only then that Xiao Mingyu allowed herself a moment of relief. She knew, however, that this was merely a prelude. The real mosquito plague was on the horizon, a suffocating storm of wings and venom that would blot out the sky, a ceaseless swarm unbothered by heat, its sheer density capable of dimming the sun. Mingyu, your cousin-in-law just gave birth, Mother Xiao announced suddenly, her voice breaking the evening quiet. Your grandmother wants to see her great-grandchild. We're going to visit your second uncle's house. Grandmother and grandfather had lived with second uncle's family for years. A simple man of the countryside, second uncle farmed potatoes on leased land, his hands roughened by honest labor. His wife was equally unpretentious, a woman of quiet strength and enduring kindness. But the visit also meant encountering first uncle's family again, a prospect that filled Xiao Mingyu with a quiet dread. First uncle, though not overtly unpleasant, had grown insufferably smug after his business ventures took off. He reveled in flaunting his success, his every word dripping with self-congratulation. As they prepared for the trip, Xiao Mingyu helped her father pack. Nearby, grandmother hesitated, her lips moving as though to speak, but faltering. Finally, she turned to Mother Xiao and said, almost apologetically, your cousin-in-law just had a baby, and it's so unbearably hot. Do you think we could lend them one of our solar panels? The adults can endure it, but the baby can't, and a woman fresh out of confinement shouldn't suffer in this heat. Grandmother's voice trailed off, her discomfort palpable. She had been living under her daughter's roof, eating her food, and now she was asking for more, a favor that felt like overstepping. Xiao Mingyu, passing by, caught the exchange. Without hesitation, she agreed. Of course, we can lend them one, she said brightly. Her spatial storage held plenty of solar panels, and they were merely gathering dust. It would make a fine gift for the newborn nephew, a gesture of goodwill. Besides, second uncle's family had always treated her well. When she lived with them as a child, they'd saved the best food for her, even before offering it to their own son. Mother Xiao beamed with pride, praising her daughter's foresight in purchasing the solar panels. You've really given us face in front of the family, she said, her voice warm with affection. The journey to second uncle's house was long and hot, the sun an unforgiving blaze overhead. But as they arrived, they were greeted with open arms. Come in, you must be exhausted from the heat, second uncle called out, his voice hearty and welcoming. Beside him, second aunt and their son stood smiling, their faces alight with genuine joy. You didn't have to bring anything, second uncle added, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity at the sight of the loaded car. Oh, it's nothing, Mother Xiao replied modestly, stepping out of the car. Congratulations on the new addition to the family. We couldn't come empty-handed, could we? Mingyu, help with the things in the trunk, she added, her tone light but affectionate. Xiao Mingyu called back, her voice cheerful as she waved for her cousin to help unload. As they busied themselves, first uncle and his wife emerged from the house, their pace leisurely, their expressions a mix of disdain and curiosity. What's taking you so long out here? Come inside already, first uncle said, his tone tinged with impatience. The sun's brutal today. First aunt wrinkled her nose. The countryside really can't compare to the city, she muttered, fanning herself dramatically. It's sweltering out here, and the house is much better. Second brother, second sister-in-law, why don't you hurry up and start cooking? I'm starving. Grandmother, stepping out of the car, glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law with a faintly disapproving look. If you're feeling hot, go inside and cool off, she said evenly, her tone neither warm nor cold. But first Anne's attention had already shifted to the car's contents. Her eyes lit up as she spotted the bounty of goods. Oh, my fourth sister, you've brought so much. Xiao Mingyu smiled, her expression serene, but her words carrying a subtle edge. It's not much, really, just some fruits, vegetables, a bit of meat, and some eggs. Nothing valuable, certainly not compared to what you and first uncle must have brought. First Anne's smile faltered, and she let out an awkward laugh. Oh, don't be modest. These days everything's so expensive. I can't even remember the last time I saw fresh greens, let alone meat. Enough, first uncle interrupted with a sharp cough, his tone laced with irritation. No need to make a fuss over such things. But Xiao Mingyu caught the way his eyes lingered on the car, the subtle twitch of his hands clasped behind his back. And what did you bring, first uncle? She asked, her voice sweet, but her gaze unwavering. His expression stiffened. 1/2 pound of premium pork, he said, attempting a confident tone. Perfectly marbled, mind you. Took quite the effort to get my hands on it. We'll cook it later and share it, of course. 1/2 pound of pork. It might have been impressive once, but compared to the entire leg and rack of ribs Xiao Mingyu's family had brought, it was laughable. Second aunt, ever the peacemaker, chimed in. It's the thought that counts, but really, fourth sister, fourth brother-in-law, you didn't need to go to such expense. I've heard city prices are outrageous. Fresh greens and fruit are practically unattainable, and meat is a luxury. We're fine here with our potatoes. There's no need to spend so much. Father Xiao waved a hand dismissively. These are all from our own garden, and the eggs are from our hands. As for the meat, we'd stocked up earlier. It's nothing, really. Besides, this is a joyous occasion, we couldn't come empty-handed. Mother Xiao nodded in agreement. Exactly. A new baby is a blessing. Let's make sure your daughter-in-law has everything she needs to recover properly. Second uncle and second aunt were visibly moved, their gratitude shining through their tired but happy faces. At least now, their daughter-in-law could have a proper confinement period, one befitting the arrival of new life amidst so much hardship. The eldest aunt scrutinized Xiao Mingyu's family carefully, her gaze lingering on each of them. They were immaculate, their hair neat and fresh as if they bathed daily. Even their clothes carried the faint, pleasant scent of detergent. Even the grandmother and grandfather, those two elderly figures, looked impeccably tidy. The eldest aunt glanced down at her own grimy fingernails and the dust-caked shoes on her feet. It had been 1/2 a month since her last bath, and her hair hung in greasy strands. She shrank back slightly, her gaze awkwardly shifting elsewhere. Second brother, she began with a forced smile, trying to justify herself. It's not that your sister-in-law is stingy. We could have brought plenty of meat for everyone to enjoy. But there's no electricity right now. Without a fridge, in this kind of heat, the meat would spoil in just a few hours. That's why we only brought enough for one meal. Grandmother cast her a glance, her expression unreadable, and turned to the second uncle. Second son, your younger sister brought solar panels with her so that Jian Yuan's wife can rest comfortably during her postpartum recovery, even with the air conditioning on. The second uncle and his wife were overjoyed, their disbelief evident. It is true, solar panels, actual solar panels. They could hardly trust their ears. The eldest uncle frowned, his brows knitting tightly. Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you even know how expensive solar panels are these days? A single set costs more than 200,000 yuan. I could even bring myself to buy one. How could the youngest sister's family afford several sets, and to give them away to the second brother's family? Ridiculous. Exactly, mother, the eldest aunt chimed in, eager to agree. Youngest sister, are you sure you weren't scammed? Solar panels are outrageously expensive, not practically worth the price of a house. Indeed, With the plummeting real estate market, high-rise apartments were being sold for next to nothing. Forget 200,000, even 10,000 might not fetch a buyer. Grandmother's face darkened, and she said nothing. Xiao Mingyu, however, calmly pulled back the white cloth draped over the roof of their vehicle, revealing several solar panels underneath. He had deliberately covered them for the journey, wary of attracting the wrong kind of attention. In times like these, one could never be too cautious. The eldest uncle's eyes widened in shock. These are real solar panels, youngest sister. You're actually giving these away. These were purchased a long time ago, back when they weren't nearly as expensive. Xiao Mingyu's mother explained, her voice brimming with pride. She said it's a gift for her little nephew, a token for their first meeting. The eldest uncle's breath quickened. He wanted to ask, what about me? But his pride held him back. To say he was envious would be a lie. His own family didn't have solar panels. Why had his youngest sister thought of her elder brother? Why only this second brother? What made him more deserving? Meanwhile, the second uncle and his wife were overwhelmed, rendered momentarily speechless by emotion. Youngest sister, I don't even know what to say. This gift it's too much. Cheyenne Yuan hurried and thank your fourth aunt. Jing Yuan, Cheyenne reserved, offered a small smile. Thank you fourth aunt. Thank you Mingyu. Grandfather, who had been silent until now, suddenly tapped his cane against the ground. Hot, it's unbearably hot. Come on, no need for all this formality. Let's head inside if this old man is about to melt, grandmother said with a chuckle. Exactly, the second uncle chimed in. Living in the city has spoilt him. A few minutes without air conditioning, and he's already complaining. Everyone moved indoors, but the eldest aunt pinched the eldest uncle's waist sharply, giving him a pointed look. Your sister's doing well for herself now, she muttered under her breath, her tone laced with resentment. Why is she only looking out for the second brother's family? What about us? Go and ask her. Why are you nagging me? It's her choice who she gives to, the eldest uncle retorted, though his tone was far from sincere. Despite his words, a bitter taste lingered in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more it grated on him. His face darkened, his expression sore. On the rooftop, Xiao Mingyu and her cousin quickly installed the solar panels, and soon the second uncle's home was powered. The second uncle's family showered Xiao Mingyu with praise, their gratitude boundless. Xiao Mingyu felt a little light-headed from all the compliments, while her mother basked in the glow of pride, her face radiant with satisfaction. Seeing her mother's smug expression, Xiao Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. If making her mother this happy meant going to such lengths, it was worth every effort. This is incredible, it's been so long since we've felt the cool breeze of an air conditioner, the second aunt exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Electricity's become so expensive these days I can't even bring myself to turn on the lights, let alone the air conditioning. I never thought we'd be able to enjoy this kind of comfort again. She wiped at the corners of her eyes, tears threatening to spill over. You don't understand. Something terrible happened to Aunt Lei's family in the village. Her 2-month-old grandson he did make it. The doctor said it was the heat, this little body just couldn't handle it. By the time they got him to the hospital, it was too late. I've been living in constant fear ever since, but now we'll be okay. Grandmother sighed heavily. I heard about that too. That's why I've been so worried. We adults can endure hardship, but children, they shouldn't have to suffer. The eldest aunt, having failed to prod her husband into action, rolled her eyes in frustration and finally spoke up herself. Youngest sister, about that our family doesn't have electricity either. The eldest uncle clicked his tongue in annoyance, clearly displeased by her bluntness, but the eldest aunt ignored him. Mom, I want an apple, tell her to give me an apple. The eldest uncle's son, Zhang Juan, suddenly shouted, his voice cutting through the room. He pointed at the apple in Xiao Mingyu's hand, his eyes filled with longing. The eldest uncle had 2 children, his eldest daughter, Zhang Lijiao, who was in high school, and his youngest son, Zhang Juan, still in elementary school. Zhang Juan, chubby and spoiled, was the very picture of indulgence. Xiao Mingyu took a deliberate bite of the apple, the crisp sound echoing in the room. This apple is for your sister-in-law to help her recover. You can't have it. Then why can you eat it? Qin Zhuang demanded, his tone righteous and indignant. Because, Xiao Mingyu replied coolly, I bought it. Qin Zhuang's face twisted with anger. I don't care, I want it, damn it, if you don't give it to me, I'll hit you. The room fell silent. Xiao Mingyu's parents immediately stiffened, their expressions darkening. Even grandmother's face clouded over. Everyone's reactions varied, but none were favorable. Xiao Mingyu merely raised an eyebrow. It seemed her eldest uncle had truly spoiled his only son rotten. Not only was the boy domineering and unreasonable, but had also picked up foul language. You little brat, the eldest uncle snapped, his face flushing with embarrassment. Swearing now are you, do you need a beating? The eldest aunt, her face equally grim, slapped the back of Qin Zhuang's head. How dare you talk to your cousin like that? And swearing too, who taught you that, and you? She turned to her daughter. Stop playing on your phone and keep an eye on your brother. Qin Lijiao pouted, but did dare talk back. She muttered under her breath, what's that got to do with me? From the moment Xiao Mingyu had arrived, Qin Lijiao's gaze had been fixed on her. She couldn't help but notice how clean and well-dressed Xiao Mingyu was, her complexion glowing with health, her hair silky and freshly washed. A wave of envy washed over Qin Lijiao. Why did Xiao Mingyu seem so well off, so nourished, while she herself had bathed in 10 days? The water they were allocated barely sufficed for drinking, and even that was often commandeered by Qin Zhuang. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. The sight of Xiao Mingyu only fueled her resentment. Grandmother's voice cut through the tension, her tone disapproving. This son's family. How are you raising your children? They're swearing now, and you're always going on about city folk teaching their kids this way. The eldest uncle's face burned with shame. He scolded Qin Zhuang harshly, though his words seemed to have little effect. Qin Zhuang, feeling wronged, pouted miserably. At home, this kind of behavior was normal, why was it unacceptable here? It was all her fault. He glared at Xiao Mingyu, his eyes filled with resentment, as though he could bore a hole through her with his gaze. Xiao Mingyu pretended not to notice, continuing to bite into her apple with deliberate nonchalance. If the boy had asked politely, she might have relented. It was just an apple after all. But given his bratty behavior, she had no intention of indulging him. Qin Zhuang, torn between anger and hunger, finally burst into tears, wailing loudly. What are you crying for, useless? The eldest uncle barked, scolding him once more.